Have a hurricane coming at your face here. Will they be able to counteract? And yeah, we are going to see Sambo using that cap ult to keep the team healthy. You'll see them all running in that path. We mentioned it before. Make sure you're running in the path there of cap if you want that shield. Momentum finding windows. Atex on a Kaluge. They're popping Qs. Envy only has Kaluges after this, as we do see the invisible boundary up, and they, pretty strong with the storm. You are able to take some more free space when you have that invisible boundary, as they obviously cannot see through it until they enter the zone. Speeder here trying to get some all charge back. Storm does that incredibly quickly, as they do set up for a next fight.
Yeah, definitely on this side of the point, we see, very aggressive plays by Cal and onto Far. He's going to go down early. I mean, it's able to kind of control that sort of right side peeking that we were talking about earlier. In this game, obviously, you peek over the right side shoulder of the character model, which can create, attacker-sided advantage, especially in Ninja's path, as you have to, play back and don't have those right side peaks that Envy does. And they're taking full advantage. 3 minutes left to go. Maybe if we had an option to change between right and left shoulder, that could be huge. Maybe potential update later on, but regardless, here comes an engage now from Ego Death.
Self is going to engage here, does have the ability to use that supernova. Clobbering time goes out, it finds a Fuke. Bang, down goes Zatex. Good combination there. So go right back on the Speedery though, even in the odds. Double Meteor finding value as they are just continuing to hold on. Ego is down 1 right now. Cal up in the sky, low on HP, putting a ton of damage out. Will they be able to get a pick? Did I just see Cap's face pop up there? Soko is going to turn it around on Cal though, in great patience and way to hold on here for Ego. And we do know this spot is very defensible unless Speedery comes in with a hurricane like we said. Zatex.
Yeah, I'm still getting ready, but I'll just show it. I'll just show the stream. Let me just go make my coffee really fast.
Kaluge gonna keep haymakering them back to their spawn door.
They're just kind of walking at him right now. 4 minutes in the third phase of the map.
I'm not done getting ready.
Right now that they have to get some sort of momentum. I mean, you see even pulled on the backside. Soko does find speedily, but he's going to go down. Did have that teleport back to the other spawn. Regardless, right now, Ego Death. What do they do? Captain America's waiting to go on that left side, Ensemble's side. Maybe the dive can come through from Self, but the full momentum shift has just gone in, or sorry, the full entirety of the momentum has gone in favor of Envy, not momentum on the side of Ego Death. So 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. We'll see if momentum in his team can come back.
Yeah, Ego is holding on to a slight, ult advantage by 1 as we do see the supernova go out. Will it find any purchase? A ton of damage out, but a ton of cooldowns being used to defend right back. There is the clobbering time as it finds a few. Nero gonna clutch up again. We find that at this state of the game, Luna Snow, raw damage, month onto Self, and great plays here by Envy, who have a ton of space and positioning. Now they have 3 numbers up as Ego is gonna have to retake, drop back, or just hold on here on point for as long as possible and reset as a team. There will be no portal blocking at this point. Nobody on Strange. Speedery finding Sambo to clean up, and they are pressing through with 2 minutes and 32 on the clock.
Double shredded ultimates up though. Ego Death have to find some momentum. Window right now has that Meteor M as well to connect onto either Far or the Loki player of Ego Death, because I've said momentum too many times. They're about to come in now, and he's ready for it every time. It just feels like Window connects with these Meteor M's. We'll see if he can do it again.
And the tackle goes out, but great work there. And that goes to show you why Invis is so strong. You see Month push the Self on Wolverine right off during that tackle, and that is super valuable. You got to keep that in mind and hold on to that push for that moment. Kaluge with clobbering time again. Found value last time. Will it happen? No. Down goes Kaluge early as Ego's now retaking his space back, but we do see the pop here from Speedery. Not able to get any picks just yet. Team likely going to drop back and reset, potentially holding on as, no, they're committing. Window finds Self. That's a great counter here up with the Meteor M on the Speedery, eating some of that damage there from the side of Cal. Soko and Zatex find 2 more, and they do shove them back with a minute 33 on.
All right.
Yeah, Soko's been an absolute mainstay today. I think he's sort of taken the limelight from Self. He's been so good with these Meteor M's.
Hi, Jellyfish. Hi, everybody.
On the Magneto. Right
Happy
now,
Saturday.
Keeping Ego
Decided to go live today.
20 seconds left to go. Envy's going to walk in now with their ultimates, though, so it's their time to move.
I will have to end a little early, but don't worry about that yet. Because I have to pick up people from the airport. Girls' night was so fun. It was girls' night plus my brother and a bunch of his friends. Karaoke. We actually didn't end up doing karaoke.
Taking this off angle from downtown. Zatex with the pull, and they collapse on the window. Great pull there.
But it was very fun. Angel, thank you for the 23 months, Angel. Thank you so much.
Territory
I'm a little sleepy, but when am I not sleepy? I was up late last night.
And now it could be a stagger fest. You gotta see who gets the picks. Here comes Speedery.
But I'm like, I'm done socializing for a while. I was so social this week. I'm going to Vegas in like a week and a half. So I need to get the social part back.
Now coming through and saving each other from the dance of the
gotta recharge, exactly.
The Dagger Storm, like you said, such a strong ability, and right now Ego Death, their strategy is keeping
hot girl summer jumps.
Yeah, 55 HP per second there.
Yeah, my slot budget is $20. I don't want to spend more than 20 on slots. I care more like in my head. I'm not very lucky. I've only ever put like $30 max in the slots, but I'd so much rather spend that money on food. Like I want to go to like Gordon Ramsay's, like Hell's Kitchen. Like my sister was looking at like a $70 buffet, but I'm like, we really have to go to the $70 one. But it's like all of us have one thing. I'm going with 3 other girls. All of us have one thing that we really, really want to do. For my best friend, she really wants to do an escape room. My sister really, really wants to do that $70 buffet. I don't know what my one thing is, or the other girl. We don't have anything yet. For me, it's I want to have a margarita at the pool with like a really big sun hat, like a MILF, you know, minus the kids.
Able to take out maps, take wins over top teams. But today, I mean, against Envy, they just keep
the $70 buffet sounds amazing.
Time,
I don't like.
It just feels like
I don't eat very much
last second.
usually
and, you know,
when I'm vacationing because I get like anxiety and it like takes my.
With that pick on Ensemble, able to come
this is
back
TMI. When I travel,
strategists have so much pressure
on them
right now. I mean, it looks so
and I don't
hectic,
eat very
so hard
much.
to play, especially versus
it's
a
like
talented
just
Psylocke
anxiety
player
of a
like
new
Speedery,
area,
and
you
then
know.
Cal on the opposite side, hitting shots from across the map. So
they're like
so
$70 on a buffet for me might be a waste.
But it just feels like they're collapsing. The whole team is collapsing at the worst possible time. So on the attack,
reminding me, I need to buy prunes.
Defense rather. Or no,
But
sorry,
thank you for the 6 months who like the new hair. Thank you.
Relax a little bit. It's been
she did a really good job.
Like, looking at Self, I mean, he's had no final hits that map.
Like,
same thing with
I think it looks a little more
blonde.
It looks brown on camera.
Yay,
thank you for the 28 months. Thank you so much. I think this is by far my favorite hair. Kalug. Oh, Kaluge. Yes, it's not Kalug, it's Kaluge, like isn't huge. Yeah, they're from Overwatch. He's rated me before. I rated him before on Twitch.
Mark Self, right? Make sure somebody's always looking at
Such a nice color.
Thank you. You talked about earlier how Envy won 2 on the group stages, Shiv.
It makes you feel confident.
Feel like right now Envy just specifically is a really, really bad matchup for Team Ego Death.
Yeah,
number 1 hair haver. Okay, what about everybody in chat who has hair?
Looking super clean, most healing in the entire lobby, and it hasn't fallen one time. The backline here for Envy has played disgusting month, obviously marking Self here with that push and pull every time you see a last stand, and as I say that, still gets pulled away, but was just a little bit
I have the sunscreen that I put on, and it like my eyes are always teary, and it always manages to get in my eyes burn, and then they keep tearing, and then more sunscreen gets in them. So I'm not crying.
Are you kidding me? Said it was his first time on Magneto
yesterday. Is it possible for pro players who can eat 2 different games?
Disgusting. This is another reason why when we talk about Ego Death, this is the
worst
thing
they do it though, just because like you have to.
3 Vanguards, 3 strategist compositions. We saw them struggle against FlyQuest on Araco.
Does Kaluge compete in both? It's like different tournaments. So
opening pick with Self on that fastball.
Retired last year, then Marvel Rivals revived him. Oh, cool.
With Envy again on the triple Vanguard composition.
My hair is
another team that is very good at playing.
Save.
And we are
going my eyeballs. Eyeballs won't get sunburned. Make sure you guys put sunscreen on your eyes because your eyes can get sunburned. Or sunglasses, those work too. I remember in Marching Band, my eyeballs, that's how I learned this. We were outside in the sun for like 10 hours, not 10 hours, probably like 6 hours. And my inside of my eyes got so burnt. It's awful. They like Just burning.
Opening, but they will teleport back here likely.
I just put sunscreen in my eyes and now I can't see. Well, you can type fine, so you don't need your eyes.
Teams win
Hi,
at these 2 minute 30 second
I'm
timer
doing
on the clock.
awesome. How are
But
you?
I'm not going to say the death
I'm very much socialized out.
They do get those 3 fights with this portal, and here's another one.
I'm always like, no, I'm not an introvert. I'm like,
we see a lot at this level of play. You guarantee 3
really
fights.
an introvert, and then I go and hang out with people, and then I'm like,
portals, but they're doing it as fast
exhausted.
as possible.
Like I just want to hang out with people, and then hang out with people. I'm like, oh,
this early on, as the cart is not even around the corner yet.
I need to be by myself for like 8 years now.
Zatex with that damage boost from the Storm of Self, gonna press forward.
By myself with stream.
Look at that patience. Notice the dance floor did not come.
But I do still feel recharged. I'm just done being around people for a bit.
On the momentum, turning it right back at him. Great hold as Window finds Soko. A full team switch here.
I was watching a bit when Sentinels was running Adam Warlock.
Yeah, I wonder if that was intentional as well.
I'm an introvert. That is me too. Yeah, like you want to hang out with people, but you also get drained fast around people.
Perfectly connected with the stun after that. Punisher was no longer CC immune, and now Ego Death. They have a massive hill to climb. I mean, Team Envy have done so well on that second attack or second defense. A minute and 14 seconds left on the clock now for Ego Death. They do have that Hurricane ready to go.
Is it good?
But like you mentioned, Month is going to be able to react to it.
Social battery is very short.
And here comes the Hurricane from Self, and out it gets matched immediately here by Month, just to kind of stall. We do see the swirls, and here comes the
2 days a week would be more than enough people for me. Yeah, that's same with me.
Self finds a pick back, but what a play, and what a Biologamoto there from Cal, and they get a 5-piece and shove them back to the spawn door again.
Window's a funny name.
Clock. Wow, Envy is playing lights out in this series.
Dang, I know what I'm watching tonight then. Watching Squid Games tonight.
Keep it up. They do have that See You Later ready to go from Speedily once he comes back to spawn. Ego Death though.
I swear season 2 like just came out, didn't it?
Punisher Ultimate, they pop it early here.
Yeah, and
Envy's rolling.
That's what they needed.
Nope.
Make that 4.
Sometimes this first corner is just the hardest part to go around.
Gonna reset and be able to touch here, but
it's still very winnable for Ego Death. Oh, it's best of 5, huh? So Envy already won 2 games. That would suck to win the first 2 games and then lose the next 3. So you're just out.
They're coming from the high side.
Would you ever go pro? No, I enjoy streaming. I play in like streamer tournaments and stuff. I think there's a streamer tournament on June 1st. Yeah, going pro, that's a lot of work, a lot of scrimming, big, huge time commitment. They're like, look, this is their every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for them. It's probably scrimming all week. Like, it becomes your life when you're pro.
I'm not 100% sure what just happened there. Maybe the teleporter
and not all of them get money for it either.
Get pushed out here. Envy is holding on. Nosoko on a Nero. Yes, and here we go. As Ego now finds 4, the teleport comes through.
Big Game is so good. Is the whole season out? Oh, I'm so excited to watch it tonight.
Far staying alive, looking at his health full throughout that fight, right?
Dropping down. Yeah, what are you doing?
Down super low, able to build the ultimate.
I have lots to say about Squid Stream, but I ain't gonna
maybe
spoil
sometimes
it.
Can get your ultimate canceled, like we've seen before out of Cloak and Dagger players, specifically when the Loki goes for the copy, because sometimes the animation comes out a little bit later. But regardless,
okay, we're gonna watch it tonight.
Barely able to stay alive, pops that ultimate
off, keeps the team alive. And
we talked about how good, Self is, Sambo, Soko, but I think the strategist line of Ego that definitely doesn't get enough credit. They kept themselves alive. That team, that back line, really doing amazing work for Ego Death.
Yeah, but Envy with the full hold here. Only 2 minutes left on as we do see Self finding Nero early. That is a huge pick again, and they're going to collapse and take out Windows. Atex on a Kaluge. Make that 4 as Speedery Self finds Speedery, and they're just going to clean it up here on a Month. Again, Ego, once they find these, it's like these overtime fights. Once they win, it's like the momentum just heavily shifts, like a light switch gets turned on, and they keep the pressure progressing forward.
Absolutely. They need to win one more fight here to close out on the second phase. Although, a lot of teams we do see struggle in the Streets phase, I think, of these maps. Usually it's on that third phase. It's a little bit more defensible, but we'll see if they can do it here, Team Envy.
Holy moly, and just flying in the sky. Cal looking for something. Zatex with the bubble is going to press in, and that's a huge early start. And that is 2, and the boundary not even able to hold on to the point. That's not going to be enough for them as they are up for the clobbering time. Can they collapse? Will they find more value? Speedery out of Self. They need to hold on here. They need to make a play, or they will get point to a minute on at this point. Nero going to pull out the dance floor. They're just holding on without numbers, and now they're evened out. Momentum. Will this happen for Soko, who hasn't missed, does miss here. The bubble goes out as well. Zatex falls. Speedery is on one right now and finding 3. Can they find 4?
I mean, potentially, I mean, they got grabbed to the backside. I mean, Speedily is just carrying it himself, closing it out on Ego Death. I mean, that backside flank, able to connect onto momentum, just not ready for that pressure that comes from Psylocke. And that change over this character has definitely enabled Envy a lot more. But 26 seconds left to go. Ego Death now coming through. No ultimates either. Self back over to that Wolverine. This can be a close hold from Envy too. They don't even want to touch the payload.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky. I like the idea of heading out this right side.
Right
maybe we'll see
I don't know how
Punisher
late
using that
so
zip line to get a touch here. As you know, it's outside of that, it's likely going to be Sambo, on the Venom, who will get the touch. 2 seconds on, full commit, and now they're collapsing.
I've already accepted I'm probably going to be up late.
Who has to burn that E, 57% to ultimate, already getting healed back up. Great
I just really wanted coffee.
From the side of Ego, who are
Weekend's
stalling.
good.
And
How was your guys'
healthy.
weekend?
It's all about ults here, as Envy is up in ults. Yes, we do see the clobbering time get used. Speeder, he collapses onto momentum. Cal onto Far and Zatex. Cal on this Wolverine just popping off again, turned around as these duelists are making so much happen. This is the danger
snacks
zone.
for
This could spell
Sell
the
by
end for
June
Ego
29th.
Death, who are so
should be
close
fine.
but not able to do it as Envy progresses forward.
Yep.
Let's go, Envy 3-0.
They will play the winner of Shroud X and Techie XD in this lower bracket to potentially secure themselves
this is the
into
lower bracket.
land. They're 1 game away in a statement win from them, right, Shib? I think that we've seen Envy sort of have a tough beginning of the tournament, I think, in terms of the playoffs, but we've known how good they are, and as a unit,
it's hot. Yeah, my area has a heat warning.
Right? The
I
only
think
real chance Ego Death stood towards the very end was really holding onto that storm dagger, or the dagger storm, really holding onto those greens. Once you saw that Loki pop those crystals early, it was pretty much a
which
death
means it's
sentence.
probably going to be in the
so
hundreds.
the Dance of Butterflies. Cal was so close to his own ultimate with that
which is probably all the time in
so
like Arizona, right?
Really tough fight to end out there, but I mean, huge shout out to all of Ego Death. They really played their hearts out, and I think that this is the future of Marvel Rivals Esports. A lot of the players on this team.
Is it a late flight? Or
Yeah,
is it
a
just
team
far?
that is obviously surprising a ton, has gained a ton of fans, right? I was definitely not going to be the last time we see them. Really well played across the board.
Oh yeah, it's late. It's not that late.
Onto that strat line, talk about that hit scan backline. Nero, there's a lot of that Ultron, but that Luna, it went unleashed a ton of value, not only in the healing front, but with those final hits. 9 for the side of
stream
Nero,
okay? Did it go down?
had the most healing.
Oh, it says I'm lagging a little bit.
Also up there in damage with almost 12k. So really well done again by Nero with that pointed damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Envy deserve all the credit as well. I mean, Ego Death is a scary team to go against.
Look at my area.
Happy anniversary! Happy anniversary! Happy anniversary! Happy anniversary! Pour a cheerful toast and fill it. Happy anniversary! But be careful you don't spill it. Happy anniversary! Oh! Happy anniversary! Happy anniversary! Happy anniversary! Happy anniversary!
Yeah, I'm lagging.
All the pro players
it's
are
me.
Sort of feeling
Gosh, it's bad too.
Right, to this new patch, and Envy finally starting to come together, finally starting to get string together wins, map after map. They're looking more comfortable, and I'd be scared, I think, going against Team Envy, whether I'm Shroud-X or Techie XD, because right now Team Envy is looking a lot better than they did earlier on in the tournament.
Hopefully it resolves
this is what we
itself.
expected to see from them at the start of the tournament, and I think we were a little shocked that they were losing, right? Like they had a streak there of 3, almost 4 losses in a row.
On Ethernet, weird.
And it seems like we said before, a light switch was just turned on, and they are playing incredibly as a team. That is now, I believe, out of that, it'd be 5 in a row against Ego, and a team that has been surprising and upsetting a lot of the top teams. To take 5 straight maps against them showcases that you are learning and you understand.
Okay, I'm just gonna type in chat because I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Absolutely, and you know, I'm curious to see who we talk to on Team Envy. I'm hoping. I'm literally messaging Gator. I want to talk to Jader, but like we'll see what happens because he's a former teammate of mine. I think it'd be funny to get an interview with them. But regardless, you know, like you said, Shib, I think Envy, you know, they're going to be a team to watch out for sure. I think they're still a lot of people's favorites now, especially after that game after Ego Death, that can move forward. But you know, it did feel like Ego Death's number was found by Envy, right? That's the difficult aspect of this team, is that, you know,
I should be lagging everywhere, to be honest. Oh, actually, that makes smart to check if it's lagging on YouTube.
But also, they really just knew what Ego Death was going to do and just played around it perfectly.
And the entirety of their team looked insane. Speedily with 16 finals, Window on the Vanguard role with 16, Cal with 20 on the Wolverine. Their entire team was getting picks and finding value in the neutrals, getting a ton of value with ultimates. Really well done by their team. Cal said he would get it done, and I think we're going to have that conversation with him again.
It does say I have way more.
This is the last time I'm doing an interview.
Yeah. Okay, I think it's fixed now.
Put it on to me ever again.
What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they saying to you? There's like, Cal, get in there. Just go do it for us.
No, it's terrible. They're all terrible. We win. Our manager Tasman was like, all right, who's doing the interview? Who's doing it?
Okay, I think it's back to normal.
Silence.
No, it's my internet. Sorry, guys. Should be back.
Nobody says
anything. Can you type refresh in chat,
like,
Philip?
Come on, I need somebody. And I'm just like, just send me the link. None of them do it, but this is the last one.
I mean, we got to
Hunt is doing the next one.
I mean, you listen, you're doing all this for your boys over at your team. You got to like promote something here. Your Twitch, something. Just like, you deserve the primage for sure, being the champ. I mean, your team, bunch of babies over here not trying to show up for the interview. So obviously you gotta promote something here right now, right this instance.
Just call everybody else babies for not interviewing.
Oh my god, god dang it, Cal.
Buy my jersey. That's it. Buy my jersey.
Buy his jersey.
That's it.
He's even a company man. Are you kidding me? Tasmo, give this man a raise.
Hello,
Jesus. I mean, obvious question. First of all, after that series, it was an incredible match.
The dress was a big hit. It was the right choice because it was like just casual enough.
Triple Vanguard, triple strategist, and
I'm glad I didn't go with the other dresses because it definitely would have felt like overdressed and uncomfortable.
Saying how you kind of just match self. Is it still that same strategy? Do you guys just feel like you have ego dust number, or are you guys kind of hitting new peaks right now as a unit?
I think we're definitely improving pretty fast. I think we kind of have
Cantaloupe is like my favorite
because we got to watch them play yesterday against a team that I would say is around our caliber. And for like the Vanguard stuff, I mean, like, I actually put on a clinic on Magneto today. Like, I was doing insane things. There was one of the fights where I killed 5 and I was kind of astonished that nobody shot me.
I wish I was that good on Mag.
But I mean,
that's inspiring me.
Yeah, position was crazy. I mean, I need to ask as a team, what changed? It seems like, you guys had that spurt where it was 3 losses in a row, and you guys look lights out now. It's like something.
No, I don't wear nice dresses all the time. I always feel overdressed when I wear a dress.
I stopped staying up till 6 a.m. playing different games. I think that probably helped us a bit, and my team trusted me more because of that. And we kind of locked in. Like, we want a little vacation. We want to go to land.
That's so mean. There's nothing wrong with his hair.
We've kind of just been taking it a little bit more seriously.
Love it.
Yep, fair play. Fair play. It goes to show that. So maybe, we'll talk about matchups later on and stuff, but maybe to focus more on the game. Just in terms of you, I know that this game has also, like, in terms of the ban system that we have, it's forced a lot more flexibility out of you and your team. I mean, what is it like being a player in Marvel Rivals right now? Is it hard, obviously, flexing to so many heroes? Is that like the number one thing you might say to, somebody that's trying out the game for the first time? Do you want to just have them play everything? Like, what do you think is your take on Marvel Rivals as a game right now with this like ban system that we have?
I think it takes away from players just playing like certain things. Like, I wouldn't really say that I'm like a
just so brave for even
DPS player. I'd say I'm just like I'm a Rivals player, And I think like
most people won't do the interview,
at its peak and to play how it was meant to be played, I think you kind of have to be like that, and not just play one role.
Yeah, I mean, you're showcasing that you've hit every single role in a ton of these games.
I think I might be slightly allergic to Cantaloupe.
Shroud X or Techie. Is there a team that you are more afraid of playing? Not necessarily afraid is the right word. Was there a team that you wouldn't want to play out of the 2 of those?
Oh, give me them both. It don't matter. Give me them both. I'll get it done again.
Throw them to the wolves, man. Throw them to the wolves. I like it. Then what sparked this like new sense of confidence about him? I know you kind of always had that air. Maybe the interview, being thrown into the interview every time has made you.
Why is he talking about that
when it comes to it? I mean, what sort of reinvigorated the confidence? Is it just playing that game more like you said?
What does his hair have to do?
I don't know. I'm just trying to have some fun. I'm done being Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah, is that the key to being good at the game? Do I need to turn all the lights in my room off?
It'll happen.
You're so right. Every single one of these pro players are playing in like pitch black rooms.
I mean, Cal,
in the middle of the day.
What a great game for you guys, and I think we definitely need people like you in the scene.
So
thank you so much, Cal. I appreciate you, man. Any last words? Anything you want to say before we let you go?
I got no shoutouts. I hate my team. I'm not doing this interview stuff ever again. That's all them. I'm done.
It's always fun talking to you, though, man. I love the responses and the confidence. So I'm sure we might see you again if they do this to you again. But
I think I see a wine bottle in the back.
See ya. Thank you.
Thanks, Cal. Appreciate it. Yeah, I messaged Gator. I was like, Gator,
like
when's the
bottle.
Jada interview? And he's just like, I'll let my players do it. And I was like, what do you mean? The
Shib,
one player?
though. Shib decorates
yeah, every time for you
nicely.
guys. So
Refresh
that's insane.
save.
He's like, I'll do it at LAN, bro. I'll do it at LAN. Like, oh, come on.
I was having
come
problems
on.
earlier, but I think if you refresh, it should fix.
Yeah, they want it, right? I think that's what you need. You need to have that drive. They want to get there, and they're manifesting it. They keep saying they're going to do it, and they're doing it, and they're looking clean. I mean, these last 2 games have been insane. They're just figuring things out, and it's crazy how Cal, we talk about switching all over the roles. That Magneto play was gross.
Yeah, you don't have to clean if you just turn all the lights off. That's true.
Speaking of another matchup coming up here, we got Shroudex and Techie. This is going to be
pizza sounds so good right now.
Very tight. I'm not sure. Do you have any thoughts on what you think, how this might go?
I was lagging earlier.
I got to go back and look.
Ooh, I think I had SDX winning 3-2. I also just lost out on my bet on Ego Death 3-2. I said Ego Death was going to win. Oh my god, sorry, I had a crazy burp right there. That was gross. Oh my god.
Imagine
but
making eye contact with Shib.
This is just the curse that I have. It feels like every team I bless to win, they don't. So I don't know. At this point, I should just shut my mouth and let you do all the talking, Shib.
No, we always had that conversation that we were just talking earlier about whatever teams you pick, we got to pick the opposite. But honestly, I'm in the same boat, man. I just keep picking the wrong teams.
You stack your pizza boxes off camera
speaking of close
over there.
Once again,
I actually do have a big pile of clothes over there.
Very soon. Keep it locked right here. We'll see you after this break.
Okay, so who do we have next? Okay, so we just saw Ego Death and Envy, then it's Techie and SDX. Sentinels are playing tonight? Oh, I'm so freaking excited. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
I'm trying to be healthy and family. It's like, Haley got you pizza. Oh no. That's mean of your family. Did you tell them that you're trying to be on a diet? Maybe like have an honest heart-to-heart and be like, hey, like I'm really trying to like be healthier. Can we do better? Unless you already did that, then I need to eat. Yeah, I kind of need to too. I forgot. Got Trader Joe's Takis. I'm really cold, but I don't want to turn off my AC because it's gonna get really hot. Well, such problems. Banana bread and cookies today? Oh yeah, you said today is your cheat day, right? Let's load up the marbles. It's too late here, but we'll have marbles for the next intermission. I should probably do that. The pizza was so yummy. No regrets. Pizza sounds good right now. I'll probably get some Taco Bell later. Oh, Repo had a big update? Has anybody played that yet? Wait, there's a Marbles Ultra? What's this? It costs money. Whoa. Okay. Predictions up. Oh, predictions are up. Sentinels better win. I'm not rooting for them though, because every time I root for a team, they lose. So I'm not rooting for anybody. I'm gonna cry too if they don't win. Is that one sexist guy on 100 Thieves? Or what team is a sexist guy on? You guys remember? I don't know anything about either team. Okay, all you need to know about Sentinels is Sentinels has the first ever woman player for Sentinels. She's a huge superstar. And they also have Kurova, who is arguably the best Adam Warlock in the world. Two teams are gonna play right now, and then Sentinels are after the teams that are next.
Techie versus Shroud X. So far,
second best, yes, after me.
Techie, but I'm sure they've been studying the tapes. Can they turn it around? We'll find out shortly.
I watched a Kurova stream, and the first thing he said is Adam Warlock is really bad right now. That's why he doesn't play Adam Warlock anymore.
Run!
Hey, Dakota, thank you. Thank you. How was your stream? You should definitely get food now, so that you'll have food for the Sentinels. Thank you, Dakota. How was your stream?
Also, the same thing happened on Hell's Heaven and Intel's Path. So right now for Techie XD, my number one thing for both teams actually in general, Shib, is that ability to kind of clutch up when it matters most. I think Shroud X are doing better at overcoming those obstacles.
Yeah, my stream's gonna be kind of short tonight too.
They had chances versus Sentinels, and man, every single time
Saturday stream
for the people that watched it, it just felt like Techie was right there to closing out, and they just lost.
Which I think is just a similar story as
channel. Short for me is like 5 hours. Channel.
They are always in the conversation for taking home the win, even against insane competition, even against things like 100 Thieves. They're just so close, they just can't push through it. And then yesterday, they looked insane. They were able to just clutch up always. We saw huge ultimates and game-winning plays that were with a ton of time still on the clock. It seems like something switched, and we got to see if that translates into today. There's a bunch of talent on both teams. Some of the, potentially the strongest side lock on the side of Techie and Shroud X. That conversation is almost across the board. Great talent there too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is where the top and the pinnacle of North America lies. Techie XD has, I think,
this is the team with Blur.
Not inarguably, but definitely
Shroud X is undefeated against Techie.
Players in North America, if not
I'm
the
rooting
best.
for,
so tap that guy for sure.
Who's on Shroud if I dislike anybody.
I feel like Brute and Blur
or if I like
don't get enough
anybody
credit for how good they are, and also
Hi,
Wolfles and Adam on the back
doing?
line. I mean, these guys are so good. Wolfles, I think we talked to, who was it? Was it Cal before that said Wolfles had plot armor? Someone said that Wolfles has plot armor.
I remember watching you. You were in the tournament, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean,
which team were you on?
This is Wolf's tournament to lose, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, the team is very talented. I think Ad has also had like 5 out of 6 MVPs or something crazy like that, a disgusting backline. So their whole team, nothing to scoff at. They all have ability. They want the respect. They mentioned they don't want to be considered an underdog. They want to be known as a team that's strong and is capable of taking home any win. And we've seen that from them as they've shown up against a lot of these huge teams, as you see here, Tap.
We lost to Envy and FlyQuest. I think I watched the one when you guys were against Envy. That's okay. You guys still did awesome. Oh, yeah. Come on, Techie, you got this.
Dongman yesterday, the amount of Ayavagamotos that were huge. I can't even count. It was 5-piece after 5-piece. Team just clutching up.
Hilarious. That's what it was.
If not, one of the strongest strategists in the entire game in that conversation as well. Impunity, a great.
Even just being able to compete is such an awesome thing.
In the conversation for one of the best duelist combinations, this whole team is so strong.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, they have that talent alongside, just to match it. And they've been the biggest thing I think for them this patch is they've been figuring out this meta very well. I think it's been
and they were awful
to their strengths, right? We talked to Dongman. He said that in the interview, Vision's one of the best Namors in the world, if not the best. So he has a lot of confidence in him on the Namor. I think alongside
we are rooting for Techie. Let's go. How are they pros? I know that's what I'm saying.
Has revolved around him on that Star-Lord. I think him
sort of leveling up up since then, and they're not awful terrible
right
people
now,
anymore.
I think they're peaking at the right time, but it's tough because they're going to be going against a tough team in Techie XD, right? We saw Ego Death be the first team to strike first blood versus his assigned roster in FlyQuest in the group stages, but it seems like over here in the official playoff stage, although they're at the same level currently, Techie and Ego Death at the same stage of the game. Ego Death faltered. We'll see if Techie XD can take the next step forward and really cement themselves as the best unsigned team in the tournament so far.
Can't tell.
Yeah, and they are definitely in that conversation, so I like that point. They do have a lot of potential, but, you know, like I said, they've lost 4 against Shroud X with no map taken, so that is a tough look, but it goes back to the conversation of this has been probably their biggest studying up. I'm sure they've had nothing but eyes on this team, knowing it was coming, and just the issues that they faced in the past. These are the kind of games you watch the tapes on, the games that you're struggling the most. You really want to see why did that happen, and then make the adjustments. So I'm seeing, you know, the difficult side is I'm not quite sure if they have a coach. I don't believe they do, so the banning may be a little tricky, and we know how much of an advantage that can be.
I tried to delete it, but it didn't delete.
It is a tricky situation to be in for the side of Techie, but I know they have the talent to pull through.
Oh, absolutely. I think, and you know what, we hear it so many times. It's definitely a cliche, but to be the best, you got to beat the best. So right now, they're gonna have to beat their current, you know, the team that currently has a number on them, right? We've seen the same thing with Ego versus Envy. Obviously, would have faltered. You know, when it mattered most, they couldn't take down Envy. It was a hard matchup for them, right? The team that had their number for sure, and it's kind of like you said.
I stopped playing. This is the first season that Adam Warlock isn't my most played character on my main account, though.
As it stands, I mean, Techie has been improving. So both these
how big of a throw it is always forcing Adam, mostly because your team will just tilt
Techie, like you said, has been studying
before the game even starts if they have an Adam on our team. Like in their heads, we already lost. So it makes it so impossible to win games. I've been playing a lot of Adam on my ult, and I think my ult is Celestial 3.
We're gonna see something like a Strange ban, maybe you somehow going after that Hulk or Namor. They did, you know, Shroud X did have that conversation with Phil, and Dongman said much more comfortable on the Strange than anything, but we'll be able to pull out.
Have you been playing Adam Warlock,
you know, that kind of stuff? You know, I'm wondering if that
Eternity?
homework was, you know, figured out. So I see the ban here immediately going to be on that Emma on the side of Techie, who are electing to do pretty much what you'd expect here if you're writing a standard ban lock situation.
That's what I figured.
Yep, looking pretty standard indeed.
You kind of have to have a really good Mantis and a really good Star-Lord. Ultron is playing Adam, yep, exactly. That's exactly what I'd say too.
Want to focus more towards Psylocke as well, as both teams can play Psylocke.
More damage, less fall off than Adam.
You know, very similar play style wise.
Plus reloading.
Can play that triple res combination, although I think as a unit, I don't know how good they are on triple res. I think that they have like the talent to play the triple res compositions. They also have, you know, a really good Star-Lord player, like I said, in Doomed. I feel like he's one of the best Star-Lords in the game. But you know, around the triple res composition,
my Twitch is being weird.
It's about the whole team. So we'll see what they want to do. They protected Wolverine though.
I play Adam when Ultron exists because the reses is so fun. But yeah, I agree. In Eternity, playing Adam over Ultron is like arguably throwing.
It does essentially take Vanguards out of the play. If you don't have
Vanguards, thank you so much.
Sort of protection with a multi-crystal or something.
Oh, 3 months.
That tackle, it is. You're always on your heels and you're always saving cooldowns and changing your style of play.
I'm still grateful for tier 1 too.
So much value, and you always got to have eyes over your shoulder.
The alerts are not showing. Yeah, I think because
and we just saw last map Cal with 20 final hits there, playing a ton of Wolverine.
So yeah, we're going on to Hell's Heaven. We're going to Domination. Captain America removed. Emma Frost will focus more towards those Vanguards. Opposite side, we have Emma and Loki and Luna banned.
The game was over the overlays.
Shroud X. So we do have triple strategist, or sorry, yeah, triple strategist with the Adam Warlock available, but you know, usually I think triple strategist with Adam Warlock on Hell's Heaven isn't necessarily the best map for it. Usually, I feel like on Domination Shiv, the number one comp that we're seeing a lot of, especially when Human Torch is banned, is that Namor, right? It feels like Namor, Hulk, that tandem can be very good. Also, you know, we've seen how strong that full dive can be with Black Panther and stuff, but you know, a lot of the good Black Panther players now out of the tournament, specifically Self, by a lot of the good Black Panther players. I mean, like the only good Black Panther player besides like Rymazing.
Just cleared chat. Calm down. So dramatic.
Rymazing did pop off on Clintar there in that first map. It was awesome to watch. Haven't seen it since, but you're right. Definitely a strong Black Panther that is now out of the tournament. But now we're going to get into the Psylocke conversation. Techie with one of the strongest Psylocks in tap. And also
are you watching the games?
So we will see that. Look at these bets
here. I'm so excited to see
21%, obviously favoring heavily into that recency bias of the past matches between these two teams.
You know, I want to see what's played, right? I feel like that Namor stuff can be thrown out for Shroud X. I think that's actually, in my opinion, the best thing in this meta, right? We'll see how Tap does in the Psylocke. I think it is good, flankers especially, but without the Captain America, because that was banned, that might impact Techie in the performance. Regardless, I do feel like on Domination, we've seen so much good Namor play. It feels like it always wins. We'll see how it pans out, though. Shroud X versus Techie is beginning, and I mean, both of these teams definitely want to win map number 1, because if they don't, it's a bad precipice moving forward, as both these teams, if they lose this series, they are done out of the Ignite series.
Dongmin already on point, and with the team, Avery gonna take that space right
Thank
back.
you.
Here
yeah, I got my hair done. I got bangs, and then I
just to buy some
got
time.
a
I
lighter.
don't believe the passive was popped just yet, as the space is on here by Techie around this natural cover, and the point is not quite moving just yet. Doom with the throw, try to find something, but no, this is a decent map for Wolverine just due to the
Make sure you look for Sen. Techie is so good. Why is it Techie on Team Techie?
Very threatening, and we might see it right now. No, not able to do so. His vision, great focus there. Down goes Avery, and we talk about the success of Namor into these heroes that play aggressively and try to find early picks.
A challenge for any of you guys who've never watched a hero shooter before. By the way, now coming into the side, we'll talk about it later. Incoming aggressive play by Nook as well to keep the team sustained against Odd with the copy, but they'll be missing one because Avery went down early.
And the whale goes out. Infidel and Doom.
Why'd I just get a message? Can I suck on your boobs? No offense.
Their whole team goes down. A Shroud X up with 3% and counting.
Definitely back to the original topic, like we've seen in terms of these first fights, right, in the entire map, you can see who's doing the most damage. If you're not looking at just stats, in terms of old charge built, if this is your first time watching a hero shooter, Vision building a very fast ultimate, Tap also doing the same thing. But I feel like the constant presence of this Namor is really annoying for both of these characters, for both Tap and Avery. I think both of them are sort of not necessarily hard countered, but soft countered by Namor, as Vision's just pumping out so much damage, building so many whales. It is farming up Techie's Stratus ultimates, but
no,
it's hard
it's
for
on
Avery and Tap
Instagram
to purchase any sort of space.
Her name is
Yeah,
Jose.
I really like the composition here from Shroud X to help against that Wolverine.
Name Jose in chat.
Which is not matched on the other side. And here goes the tackle. Eye of Agamotto out from Dongmin. Finds a few, but no value off the ultimate just yet. It does get matched with it all. Doomed. Gonna find Ad early, and that's nice as Ad building up to that ultimate at 61. Doom trying to get a second pick here. Dropping back there into the invisible boundary. The entire
when I tell people like the things that people say to me online, like in person, they're always like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that." And I'm like, I'm so
60 on the ticker here.
Like, used to it. I just think it's hilarious.
Wait a minute, is that is he looking through the wall there? Did you see that on the okay, we might have to look at that later. That's insane if that's a spot on Wolverine to look through on that box.
No shame.
That's interesting. Regardless, I do think that this Namor Hulk stuff feels like
it's the meta on domination,
now,
exactly.
even with Human Torch being
so
available at times. It's not in this series. Here comes the fastball special from Avery.
Yeah, and here we go. Avery trying to find some value in the back line. Misses the tackle there. Does have this last stand ready if need be. Going to push the front line directly in the back line. And that's how the combination works. And that's a setup ult here from Blur with the clobbering.
Come on,
too much healing out right now. The whale does land on a bunch, but it's not enough to get the pick. Psychi lied. Woofles goes down. Doom. Vision.
See, I don't want Shroud to win, but it'd also be cool watching like Sentinels versus Shroud.
Not a lot of value, but as I say that,
watching Sentinels roll
Nuck. Shroud X going to use Fidel's invisible boundary. Punity takes out Blur. There goes Brute as well. And this could be enough for them to win map 1.
I feel like these days it's tough to really say like a comp gap and stuff. By the way, as a potential touch comes through, Ad just wants to give it up. They want to go to the next round. But I think this is the first time I feel confident in saying that is a comp gap. I don't know, like it just felt like the Namor was so oppressive. The Hulk, I mean, the Hulk is always looking for Tap, and Punity's entire job was to hunt down Tap, make sure that he was not comfortable. And then on the front line, anchoring was Dongmin. And then, you know, you had constant plays from Doom, just so free on the Wolverine.
Gosh,
no
look at
eliminations
17K
found
healing
onto anybody here on Shroud X.
Dang.
And to me, that's as one-sided as it gets, right, Shib?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, that was so fluid. Like I said, I think their comp is just insane. I think it's so difficult to go against. They have that invis to counter and help with the Wolf, which, yeah, you see over Blur on the, you know, he's playing the thing here for the reason of not getting tackled. And although he is right now,
did you change your name
just
by
not as much value as something like a combination with that team up with Hulk and Namor. It's just so much more there. Yes, you can throw, but then it does not help an additional teammate, like something that happens with that Hulk Namor Gamma Squid team up.
Absolutely. I think right now Techie's going to have to look at things, and in this next round, I mean, Namor also comes more online, right? You have these pillars to work off of. The map moves up and down.
I can't see with
so
the multi-chat.
The variation that I think this Namor can take advantage of. Meanwhile, Techie's
I thought they were the person in my chat who always says weird things that don't make sense.
We'll see if it pans out for them. Maybe that damage on the front line can be a lot, especially since people will say how Hulk can get hard countered by some heroes. We'll see if Impunity struggles with
Which describes like half of you.
Bucky.
And out immediately goes that dance of the butterfly from Tap. Doesn't find value, does force out some cooldowns.
I'm going to tomatoes and a jalapeno. Oh, I hope they're yummy.
Here with the Meteor M, but not able to get that position.
Yeah, there could be a lot of people in chat.
Impunity on that Hulk. Gonna pop that ultimate and try to own the space. Dongmin up goes Brute, does not land again.
No, but they say things that they think are like.
And that's an early strat line pick.
Life-changing
pick. You saw the
truths,
block also coming through from Vision with the blessing, so he was in the sky blocking that meteor.
I'm pretty sure they're just always high.
Back those Visions went down. That is removing a lot of damage with that whale, but here comes Dogman with a huge eye Wakamoto. No, doesn't connect on anybody.
Yeah, and the
I'm surprised Shroud didn't ban
holding on to that Luna ultimate, just keeping the team healthy on point. Nobody got point yet, Avery, and that's the pick you need if you're on the side of Techie, but it does get matched. And down goes Avery from Dongmin. These trades back and forth as Blur now finds another pick on Dongmin up in numbers. Techie.
Come on, Techie.
Up 3 as Doom goes down. Tap finally showcasing the power of that Psylocke Blur onto Impunity. And
this is their rank up game right here.
Finally taking over point and with the momentum shit they needed to.
Yeah, Avery's farming up those Kraken impacts so fast onto that damage from onto the Hulk of Impunity, and I think that is definitely a big.
Do you guys like watch partying these games, or would you prefer I play?
Back to Bruce, so we'll see how that impacts things. But regardless,
I definitely want to watch party the Sentinels one.
Techie for sure, 14% on the board. Vision's going down early was the biggest thing. Taff, that's a huge pick to find. Unfortunately, Vision tried to go for the block.
Dagger's been played so much. I know. I have to like.
And here comes that butterfly.
Change my mind. I thought Cloak and Dagger was terrible.
The whole team goes and down goes Tap.
I want to watch party. Okay, cool. I like both. Okay. Yeah, watch parties aren't always a thing. So.
Up 2, trying to get this point back early. 33% is a bit, but it's not enough to be that impactful. Up goes the whale. Down goes Woofle's Vision. Always landing those heavy as Nook takes
at least they got like 45%.
Take this point back.
They're still holding.
Yeah, I think based on what we've seen in terms of North America, I mean they portaled. Block on both sides. Here he comes through. Here comes the strength through the portal.
Trying to get
see everybody's
as much
working on blocking,
percentage back
making
as
sure
they
you can
can.
body block those people coming to the point. But I think it is a valid point to say Vision is probably the best name or one of the best namers in North America besides like Delena and Ryan. There's also a few other ones, but regardless, those have kind of been the standouts so far in the Ignite series. Now for Shroud X, they have every ultimate except that Namor Whale, but he's building it so quickly. We'll see how Techie responds in this upcoming fight with the Kraken Impact. They won last time this fight at full ultimate charge.
Yeah, it's roughly even across the board here in terms of
charge. Did they balance for the pros?
Adam and Tap are going to be low in terms of the charge here. So this fight likely going to go in Shroud's favor. At least odds are. Brute going to take this space early, holding onto that meteor end, ready to play with the freeze there on the Hulk. And there's a nice tackle. The last stand out for
informational commentary or commentary about the day.
Woofles now uses the dance floor. Brute gonna keep the pressure on and take this point hopefully back for the side of Techie if they want this. Avery goes up, but it does get matched again. Great work by these counter alts from Fidel, who are finding perfect timing here. And again, Brute not able to land that meteor M. The strat line here again for Shroud X. We mentioned a lot, playing so intelligently and patiently.
Yeah, Dongman also blocking that one.
Now they win with this. Oh, they're all shooting the Cloak and Dagger, trying to get that pick in their ult.
Getting that Hulk bubble, playing in the dagger or the Storm Dagger, Storm Dagger. So right now they're able to come back through after those cooldowns are popped, and now Tap is just there to clean up again. We saw this previously from Techie.
Yeah, Ad finds Dongman, Tap onto Fidel again. Techie is finding their way back onto this point, but will they be able to get the charge back? 80% for the side of Shroud X, which is a good start here, just kind of stalling and holding and falling on that point for as long as possible, but Techie in a good position here. We do have Vision, who's ready to launch that whale, but that is about it as Avery will have Kraken.
Thanks for following.
Yeah, when these fights go on, I think Tap's going to follow through after cooldowns used to stay alive. So right now, Techie taking full advantage of the Psylocke, but you know, we've seen Shroud before again with this whale find eliminations through these Shroud's ultimates. It's on Ad, I think, to save those crystals, but it's so hard, so much pressure coming through as well.
Too, like hoping they can do enough burst damage.
We'll see how they act. I mean, Avery with that with the Bucky ultimate, the Kraken impact could go big, but right now they're leaving Tap behind right now on the flank, just kind of walking in. Namor Whale ready to go.
Yeah, and again, they are just getting this charge up 81%. Techie doing a good job here. This is what you need to see to try to get this match tied up.
Yeah, that's true.
Pull again, and I like this.
C&D players again just always die every single time they ult.
Value here and does have that Kraken ready. We know how strong that could be, but Shroud X up in ult charge here. They've got to make a play quickly as Doom does, but do they get enough value? Vision going to clean that up as Tap goes down, and that's a nice pick. As Tap is very powerful and almost at all. But Avery,
has C&D been banned at all?
Do we see more of a Dogman going to slow that
pace? You still see Luna
and that's a 3-piece here for Avery.
Loki banned, but you never see C&D banned.
Make it 4. Do we see 5 Avery? Avery showcasing that it's not over for the meta here.
Let's go, Techie. It was not looking good that round one, but they stepped up. They stepped up their game.
Invisible boundary, but oh no, it's not there in time. Nuck just a little bit too late, but it just happens. The Hulk cannot stall for long enough. And
I don't know
maybe this
about
is what we
ban.
heard in those interviews when people were talking about how Hulk can get countered
Yeah, I
by
don't think
certain
I've seen her
heroes.
ban, but I've never been watching a ton. I usually only watch like with stream or if Sentinels are playing.
That was just so clean by the side of Techie XD, right, man? I mean, that was beautiful from Avery, like you said, with the Kraken impacts, and they brought it back around the corner.
Yeah, I like the change in composition there. I think the change from Avery was game winning, or at least map winning on that point.
I was sitting in this chair earlier, actually, too.
In these team fights and not overcommitting, and always had an ult up. Besides one fight, which they still won with a pop off there from Avery, is we're gonna see Vision make that change too.
And I want to see how Shroud-X reacts, right? It seems to be back and forth in terms of heroes, but domination.
Every team is comp. Yeah, that's true. They all. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they all practice with C&D. So
we'll see if they'll sort of react well, because you get rid of Avery on that Wolverine from the previous map, so that does make sense why you can go over to Groot now. Don't have to worry about the claws in your face.
Avery.
You have to deal with Bucky on that Kraken impact.
Can't type and play. Benevolence does it. So
he's going to maintain that Wolverine. It's not going to be matched by Techie, who we're finding not as much success, and that's just due to Fidel on that
impunity. Oh, he has a face cam. Wait, they have face cams on
them? We do see the
them?
reset again as the teams will hold on to 0.3 for game one. And this just goes to show you Techie, they want this W.
Face cam's always been a thing.
Can they come through as they are up in ult advantage?
Tap poked out early. Everybody sort of playing back with these hooks from Visions, whiffing on both sides. Avery also looking for his own, right? He was able to get so many of them in the previous round. We'll see if he does it again. Last stand also only halfway.
Because the grand finals are in person, right?
Trying to force out a Shredder's ultimate, comes out a little bit late,
some of these people just refuse to show their faces. Like,
can't dash away. Fidel finds him. Nice job with the physics to bring
so
him
in
back
person,
in.
they'd like be forced to.
Will it connect? I mean, everybody's faded away with the cloak. Nice job from them to
they
keep
go
everybody
to
healthy.
China?
And up two members of their team. Shroud-X surely have the
it's in
advantage
China,
here.
really?
Use Shredder's ultimate to respond. Wolf comes back through with the Fate of the Worlds. Nobody's taking the point just yet, but oh my god, what a wall there from Impunity to block off all of the healing. The damage follow-up is there. The portal comes out late from Blur, so they'll have a chance to contest the point for a little bit longer, but Tap's going to go down as well. He's made the swap over to Wolverine. Everybody else is going to go back to the spawn now as Techie resets. Shroud take control of the point.
Shroud-X down in ults in the first fight. Not only down in ults,
they considered me for their team. I said I'm not doing a face game, and they kicked me off.
Committing again, making sure that teleport doesn't get value, and then not overcommitting ults, and
pro
now still being up
player.
3. That was a masterclass on defense there by Shroud-X, who held on, being
so they could
down
stream
in ults.
like this. That's cool.
Walking in now.
Only like a couple of them are actually face camming. I wouldn't want to show my face because I feel like that takes away from
nearly 5 ultimates
keep playing. You're like worried how you look.
So quickly, just had it in the previous fight. Tap now over to the Psylocke, Avery over to the Wolverine. So they've had to make a few swaps. And Avery, oh no, got picked early. The hook from Visions created that opening.
I know, Channel. I'm just joking.
You probably just want to go for a fast reset, and that's tough because it was so efficient. No, you get caught out by a Shrinking Prison as well. The follow-up is there from the Terror Cape, and it's one by one that Techie falls as they have to keep backing up, dealing with hooks again. Tap has to dash away, but it's gonna be so hard to live, able to barely live, getting the healing from his team. Brute now respawns, and Techie nearly halfway to losing this map in the third round.
People wouldn't be using CD and again, 0.5 seconds. Yeah, that's a good point.
Techie XD's got to show up here, but Shroud-X really well done. You can
they are running invis on Shroud's team, but that's because they banned Loki and Luna.
Because it doesn't matter if they take the fight first. Let them come to them. Try to
which might be part of the reason Techie's like able to do so well here. We got the two best supports.
From escape, find a pick early, but as I'm saying,
no Adam. No, Sentinels was running Adam Warlock though, and won the game with the Adam res.
Does not come through as the bubble likely protected. We do go up here from Brute. Will this one land? Heading towards the back line. Shield not able to stop it, but there is that bond out to hold on the point. And at this point, Shroud-X is just trying to get to 100 or 99.
What sport is that? Is that baseball?
Invisible boundary. Dogman, with the big potential there, does get clipped by the ceiling, but that could have been terrifying.
Yeah, could have been terrifying if that connected into the back line. Tap, though, with the Dance of Butterflies is as terrifying, it looks like, because he's able to take down
baseball players are that tall.
And we talked about how good this guy was on Psylocke before. He's been a little bit quiet in this map, but it's been hard for him to find these eliminations by himself. Needs his team to help set him up.
Face.
And Techie finally controlled
that objective. You have to have a camera on you, too.
Shroud-X, who have ultimates ready to go. In the next fight, they have nothing. Techie XD.
Yeah, I mean,
basketball,
Techie
do I care?
now, at 10%, but Shroud-X It's one fight territory. They should have the teleport back for techies. I think it was used a little bit over 3 minutes ago. I'm not 100% sure on that. We will find out, I guess, the hard way if Shroud X is able to retake this point. They do have ult advantage here. Impunity, you know how strong this combination is. You see here, Impunity and Vision. Just keep your eyes out for that, as we will see that Strangling Prison very shortly. Waiting for the cooldowns of the bubble to go away. Waiting for that shield to go away, so there's nothing to stop it. And then it will get launched here.
Techie, come on,
Techie. There it is downtown. It just finds one. They crack it impact off. The crystals get burned out. Do they find enough? The reset does go through.
Okay.
It was on a Loki clone, and that is the counteracting.
Loki's MVP right now.
Crystal, it does get another pick as Vision now is reset again, buying time, waiting out some of these cooldowns.
Bucky. They need to ban this Bucky player immediately.
But it is now matched by the invisible boundaries. That a two-piece there, as both cooldowns were used. So I think that actually both strats actually overlaid there.
Yeah, overlaid is not ideal. Now Shroud X sitting back. Maybe Doom can clutch it up.
Psylocke,
ready to go. Wolf's coming up.
Psylocke is busted with the MS team up, but MS banned every single game, so he's not really.
Lose all that healing on the front line. Is everybody trying to stay alive due to the
I guess Top Person is a really good Psylocke player.
Maybe with the no, is that on a clone? No, he did find ad, but
he's so straight in the gaming face would look so ugly.
Only to connect on to that.
Your mouth is like half open.
I mean, Shroud X just has to play slow and main. A lot of poke damage coming through from them. But they're still looking to kind of fight this. They're sort of making it scrappy as now they come back through with that portal. Hooks can't potentially come through. It slows down the thing. Has to jump back to his team, but they just play around this back corner of the point, right? Make sure they cannot go down to these walls. Also set up tap on that flank. Visions now ready to go with the Kraken impact. We're building up towards 99%. Avery finds Impunity, and the save from Wolfos comes through with the fate of the world. Snuck is there on the backside.
Yeah, if you really think it, 3 million, you're so right. Like maybe a life-changing amount of money for whichever team wins.
The Kraken impact, Vidal also goes down. But no, you can't CC that wolf.
But it's also gonna have to be taxed. But like, money is money. Like even if you end up coming out with like 100 grand out of the 3 mil, like. So a team like Sentinels, you know, if you play for an org, do you actually go home with that money, or does the org take it? Because they're already being paid. Like if Sentinels were to win, do the players get?
Despite being down in ults in multiple fights, it just was all about that final retake. Once they got the point, they just never let it go.
No, I don't know how much it is per player. I'm just saying like 3 million divided amongst everybody, and then also tax.
Yeah, really, that switch to the Bucky was huge. I think Avery.
I just said even if they only get 100k, 100k is 100k is my point.
But I mean, just what a performance by him.
The org
also
takes it first, and then they get a cut.
There was so much value found in that. So
that's like the purpose for the org to hire players, I guess, to make money.
Round number 1. Struggling, same thing with Tap versus that Namor, but that immediate switch to the Bucky has resulted in the side of Shroud X sort of not panicking, but figuring out a solution.
Like 10 grand, 10 grand was 10 grand.
Was doing way too much, and Avery, I think, I mean,
I'd be mad though if we won 3 million and they only came out with like 10 grand.
But he definitely popped off there.
Yeah, definitely known for the flying composition, but that switch to Bucky was it. Right? As soon as that happened, Tides started turning back in their favor. Speaking of Tides, we did see a lot of this Namor, which was switched off there towards the end, but found a lot of value early on, just not able to get the,
1.8 to 2 million. It depends on the country too, right?
What a play here by Techie.
So a lot of these
really showed up when they needed to, despite Shroud X.
Yeah, I'm curious how that works.
Majority of those 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this kind of comes back down to it. This was probably a more obvious version of you know how we see these teams practice. You know, we see like a lot of teams just figure out, okay, this comp can't be played, okay, this comp can, right? We saw with that Psylocke and alongside the Wolverine.
American team wins, China can just do it towards the net.
Bucky, it just feels like that
American
can't stay alive. Impunity was struggling, and then we see round number 3. They decided the real answer was to swap Visions back over to a Bucky on his own, and I think in that mirror we saw they were so close to figuring it out as well with Doomed on that Wolverine, but that reverse sweep, that sort of steady climb back from Techie after the swap back over to that Psylocke, Avery onto that Bucky
depends which country wins too.
You know, despite I think was it Guru that said it or was it Bogart?
I'm sure there's Canadians and Americans on some of these NA teams.
On Psylocke, he's so good.
They get paid with a sign-on bonus sometimes, but when you win, you can get a big
not that it's a crutch or anything, but there's so many good Bucky players in North America, and I think Avery looks at home on that character. Same thing with him on the Human Torch, but he looks even better, I think, on the Bucky.
Whoever invented taxes is
waiting for the walls to go
yeah, we don't need a
greets
or anything, or
what the idea of the play was for Shroud X. So just a great switch. We can't say it enough. Techie XD taking map 1. Shroud X in a position it looked like they could have had it, but then faltering in that moment, which, you know, it has been the storyline of them, but I know they have the capabilities to get through and pull back a W and sweep this back. But we'll find out if they can do that
What if your dog has an emergency, Nico, and you need somebody to take care of your dog? What if she needs like surgery? Did you see there is anything you like from the Steam Summer Sales? I did not. Is there anything I should buy? Oh, marbles time. Please don't crash. Please. Stream might crash, just a warning. There we go. Oh no, this happened last time we tried to play. It like wouldn't even... It just times out every single time. Come on, I'll restart it once. I might just have to, you know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll uninstall it and then I'll reinstall it. Okay, I'm back. Thank you, channel. Yes, Steam has been restarted. Uninstall. I think the only thing I can do is just uninstall. Okay. It's a small game. I did, my soul left my body. I had to come back. Turn it off and back on, that's the solution. Uninstall and reinstall. Okay, it's 16.
Welcome back, everyone.
17% complete.
Showing up map 1 and taking it from Shroud X. Will they proceed forward, or will Shroud X bounce back?
Yeah, it never gets old.
Very shortly as it now goes into Convoy
that,
or Convergence, and the choice is Shroud X.
Yeah, want to see where they take us, but I mean that's the biggest thing is that you winning a map off of a team that seemed to have dominated you so far. Like I think that's definitely huge for the momentum shift
it's
in
already
terms
almost
of the
July
confidence
1st,
of this
isn't
team
it?
to win a map off of
Philip,
Shroud
I
X, who has
said
been
don't
very good
bother
against
me
Techie XD, although it's
until
been
July.
close and competitive every time. And this is what we're talking about with the ego death situation. I feel like Techie XD, you know, they're kind of proving not that, you know, it's tough. Envy is a hard team to beat, don't get me wrong. But I think Techie XD, I think even though they didn't get first blood versus a, you know, top tier team in terms of the signed teams, Techies they've sort of proven throughout the tournament they might be the better team overall in terms of an unsigned roster that deserves to be picked up. Across the whole roster, I think that they definitely have top tier talent that needs to be looked at for a lot of esports organizations.
Okay, nap time.
Yeah, and they're starting to branch into that conversation we had about a very strong composition of that divey, you know, cap and Psylocke composition with maybe even Torch, as you know, Avery can get up in the sky. Obviously, some of that stuff is getting banned out, but they're not afraid to pull that out, which has found a ton of success in this tournament so far. So they have that in the bag.
No, you weren't just commentating. You needed to cap
even
a
in that moment, Avery pulling out the Bucky and getting so much value with those pulls. It's seemingly, you know, honestly, a little bit of it has to go to Shroud X, who had ult advantage and just couldn't couldn't quite get a ton of value, but that is also good positioning there by Techie.
Interesting how often Araka
I think we're in
has
for a
been
banger.
played. Oh yeah, because the teams take turns
first
choosing the map.
had gone down to the wire for both sides. Shreddex capping out to 99, and then like you said, Techie kind of coming back, sort of cloning themselves back into it. We'll see what the
both
bans are
teams
this
always
phase. I know
protect
that
mag. I've noticed.
Potentially on a convoy and convergence,
I still
looking to play
think it's
that
interesting
potential
that
Predators compositions. We'll see how Techie reacts
excuse
to that.
me,
I know that comp is good, very hard
bans
to play.
mag, and then NA bans Emma.
We'll see what they opt to do, right? We do have that Ultron availability still here. Also Loki bans coming through now.
Yeah, that's
on
a
the
picture of me.
not wanting to deal
Oh,
with
Bedactor was the person I was trying to remember the name of earlier.
Tap on that character.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that makes sense because when you lock in that Magneto, it does. Although you think, you know, you can use the Meteor to counter, a lot of the time that bubble comes out, it makes it even more difficult and you waste the ultimate anyway. So there is value in Magneto in countering it, but at this level of play, they always have that shield ready with the ultimate to keep moving forward.
Best
Wolverine
of
going to be
5,
protected as
so
well for Shreddex. They want to play
times.
that character again as they did on
Techie won round 1.
For Techie, I want to see what they do. Will they even protect the Wolverine? Do they want to play around it? I think you kind of at times need that Wolverine in case they do play Groot. And the Doctor Strange ban comes through because they don't want Dongmin on that hero. I think Dongmin talked about how he was, his words not mine, missing Meteor M's on Magneto.
Hopefully it's good.
Maybe putting him over to that Doctor Strange was helpful, and getting rid of it now for Techie. Maybe they want Dongmin to prove he can still hit those Meteor M's on that Magneto. Dongmin, a very good Magneto player, by the way. I think he's just being hard on himself. But now Luna Snow protect from his side Psylocke ban to make sure Tap can't play that hero, and a lot of targets towards both Avery and Tap, it looks like, for Shroud X opposite side.
Oh, Shroud ban.
Sure that Shredded
the Loki, which is very smart because the Loki saved
on that Wolverine
the
again,
game
and that showed a lot of
for
value
Techie so many times last game.
Mode, but on Arako here, you can be very aggressive, and we talk about those portal plays. And you have
only played BO2 and BO3.
We definitely will see some of that, but also that Punisher you can set up here after point 1. Shroud X going to be defending, obviously. Curious to see if they will run that triple, but you can find those off angles with the teleport as you're attacking as well and get behind the enemy holding you tight. But we will see what it looks like as we dive in
BO3
here.
is when it started falling off.
Obviously, this one went to the side of Shroud X, but it is a new game, and Techie's really showcasing that
my dad would always make doo-doo jokes about Call of Duty.
But still, Shroud X favored to win
Call of Duty.
Yeah, maybe Shan listening to the advice that domination can be a bit 50-50 sometimes, and you know, if one fight doesn't go your way, you give up so much percentage. So, you know, domination, maybe not seen as the most strategic map out of all the maps in Marvel Rivals, but it definitely can be the most important map to win, right? Even though at times it could feel random, it's still one-third of the game modes, right? So you have to win on domination, even if at times it feels unfair. Now on the attack of Techie XD's side, we're going to see them play the Hela alongside the Bucky, and with the
I like the vampire map. I'm not a fan of this one.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen much of that. I think Blur definitely has it in the bag, and Blur's not afraid to pull out things like that
right
as well
here
as they press forward. But you know, definitely a different
people just go
decision.
spoil world spam at it. Interesting, they're playing with
I'm a little bit surprised. I think they've seen. I mean, the other teams have found a lot of success with in the past, but maybe it's just a little too risky. And since they don't have that strange teleport back, that's probably why they're doing it, right? It does make sense.
I wonder if they win if Dong is going to be the one that interviews.
Doom taking that height in case
somebody else I think was using a camera.
They can immediately drop them in that garbage bin that is that opening here on point 1. So smart idea, but it doesn't look like it came into fruition. As Avery presses forward and is staying on top of that Bucky. Fidel gonna find one on Tap here and put Shroud X up on the D.
I don't know anything about him.
Pick off onto Tap, and you know, as we talk about the group being in play and no Wolverine right now, Doomed on the opposite side, another Wolverine play again, grabs him, brings him back to the team. Dongman there with the follow-up. So Techie,
if I was a pro, I would make my name WAP.
Wolverine, but also when you're against that Groot and don't have your own Wolverine. So right now, Techie having to figure things out. They have blurred
so every time they spectate me, they have to say WAP.
A little bit of space towards this backline and force early Shroud's ultimates because they have been built first for Shroud X.
Yeah, and it is at this point up in advantage for Shroud
working
X.
on the weekends. Yeah, if you call this work. Working very hard right now, actually. Thanks for noticing.
You're liking to play that Groot a lot more. Very, very good Groot. You just got to see some big.
It is a lot of work babysitting my chat.
Prison's coming up here. Not going to find Blur, and that's another early take from the strategist lines on Shroud X prior to these fights as they're trying to play aggressive here. We talk about Blur able to play that Captain America as well, already making that switch.
Oh, the Hela spot.
Trying to find an off map. Instead, gonna like to go back to the back
like
line and get healed up.
And now they go on through. Meteor M coming through on the backside. Also, Kraken impact from Avery connects. Brute creating a little bit of space for him, kind of giving that supportive backline as it's met by Shredder's ultimates, but the first pick has been found on impunity.
Yeah, and up goes the Meteor M, but that's a downtown throw. Not able to make that happen. Good idea. Just going to try to stall onto the point of Downman. Is able to get healed up using that dagger storm to stay healthy as the dance floor is matched on the opposition from Techie.
Ult the hello does not miss.
Back in the favor of Shroud X. Excuse me. Will Techie going to match that as Blur? Uses Captain
Come on,
America
Techie. You can get this corner. After this corner, it's smooth sailing until the last point. This first corner is so impossible to take sometimes.
Nice pick there by Vision onto Avery.
That's why I hate this map. I feel like teams rarely get past this first little area.
Yep, they also commit that last, final stand on the backside.
You think they're gonna do
really just
team skins like Overwatch League did? I think they're seeing the mistakes that Overwatch made and not doing them.
It's tough that ultimate is now removed. That was the one advantage you had going to this next fight. Now we're down to 60 seconds left on the clock. So much time has been chewed off the bank, and usually we see this time chewed off the bank when there's like a triple Vanguard,
to make skins based off of people with actual names, or it's not good to name characters after real people, because real people
their practice here. This looks really clean. Obviously, a pretty strong defensible position, especially right here in this corner. Sometimes you'll see the invisible woman get popped out just to try to get that push off map at this first point, but not going to be chosen here. Instead, they're just feeling confident with their composition. It's all about this next fight now. Avery,
it's true. Yeah, so I think that they won't do that.
Right towards the back line. It does. Brute and Blur gonna find two, and that's a good start. Make that three. Are they gonna collapse on it?
Yes, right off the bat.
Potentially look for a tackle off map, matched right back, but we do see the dance floor. Tough to take that out. Try to wait out the shield. Not able to do so.
Am I just allergic to this sunscreen? Well, every time I put it on, I put it around my eyes, but it somehow makes my eyes like burn and tear up.
Canceled. What a hook there from Avery. Lucky. And now here comes, oh my goodness, tap on the back line of Wolverine. Shuts down them with his ultimate. Oh no. Gets beamed by this Punisher, but eventually the
nice. Let's go, Techie.
I
think Techie can full hold them here too.
That could have ended things. Impunity tried to eat it out there, but now we're entering the second phase of the map. And this is the worrisome part for Shroud X. Not a lot of teams do well here. I think in the second phase on defense, although we do see Wolverine succeed on this point of the map, and Doom does have that ultimate ready to go. So I'd be curious to see if Shroud X can kind of find a little bit of stability here. It's like I said, very hard on this second part of the map. Not a lot of teams can kind of hold this attack back here, especially with 2 minutes in time bank on deck.
Neutrogena, Hydro Boost,
I may be mistaken, but I think
hyaluronic acid moisturizer with sunscreen.
I think they went to an Ultron composition, but you're right. It's a very difficult position to hold.
Put it above your eyebrow next time. I put it on my eyelids. So I don't want my eyelids to get burnt, you know?
Right and left on height, so it does, make the backline, the strategist, a little more nervous and forced to look over their shoulder and try to get a pull there.
Burn eyelids suck.
Using all those abilities.
The Neutrogena one used to burn my eyes too. Oh, you used it? Oh, shoot.
By Avery to help out a teammate as they do
stop using it.
Up in numbers, and that is a strangling prison from downtown. Dongman gonna take out two. Down goes Brute and Avery. We said a very strong Magneto and showcasing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough last stand to use there. Doomed committing on that flank. I mean, they're going to win this team fight, but all it cost Techie was that Fate of the Worlds, right? Committing 3 ultimates for one. Really? Now onto the attack, tap close to his own
been out in the sun very much?
So we'll see how Shroud X do. I think that ultimate is just so impactful that it's tough. You don't really want to waste it. Unfortunately for them, Shroud X losing that ultimate for this next fight. Both duelist ultimates. So I think the Vanguard Dongman going to have to go big in this fight, but it's hard for Captain America. Freedom Charge sort of negates the value of Meteor M with the overhealth.
Oh no, why?
And here comes the beginning. Avery lands that crack and doesn't find a ton of purchase, and there's a throw from downtown Dongman. Not able to find anything there. Alt advantage going to be up here just slightly for the side of Techie, but we'll have a counter on here from Ad. With that Meteor M goes up. Will it land? Looking for one, and bang, it goes down. Purchase again.
Awful, makes you so sick.
They're gonna walk forward with it, and here
like the Tula sunscreen thing. Okay, is it moisturizing?
And they're gonna follow up with Brute and Blur Waffles.
Never gotten sun poisoning? Oh, it's bad. You just get like really sick and dehydrated, and you get like a fever.
The payload, I'm not sure if they touch, but we'll see. That's the tough part. That's what I said about wasting last stand, is you can use it after all these Stratus ultimates are over and just connect flush.
I love when people like fall asleep in the sun and they have like their hand on their belly or something, and they have like a nice outline.
We've seen teams struggle in the second phase of Morocco, and you're seeing
it seems like getting kills with Maggle is sort of difficult in programs, yeah, because they're anticipating it. They're ult tracking. They're like, hey, like, Mag has ult.
That's definitely slow down Techie's attack.
Like, save your shield for it, or like, you use this for it, or she bubble me when I ult.
Tap, who with just an insane last stand, that ultimate gets so much value, especially if your team's coordinated.
I think getting Mag
choose all your cooldowns
ults in general is difficult.
Some of those abilities directly in that path. Just get that raw damage on everyone, as you see Avery using some of those E's there to just plow for the backline as they do.
The same thing happened to my eyes with Neutrogena. Okay, I'm not using it anymore then.
As you press through it, and then again back as a defensible position as you push right to the point as the spawn is so close. Doomed. Gonna find a last stand
yeah, is it louder than me?
The back line, but no, gonna take the high side. Vision walking through here onto Brute. That's one. Keeping the pressure forward. Out goes the boundary, but still Impunity cleaning up Avery. They need to keep this pressure on and not let him go too far, as this is already a very strong push here from Techie XD.
It is a little louder. Okay.
Incredibly strong. 40 seconds left to go now.
Let me know if it needs to be turned down more.
Techie, I mean, they can sort of work themselves back into this fight. Doomed again with that last stand. He could go huge on his team's side. There's no crystals as well for Shroud X though, so it's hard to live even through.
Sun poisoning is a general type of sunburn. Shows up with nausea, fever, and body pain.
I'm gonna have to look out for both.
Yep, I've definitely had that before. Terrible.
And the space is taken. Alt advantage roughly.
I used to get that in marching band because they'd have us outside in like 110-degree heat, marching and running.
Value just yet. Burning some of these walls. Wolverine actually able to charge those claws on Brute walls. For those who don't know, Doomed gonna find Brute early, and that's good for Shroud X on the defense. Can they keep the pressure? Avery uses that Kraken impact. Can they get the reset? Not able to do so, but they switch over to Doomed here. Doom does have that last stand, and here
marching band, I played guess. You guess.
But still, yes, actually Blur finds a two-piece. Vision gonna find Ad tap on a Dongman, and it's traded, but that could be back in Techie's favor as they push towards the end here for point 3.
You don't march with an oboe.
I mean, in that case, both of these Wolverines win for the last stand. Taps was just a little bit bigger, also had the follow-up from Blur.
I got on a beach trip once it took 24 hours of my summer enjoyment. No. At least you're only sick for 24. Still sucks though. I used to do mission trips with my church in summer. I don't know how I did that. Out in the heat.
I do think Wolfles with the freeze there actually was game changing. It was a mini freeze. Wasn't for long,
the oboe's so sensitive. I played the flute and piccolo.
Nobody's on the point. Oh my God.
And I was so upset because they didn't let us march with a piccolo. Like, you can't even hear a flute, but you can hear a piccolo.
Well played by Shroud X.
Techie C9
coming through in the clutch at that last point, right, Shiv? That's huge, I think, for Shroud X to finally close it out there, but they got so far. Techie,
someone with a music degree, I hate marching band.
They got all the way towards the very end of the map.
It was fun. It was a big time commitment. But when you're a kid, it's like something that's that time consuming is good for you.
Defensible position, so they were close, really close. So that is going to put
back in my day.
Scary spot in the as we move forward here. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Techie XD in a tough spot. No, Shroud X is attacking.
Building decks in the middle of Central Texas summer.
On the defense, I mean, that's what we saw when we went to that third phase of the map towards the very end. Not exactly a lot of cover there. The only way that I think Techie wins that, and you said it earlier, that was a big freeze as well to slow down Doomed with that last stand. That was definitely nice and clean from Wolfles. Definitely a very good Luna Snow player.
I wanted to be a saxophone player, but
the Wolverine play has been clean.
My band teacher was like, "Nope, we have too many saxophones. You're a flute."
Or for tap rather. Okay. Now that we move over to the attack of Techie,
I could have been really good at the saxophone, but so much cooler than the flute.
Considering how things went first fight, I mean first point, there was so many lost team fights. It's hard, I think, on this first point for a lot of attacking teams until you sort of reach that second bend. So we'll see how Shroud X does on their attack as Techie moves on to defense.
Yeah, apologies, we first use my piccolos instead of flutes. Yeah, true, because they're actually loud.
Holding up tight here.
Well, I'm 25 now, so get ready for back in my day quotes.
Gonna try to find another, but Brute
when I was young.
Comes up from tap, obviously playing that. You see Rocket right now, just trying to keep the team up here in the front side, buy as much time here as possible. I was surprised Shroud X didn't do this. They don't have the access to the stranger to teleport back, so that makes sense. But
I think it's downloading.
So clean on the defense on this first point that it didn't really matter.
You can't join from YouTube though, channel.
In doing this, they're gaining those ults quickly. Brute almost ready. Add at 71.
Yeah, I'll see if it's fixed after this game. We're watching a game right now.
Just wasting time is the goal here. They want to see
triangle. Oh my gosh, yes.
And Add finds
I wanted to play triangle. I was just trying to be lazy.
We gotta build those ultimates.
You could be in the percussion section, but they're doing a lot back there in the percussion. They do the triangle. They have to do everything.
like we've seen a lot of good Punisher players do, but now Doom's over to that Squirrel Girl. You usually see this kind of
yeah, I have like 500,000 viewers on YouTube right now. Check it out.
Yeah, this is essentially, it's like you want to use this just to you want to do so much damage. A bunch of damage out here right now. Burn every shield you can. Avery, great eye, and they fight.
I just started multi-streaming like a week or two ago.
Holding firm, keeping them in the spawn door, still holding on to 3 ultimates. Almost 4 here for Woofles.
And I do have memberships on YouTube for $2 if you'd like to become a member.
Make sure they can get out, but they're now going to have every ult in the book. This is their fight to win. They have to do it now.
I mean, they're getting cheesed on the backside. Early clobbering time.
But on YouTube, they only have like 5 emote spots.
But they need to find a big ultimate from Impunity.
Yeah, and they didn't get much there. Out goes the Squirrels.
And the fish watcher, nice, 500,000, same thing.
Could be very valuable, and it is. Down goes Blur with a combination from Doom, keeping the pressure forward. But that res comes back. Numbers are even. Don't forget that. That's where it gets tricky. Oh, and what a move there on the side of Woofles to juke that meteor. And
let's go,
Techie. Up in this fight, Techie putting on a masterclass of this triple Vanguard, and there we go.
Yeah, at first, the very first round, it didn't look good for Techie, but now they're doing awesome. Squirrel Girl on this map makes sense. See, that's what I said. This spawn door is the hardest part of the game.
One of the hardest maps, I think, to break through this triple Vanguard. We usually see it on maps like Midtown as well. But because you have that inside, because you have your supports and your strat is so healthy, and there's no way to really jump on them, they're just in such a defensible position now. And a portal recontest coming through from Techie.
Yeah,
I'm like taking notes as I watch for the portal.
You can guarantee 3, and that is so impactful, especially after you hold
Hi Gonzalo, welcome. Hi Lily.
So they need to clutch up here. ShroudX needs to find value with every ult. Any mistake will cost them.
Oh, it's not in the normal category. Oh shoot, thank you.
With the clobbering time, and this Brute's very close as well. Oh, there's that clobbering time. Doesn't
I knew I was forgetting something.
But can they follow up? I don't believe so. Impunity with a mean strangling, and they're not able. They are.
I can't tell if I have coffee in my eye or sunscreen.
Again, taking down 1, but what do you know? The res. Oh, great teleport. Insanely smart. Getting a second. They needed that here. Vision again. There's that eye. It does find. Oh, it doesn't find any. And will they be able to take out Dung? And they do. Woofles finds a pick there, but ShroudX still taking this pressure. 30 seconds.
Yeah, probably will. I reckon
maybe a little bit too far forward there. Techie rezzed as well. Brute. So Brute
I reckon on the tube and the Twitch.
And that thing now swapping over to Captain America.
It's weird seeing 2024.
The Doctor Strange. So currently Techie still holding on, like you mentioned. 16 seconds left. This
hold
is looking even better than ShroudX's.
I mean, look at this composition. You see
I got white monster in my eye this morning.
Doom. That is massive.
Oh, did that bird?
Just a demon out there in the back line.
Oh, I hope I have another energy.
We do see it all very close here for Avery. Is going to hold on. Can he make a play to clutch up for Techie as the pressure is getting shoved in here? Nuck is going to use that bond, but it does not result in too much. We've got to hold on here. We are in OT, and now it's all about these.
They say Nuck.
Back there. Vision close. Fidel close.
I think his name is Nuke.
Does this meteor land it needs to? And it's reflected by Cap back into the moon. Avery holding on, and here comes the eye, and it does land on Fidel. Fidel falls. Nuck on Avery traded right back. Vision with that ultimate falls.
It just burns a bit. I'm just put this in my eye really quick. Let's see how much energy drinks burn. I was gonna get Red Bull, but these were on sale. They're Zoa. Apparently, my friend told me that these used to be the Rock drink, and that they would sell these drinks with the Rock's face on it, but it didn't sell.
Point held by Techie XD. They are up 2 on ShroudX, about to close it out and send ShroudX out of the Ignite series.
Wow.
Yeah, he owns the brand. Really they still have no. His face isn't on it anymore. It's just Zoa.
The entire defensible game, excuse me. But that's crazy. Like they were running that triple the whole time, never swapped, stayed consistent.
No sound alerts for YouTube. That's fine. You know? Oh, for the following. Michael, thank you so much. Thank you for becoming a member of our society.
And that was just showcased right there because ShroudX definitely making the right plays, and they were coming through. You can see the stat lines.
Oh yeah, I can add. I'll have to add
those.
Not
getting as many finals, but still they played strong together. It's just that too much time was burned at the beginning there.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the first team to kind of do that Doctor Strange banning was a team like Team Envy.
I think they have like 6 members now or something.
Making sure they can't play that Doctor Strange, and it is true. I think you bring up good points alongside the fact that like they have a really good Doctor Strange
Dwayne
player.
Rock Johnson is co-founder of Solar Energy's images like Mr. Prominently featured on the product's branding. Not anymore though. They took his face off.
So far, right? Shroud looks to be like a team that's sort of kind of coming back right after, you know, sort of not necessarily struggling in other tournaments fully, but just like kind of coming together as a unit. And right now, Techie taking the limelight straight up, right? I mean, they're able to just do so much, I think, through that triple Vanguard comp like we saw. And then also, I think like Tap had a masterclass on Wolverine as well. And we've talked about this man a lot. We've talked about the backline. You talked about Ad, Wolfels finding a very crucial pick at the very end on Division. So
that's why I was like, when I saw that the YouTube thing is called members, I like it sounds like a cult.
So we talk about teams like
on Twitch it's subscribers,
unsigned teams, but Techie deserves all of the credit for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think this was really a product of ShroudX not playing well together. I think
they
it's
can
just
start uploading member-only videos just for
together.
us.
They just looked so good.
That is true. I did see that
option.
option.
Some sort of value, whether it was forcing out a strat line alt or if it was getting a pick and it just kept happening.
I think The Rock sold it, but it still shows up on some ads. Oh, okay. He sold his face along with the company.
So really just did a good job keeping his team healthy, and you know.
Yeah, I was saying this Loki was carrying. He did so good. Like 17k healing in the first round map one.
Right now, Shib,
I think Luna had
it's
9.
Unfortunate for ShroudX because they are now down 2. Right,
but
they're
it's cult. I wouldn't say it's not.
On. Let me check something real quick, Shib. You talk for a second.
YouTube just feels more cult-like for some reason.
Just in the meantime, which I was going to mention, we talk about Ad. You mentioned the strategist line, maybe not getting as much love. Ad has like been an MVP like 5 out of 6 of these 6 games, with the duelists being as strong as they have been. So really well played in the backline, good patience and focus, good utilization of ultimates. That final fight just so consistent, good trades back and forth, and it was just clean. It seems like they studied up on that map and they figured it out.
Also, I have bad news for any ShroudX fan. Unfortunately, Shroud is watching the series, and based on what we've seen, when Shroud is not watching ShroudX, they win. So I think it'd be best not to, listen. I love Shroud.
That's how I feel
I'm not a superstitious guy, but if you're a ShroudX fan, it might be best.
I think the curse is broken.
The stream. Make sure you guys let them know to go somewhere else, go outside, stop watching. Maybe just leave your computer, let the game play itself. You can have your chat.
Let me see if Marvelous is working.
For ShroudX, I think he might be bad luck for his team. Not to be too superstitious or anything, as much as I love Shroud. We'll see what happens with this team. Can they reverse sweep? We've seen it done before, Shib. We saw Envy do it day
everybody feels like the curse on their team is what I've noticed, though.
Kind of come together right now against
the Marvels isn't working. I'm upset. Sorry, guys.
But it's going to be domination.
No Marvel rivals tonight. I do have to use the bathroom though. But
ShroudX, can they do? We'll come back from a break in just a second for map number 3.
Struck down by living chi.
Oh, thank goodness. I was like, yay, it's our favorite song again. Hi, Prospero.
Game set, but is it match? Techie XD up
you ever
two, and you may
like
not
to
be
try your hand for casting? I've gotten that question a lot. No, too stressful. I stutter too much.
Yeah, that's the tough part for Shrodex. That they've been a team that has kind of
I don't think you can give memberships. Oh, Cervantes, thanks for becoming a member.
That's the difficult aspect of this game, is that it feels like you can just any given day lose to anybody. And Techie XD is a team that is
my birthday weekend was very good, but I am exhausted now. I'm like,
so much. They as a unit play
together. I'm partied out.
You know, so many scrims, so many times in VOD review
I had a lot
they
of
discussed
fun.
the game, and I mean, you can see. I mean, the amount of passion they have for the game is visible. And if they were to win it, Shrodex,
to have another job. So she streams less.
As an unsigned team,
the GoPro or become a caster.
But for Techie XD, they're right there, right at the very end of getting into this next round of the loser bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment. We talk about how Shrodex has been in these positions before where they've been ahead and weren't able to follow up, but now it's a matter of fact, can they bounce back? Like, that is something that we need to see now. It is going to be another map in their favor. They are going to make the choice. I do think, you know, strangely enough, insane coaching decision from a team.
I did wear the dress. It was the right choice because it was like just casual enough that I didn't feel overdressed. It was very cute.
Especially against Techie, but when Techie does the triple Vanguard hold, it's a whole new story.
Yeah,
Friday night is the night to go out though if you don't like people very much.
And, you know, remember,
because nobody goes out really on Friday night anymore. Everybody goes out on Saturdays. Saturdays is always so crowded, and then Friday is like dead.
A convergence, right? So that will be map number 3. Convoy was the last one when we went to Morocco. So we're not almost there, and Shrodex did beat Techie on that map. Now, you know, I'm having shades of the other day when Techie lost to Sentinels on a map like on Spider Islands, right? When we remember Spider Islands, they were so close to beating Sentinels.
Which team are you pulling? Sentinels. I want Sentinels to win, and Techie, but I want Sentinels to win the whole thing. They work hard.
So I wonder, Shiv, do you think this team has finally?
And they got some solid people.
Really painful.
I think they're all nice too. You've never heard anything bad about any of their players or anything. I think they're all very nice.
I think it definitely can. You know, it's all about the day, right? We talk about, you know, teams can study up, but it's still a matter of who shows up on this day. All these teams are so close in margin. It's so difficult, as you see by our brackets. I mean, we've been watching every single game, and all of us are trash.
Yeah, we did IRL dress to impress for my going out outfit.
It is insane, but we are going to.
Might need to do it again for my Vegas outfits.
I would have expected, but I'm curious to see what they're going to play and who they're going to ban.
Yeah, I bet you. I wonder if there's that one nerd in chat that's like, actually,
every single day before I go out in Vegas, we'll do a little IRL stream. You know,
no way
chat. What do I wear today?
Going as it did.
Dress your streamer.
I don't think many teams had Techie XD.
Pose 28.
Did you, Shib? I mean, I don't think anybody had. I mean, we had this team on the radar.
Put your hands behind your back. I'm surprised I remember that. And you like stand with your legs apart, and then you like kind of lean forward.
Together at the right time.
Yeah,
black and silver dresses are going to be, they are very much more Vegas, so.
Had bad losses, which I think kind of puts a bad taste in people's mouth where they're unable to get a win.
Gifted 5? Wait, I'm so confused.
Back on a team that has beaten them 4 straight times, and now
5 gifted
2-0 in a series that you only need 3
you
to
gifted
win,
5. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It is crazy.
You're my first ever gifter on YouTube. Thank you.
As well, is that Dr. Strange got protected. Sorry.
yeah.
Shot for the laugh there, but my goodness. I mean, they protected
Dr.
What is
it? Did Reckham get 5 as well?
Now comes to the opposite side.
Yeah, I think that's for
you guys both get 5? Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. You guys both did it at the same exact time. Wow, thank you guys.
Really wants a chance to showcase what he can do and bounce back.
That's why I was confused. I was like, wait.
I'm curious.
Did Gonzalo gift 5 to Reckham or? Yay, thank you guys so much. What's happening? I don't know anymore. What if they add bald as an option? Like a bald cap? That's a good idea.
Especially because it is convergence.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. I think that this map is that's actually a good.
Come on, Techie, win this quickly so that we can watch Sentinels, please. Thank you.
Right, on convergence, so like the triple Vanguard, triple strategist spawn holds.
5 get to buy me and from the other 5. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
You could have someone sneak around, right? Like you could have a Psylocke sneak out and grab
Mozambique was one of the gifted winners.
It's impossible. It just doesn't make sense, but it is, you know, it is a decent thing to bring up because obviously that hasn't been the case, but it is kind of curious.
Hey, Sand got one nice in Rainbow, nice.
They do lock in that
in Onyx.
comfort pick.
Day one in
that's actually a good
Vegas,
point.
a nun
maybe it's not
costume.
that it's
See, I would be
impossible.
so
Maybe it's
down
more
for
the
that
teams
if
haven't
it
tried yet.
wasn't
Maybe,
July. But I'm going.
Because if you do a
think I would die
Strange, I mean,
of
like
heat
you have the portal back
stroke.
to point 2, right? So I mean, it's tough. I
I
guess
gifted
for, like,
one sub
your
to
strategies set
myself.
up and stuff. And
That's not a
we've
gift.
Seen Spawn Door holds as well in other games as well, but
I
suppose
thought they
more
won
level
already.
Spawn Door holds are a lot
It's
harder
best
when you
of
don't have cover,
5.
like you mentioned. So I don't know. Maybe
So,
if
like,
you figure out these maps,
Shroud still has a chance to win. If they win the next 3, then they win.
Cheese, especially with the Spider-Man
How
over
you
to
do it?
like Trust Me used to do like Spider-Man. And then come
Yeah,
back
thanks,
on Venom
thanks Phil
and
for
Doctor
teaching
Strange
everybody how to
after
give me
pull somebody up
subs.
to the
Thank
Vanguard.
you.
So it's definitely
Or
something
memberships.
teams might think about in the future.
And here we go again, off the rip here. Very defensible position.
Do
We
people
do
get
see
banned from
Ultron elected
Rivals
to be
for
chosen on both
smurfing?
sides' vision. A very strong Ultron
I've never
has
seen
found
anyone
success
get
in the
banned
past,
for
found
it,
some
but it's
dummies
something that you can
actually
report
against
people
Techie
for, yeah.
Racco. So a good choice here, definitely changing things up as we see Impunity.
Anybody know anybody who ever got
on
banned for
Invis. You've
smurfing?
got Nuck on the Cloak and Dagger and the Psylocke out for Doomed.
I'm gonna start banning everybody who beats me for smurfing.
On Magneto, and there will
Hi,
be
Brick
a
Prince.
from
Frank, you just got
Wolf.
gifted a
Excuse me,
sub
the
on
damage boost here
YouTube, our
coming out from
membership.
Mantis, which is a little less of a
Hey,
huge
Rectum
composition,
gifted
more of an
5
aggressive
more.
composition.
Thank you so much,
Finds one
Rectum.
early for sure
Thank
for
you.
TechXD.
Yeah, maybe that. I wonder if Brute was damage boosted
It's
for
still
that, because
loading
now
the
they're just
fifth
walking
peanut
on
butter.
Shroud X, and this is
Oh,
sort of
Hot Mom got one. Let's
not a newer
go.
comp, but it's making
Thank
waves.
you,
This sort
Rectum.
of Mantis support strategist composition, just damage boosting everybody, having them come through. Do they even have a touch on the objective now? Impunity gets frozen. Portal has to come through now, but it's not there in time.
Alex, thanks for following.
And that is a tough look. You need to get some momentum back here for Shroud X.
50?
With a 2-piece just to kind of stagger the team out. Make that 3.
Do you mean to do
A
50?
demon here on the Ultron, keeping the pressure on
Oh
in the
my
sky. Ults now,
god.
even
I don't even think I have 50 viewers. That's funny. Thank you so much, Mako. How did Stan get gifted another one?
I know we don't see it
So
all
I'm
that
confused
much.
about
We do
people
see,
like
at least
re-getting
in the
subs.
Asia region, I believe they do a lot of this Mantis damage boost onto the Ultron, get that 165
Oh,
damage.
Stan
body
and
shot,
Stan.
and just 2
Okay,
attack
never
back
mind.
lines. So right now for Techie, they're playing heavily around Avery.
Never
like you
gifted.
mentioned,
Thank you
and
so much, Mako. Thank you guys. Jill, thank you for the 31 months. Thank you. It's still loading them. Minimo. I recognize quite a few of these names. Minimo, Che,
But you know, you get that all
Danny
back so quick
Boy.
here on Ultron, especially if you're able to land those shots, which you know people at this
Oh
level do
yeah, I
not
should
miss.
get more
Out
emote
in the-
slots.
in
Let's
right toward
go.
the backline cap.
Emotes for the
And trying to
2.
distract there
Thank you
very well.
guys.
Down goes Doom. Good play there by Blur. Good focus and dive. Great positioning early on. Again, an advantage. Out goes that eye by Dongmin, but still counteracted here as we do see a ult from Nook to keep the pressure forward. Vision is going to be playing. Oh, so they completely switch over to this composition that they're comfortable on. And here comes that
This is the
damage
first time my
again,
YouTube
with
chat
Nandor
is moving
being
faster than my Twitch chat.
We'll see if it pans out.
Because everyone from Twitch is on YouTube right now.
In this fight, though, oh my god, very aggressive ult from Doom. Met
Thank
by
you
Blur
guys.
with the freedom charge. Vision's gonna go
100
down on the
subs.
opposite
Let's
side.
go.
Here we go, Brute with the 2-piece. Just keeping the pressure
Hi Joel,
forward.
how you
Techie looking so
doing?
good. Impurity gonna drop
Time
back
to like
Dongmin
the
on
stream.
Avery.
Thank
That's
you.
the
Make sure you
trade.
like and
Two
subscribe.
charges go down. Trying to help you out in these long sustained fights. This will be the fight you need to take. But Tap takes out Impunity before they can even get eyes on.
Yeah, Techie, like they started off bad and then I don't know, they just warmed up or they like figured out how to play against Shroud because now they're just absolutely rolling.
Hold on to that point. We do have Dongmin full HP, full shield
We
ready.
migrate?
to
I
buy
guess
some
so.
time. And here comes the Tap Psylocke ultimate. Out goes that dance, and it gets 2, and that could be enough to make things dangerous on point 2 already.
Yeah, first shifted to
With almost
YouTube.
3
Yeah, they
minutes
realized
and
I
30 seconds,
respond to
3:17
YouTube
on.
more.
Down go 2 more. Vision falls, Nuck falls. Techie just
Dang,
riding the wave here for
crazy.
Shroud X.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Tap we know and love.
Wait, I'm
Techie
good. How are you
XD
doing,
play
Joel?
heavily around this man. Give him the
How
damage
does
boost, give him
Philip
whatever he
dodge?
needs, because right now, it's everybody is struggling with dealing with Tap.
Because the
I mean, we
algorithm
saw
hates
Doom try to
him.
go for that 1v1. It's harder for him for sure because he doesn't have that snowflake, that hard pocket, as well as having the potential drone whenever it's needed from the.
I
from
know,
the
they
sky,
got
from the
into a
Ultron.
groove.
So Tap just
Now
has
they're
all
just
the
rolling.
resources, and it's well deserved at the moment.
And here, we're going to see an Ultron's Rage very shortly. It's you initiate with it all the time. You force out the back line, and if not, you get a pick. It's just that simple, especially when you have aim like this. And here comes the aggression right now. They're going to use that movement speed boost just to help you mid-ult so you can juke vertically. As you see, just a ton of movement there. Very difficult to land shots. Nuck going to use that bond to press the team forward. Out goes the blind, keeping that damage boost up. We saw Hulk try to make a play there. Does escape. The Exile just barely missed Vision. And here goes that eye. Dongmin in the back line. Doesn't find enough. to get a pick. It does not. Dongman very low too. Down goes the Strange. And again, TechieXD up in numbers. Waffles using that dance floor. Blur and Brute and Tap ready to launch ults to counteract the Whale and the dance. Fidel can use that invisible boundary. Great counter. But will that meteor land? And it does not. Good block there as they keep the pressure forward. But once again, Techie in great positioning here. Shoving in with 3 minutes and 15 on. Out goes the Whale. Does it get anything? No, it does not. And these trades are key. They just keep going back in TechieXD's favor as Blur pops cap.
Yeah,
on my last 15. Wait, for what?
The difficulty is right now as the wipe comes through on the Techie for Shroud X that because
this
they protected the Doctor Strange,
like top what? Top 6?
Luna Snow. And we all know Luna Snow, you know, that combination with Luna Snow and the Namor Whale can pretty much one-shot anybody with the damage boost timing.
I didn't know you started this stream on YouTube. Oh, thank you, Stone Violet. Oh, so you got the notification for it. Thank you. Yeah, I started dual streaming like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. I don't have any concept of time.
Alongside that Namor, so that pick
oh, until you're off work. Yay!
This series, or at least this first round on defense, because of the
what you gonna do for Saturday night off work?
That's a great point. I do love, you know, you bring it all the way back to the banding phase, and again, another slight win there for Techie, who's just finding these small advantages, forcing them to save that Strange. Really is going to be that advantage we talk about with Self, with the Panther. If they have to ban that Panther, which is, you know, maybe considered more of an off-meta or at least a more unique pick.
Eat and watch you stream. Perfect.
Gonna find Avery here, though, and put it back.
That sounds like a very relaxing night.
Now finding their footing, 2 minutes on as they progress forward. Dongman is holding on with Fidel and Impunity. They got to use these ults quickly before we see, and as I'm saying that, we are going to have Brute and Tap now ready to counteract and try to find something with the meteor and the dance.
It's like top 6 of NA. This is the lower bracket. I think if Shroud loses this and they're just out of the tournament, right?
Namor on this phase of the map can get a lot of work done in his position, but here comes Tap again. Everybody playing in the
probably dodged because I hit join, but I had to close out without my 3-digit pin. I mean, there's people who probably never watched me stream in here and got it, so I don't know. They need your Adam Warlock, right? Replace Kurova with me. I'll play Adam.
To read that, knowing that was coming, the exile misses as well. Impunity just
no, Kurova saved the game with Adam the other day. So I'm curious to see if Sentinels runs res comp tonight. Because they're playing after Shroud and Techie.
Is very valuable, especially as you learn the animation canceled. And there goes that eye. Can they follow up? The Whale goes out by Vision and finds 2, and that is a massive throw onto Avery and Ad.
Huge indeed.
Oh, they don't let you choose a specific person.
So much damage, and now everybody else is getting cleaned up. 50 seconds left to go. Shroud X finally stringing together some fights, but TechieXD, you know, we're entering the end of this point. 40 seconds left to go. Can Shroud X sort of stay strong, stay on course, because they're going to be up against every ultimate, 3 ultimates rather, coming up on 4 with that Meteor M. It's going to be a hard upcoming fight for them as they've only connected on Nuck and his internal bond in terms of ultimate charge.
Yeah, this is a terrifying fight for the side of Shroud X. Techie looking very confident.
TikTok? No, probably not TikTok.
Very close as well.
I don't like the TikTok community.
They got to get back quickly. You got to protect with out there. Good job with Strange to put that shield in front. That was
very too young.
Some time, but again, still
I don't want a bunch of 9-year-olds watching me. Hi Kuna, how you doing? Illusion, thanks for subscribing. Dual streaming is good. It's only thing I dislike about it is that people can't see each other's chats on each platform. I'm not allowed to put chat on screen. How are you? I'm doing good.
Go back to spawn to heal, but you know, unfortunately, Shroud X gets stopped at the very end, and it was a really hard fight, like you said, Shiv. I mean,
GNG can't watch stream; it's restricted. Getting message. Oh no, I have because we had
especially all the cooldowns were used. Everybody trying to play in the Dagger Storm, right? Everybody trying to play together.
I was drinking our last stream,
by Fidel, but because everybody's
so I put the intoxication warning on.
I have
to take that down.
It's just resulting in also Avery with that Ultron's Rage over the top side following up. So just that extra bit of damage as well as the Mantis boost just resulted in so much throughput onto Shroud X, who were just trying to desperately stay alive.
Know your stream.
I don't know how you really play that fight.
Content classifications. Oh, it's not on. There shouldn't be any tags on it right now.
There's so many things that you could change, and I'm sure Shroud X want to discuss
that
later
on. Welcome.
Maybe it's entire composition changes.
Okay, thank you, channel.
Triple threat of this before.
Yeah, I mean, this is you can't really throw
I don't think a lot of streamers put
because you see the stat lines and they look
the content warnings on, but
spot to be in. Techie is just on their game, and they're running this composition they feel comfortable. You're going to damage.
I don't know how much Twitch actually cares. Yesterday was good. I did not do karaoke, no.
Which come back really quickly, and they just keep turning it around. Vision
Alpha on the tube. Oh yeah, hi Minnie.
A little bit with some of these very strong alts plays. You can use that bond to essentially counteract almost like a a strategist ultimate in its own right. So we'll see if that finds value. I'm curious to see if that'll stick around. No, that is going to be changed out. So Shroud X, completely different composition here as we now see Storm, Hella, and Punity is something's going to be changed here.
How are you feeling? I'm good. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pull him in with the Onk, and everybody's just gone. Oh wait, Doomed is the one to fall. Oh.
Wow.
Drunken tomfoolery, like dressed to impress on stream.
I mean, Brute's just him, I guess. Like, this is my. I mean, this is what we talk about. Brute, one of the best Magneto players, but damn. I mean, you talk about mental lapse there. Now they're gonna have to come back through. Doomed over to that Star-Lord though, so they're back onto that triple red.
The only punishment for wrong labels is to get forced labels. Oh.
Keeping that damage out, trying to build towards that ultimate Techie XD.
I'm just a goody two shoes.
In terms of charge, just actually roughly even. And here we go. We do see a complete change of composition. I actually like this a lot. We do see the Guardians comp.
I'm gonna follow the rules.
Able to run that. Haven't seen it yet.
I'm an immense pain. I got my wisdom teeth removed. Oh no! Wait, it's painful for you? You're not taking like Tylenol and stuff? I felt zero pain when I got my wisdom teeth out. Hopefully you don't have like I didn't even take the hardcore drugs they gave me. I was just taking like Tylenol.
That is huge. Shroud X looking like a different team right now with the aggression. Down goes Avery too. Make that 3 for Doomed, who is popping off on this.
Versus G&G.
Will get very close on point as they're slowly staggering down. A couple on the point here. Now, and used ultimate there for Brute, who does not connect. Dongman gonna find Brute.
Oh, did I call you G&G? Get good.
Down goes Tap, and that is point 1 for Shroud X.
That's funny. Because guys will start with G.
Yeah, they use the portal, but see, this is why I thought they were.
I've been taking much of the Tylenol.
Like honestly, I thought they were going to play the triple strategist combination.
If you get your wisdom teeth out, you're supposed to be like cycling ibuprofen and like painkillers.
Really good at playing this composition as well as
you're just raw dogging the wisdom teeth removal.
And the Luna Snow alongside Mantis. I don't feel like it has a massive advantage, but it does seemingly
no
play well into that
painkillers.
comp. So from what we've seen out of Shroud X, I'm just surprised they didn't play it.
I was awake when they removed mine, so the pain afterwards was nothing compared to what it was like as they were removing it. Oh, Philip, that's awful.
Maybe they found that it wasn't as successful, or they didn't need to use it, or
why were you awake?
Right?
Why did you choose to be awake?
It depends. I wish I could, be there to hear their thought process, but you are seeing value out of it so far. Shroud X heavily up in alt advantage. Elite after this is Impunity going to start rushing in with Cap here. Impunity obviously strong on these semi-dive brawl heroes that get in.
You guys were awake for your surgeries? Oh.
Then brawl, but we do see.
Yeah, I think you should have the option to be asleep for it.
Dongmin finds a ton. Down goes Tap. Trying to make it 2, but great bubble.
Depends on the doctor. I know going under anesthesia is always like a risk, so probably best if you're not put under.
But it was a good idea and well executed. Just great defense.
Another one. I just got all my wisdom teeth taken out at the same time.
Tap with his own, dance of the butterflies for that soul bomb.
Got shots in my gun when they removed mine. That was the most painful part of it. Yeah, they didn't put me asleep for the shots in my mouth either. I was awake for that. Was I? I actually don't remember. I think I blocked it out. Cheaper and safer, but more traumatizing. They had already grown in. Both times I was awake and did not experience any pain. That's good. I have sleep apnea, so it's not ideal. I might stop breathing during anesthesia. Oh, scary. I didn't know apnea is like that. I know they are keeping track of your breathing and everything though to make sure nothing like that happens. Let's go, Techie, end this so we can watch Sentinels, please.
End of Shroud X if they can't find, any sort of ground. Again, another reason why in the
I was awake when they put the stint in my artery after a car accident because it was like emergency.
That you keep putting out shit because you notice how much value Brute's getting. Also, you talk about how much
that's traumatizing.
Counters Star-Lord on top of the fact that the Magneto sets up Star-Lord. So there's the fact that they had the Doctor Strange and not the Magneto definitely counters this comp a little bit. So it feels like Techie definitely thought of both things. They thought about the fact that you can't damage boost that Namor. Also, on their attack, they can't, you know, shield their Star-Lord in with the blasters. So many things have resulted in Techie XD having a large advantage here in terms of their compositions.
Yeah, I like how Techie Shroud making a huge composition change here again, electing to no longer use the Guardians. They are going to keep Mantis on both sides for that damage boost, and that's going to be for that Ultron. Ultron dealing a ton of damage, but with that boost, it is
He's going to be stuck in bed for almost a month. Oh, that's awful. Are you kind of traumatized from that, or?
Ultron not able to find much. Going to counteract with his strategist ultimate. This is good for Shroud X. We still have 1 minute 40 on.
Really tired of mashed potatoes. Didn't you like just get your wisdom teeth out? Oh my goodness.
Fighting Avery, that damage boost, finding some value. Gotta get the shield up.
Hi Kenshi, welcome.
And it does block Brutes, Meteor, Impunity onto Woofles, and here we go again. Shroud X with a full composition change is now finding a ton of value. Tap.
Can't eat for 7 hours before. Yeah, that's the hardest part, huh?
Or potentially saving it. Oh my goodness! What an exile there from Impunity to shut down Avery's teleport in. And gonna wall up the point so they can press this through for point 2.
Yeah, they have to slowly walk past it.
Did he mess up?
And, like you said, Impunity, huge exile from him in the spawn. That was massive. Also, honestly, the change to Ultron has helped them a lot.
I think it was just to block shots, right?
Like we've seen
my family did a huge barbecue with live music a couple days after I got my wisdom teeth out. I couldn't have any food. That's torture. So we are watching the Ignite tournament. So I probably actually won't play at all tonight. I'll probably just watch this and then end because I got to pick up some people from the airport.
Yeah, we are going to see another large whale.
Just chilling today.
For landing these things
just like watching and talking.
Obviously, no damage boost besides a Fidel.
Watching and yapping. Today is my day off. I don't stream Fridays or Saturdays usually.
Very good at counteracting that ultimate, as it does give you 55 HP per second, and the whole team stacks in there. That just gives Cloak a ton of charge. So great decision making and great focus there as a team, walking them forward again. And Shroud X now with a minute 40.
I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
They shove in a with ult advantage. And here goes Avery with that rage. Not able to find a ton of value just yet. Dongman ready to try to get a huge Eye of Agamotto, bring it back to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I'm going to be up in terms of 1 ultimate here. Can they take advantage of it, though? Everybody's going to have to group up here. Fidel trying to back up to the team. Did use that cooldown to escape, and Tap's coming up with the Dance of the Butterflies. There's not going to be a ton to deal with it necessarily just yet. As Shroud X with the shield, they could stay alive as well as deal with this Freedom Charge from Lord, who starts it off. Nuck counteracts with the Soul Resurgence.
Yeah, good play there by Nuck, walking towards the back line, not able to find any purchase yet on a pick, and the whole team of Shroud X playing very patiently, forcing out these ultimates. Now only 3 available, as Tap will be there soon for the side of Techie. And here comes everything for Shroud X. Doom is launching all Impunity as well. Dongman with the eye. Dongman finds 2 onto the back line of Avery and Ad, but Tap gets 2 onto the back line of Fidel, and Nuck, and Doom goes down. Wow, what a trade. Tap really clutching up there, needed to do that, and does do it. Oh, great exile by Impunity to escape. But wow, that was almost a Shroud X push through until Tap popped off.
Down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was a tough fight for them. I mean, Dongman, you know, he kind of probably feels like he was the one that wanted to fall. Tap, though, hiding. 23 seconds left. We're going to have to watch that man because we've seen how good he is. Visions on the opposite side with that whale going to be one to watch for as well. It's going to be Visions versus Tap. I mean, Tap on that flank. He's going to be hiding, coming through in the last second to both strategist players with Shroud X who have to be aware. Same thing with Doom.
7 seconds they have to touch here. 4, 3. Will they get on? And they are on right now, so it will buy time. Yeah, they do have 1 on.
That sounded like I missed a really cool play. I left like the worst time.
They're doomed onto Avery. You gotta get the Hulk here back in form to try to fight, but no, down goes Hulk. Out goes the whale. It does not land.
What?
That is trouble.
Why do I have too many grandparents, to be honest? I don't want any more.
Finds Blur though. Out goes the invisible boundary.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grandparents.
And that's a terrifying spot to use it. Is in those alleyways. You really can't counteract much, as it is surprising. Tap trying to find an off-angle play, ready to touch if need be. Doom gonna find Avery, and there is that.
Kenshi, thanks for following.
They do take it through 3 and tie it up, and we go to OT.
I wish I still had 7 TV for YouTube, otherwise I wouldn't
I think I can't watch anymore. I think I'm good. I think I gotta dab
watch
out of your
other than for drops
here.
here.
Intense.
Oh yeah, right?
Like, it's like
yeah, Twitch chat is arguably better, but YouTube's also nice just for watching.
Similar teams like Techie, they had everything to do. They had all of the right cards there.
Airports can be confusing, like the really big ones.
I mean, they read it. Doomed out of the sky. Avery got shut down. Not enough support in the skybox, and I hate to say it's the story of both teams, man. It really is. It's I hate to, I don't want to be mean, but you know, it's the battle of the choke artist sometimes. Like it really feels like that. Like both teams at the peak of the pinnacle of the game, when it gets really intense, I think you know, struggle. It really feels that way because Techie close to finishing out Sentinels, and then you know, in overtime, Sentinels just had the most insane push. And now Techie, when they had all of the right plays, the right tools, they just lose it again. So I don't know, man. I mean,
crazy 26 and 5. Dang.
Like the momentum is still not in either team's side.
Church of the
this is more than a battle. This is a
Taking
war.
out the Ultron. Ooh, that's making me want to play Ultron so much. Thank you, Joe.
You feel the intensity here.
Made spaghetti. Spaghetti sounds good. Want some spaghetti.
Back heavy here on that Strange, and that's why that lock comes through. Doomed. 21 eliminations there. 10 finals, looking really strong as well. And that's on that side of damage boost. But they are going to drop the Mantis now on both sides, at least so far in this composition. It's all about if they can hold it here on point
one, I don't know what that
it
is.
gives you that energy you may need to press through and try to turn this sweep around, get momentum back in your favor. Techie XD had him there, and they are going to actually have Ad go back to the Mantis, keeping Avery.
My eyes, you see, as soon as Silent goes on the screen, you can see my eyes go.
The Cloak and Dagger Fidel going to be on that invis, and they are going to try to use damage boost from the Cloak play.
Right, that's a good point. Yeah, the Mantis only putting that
lagging
on one.
A bit. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why my internet's struggling today. I think my internet provider just doesn't want me to stream on Saturdays because I always have like lagging issues on Saturdays.
That is huge. Yeah, that is huge. That is a massive pick there for Vision. Now it has to be a teleport play back. I mean, 14 seconds on. It's all about the touch now. Keep the pressure on. If I'm Shroud X, walk him in a little bit.
Oh, jeez. It's lagging bad, isn't it?
This fear makes it so they're more vulnerable.
No.
Techie XC clutches up and more resulting their dominance here.
Oh my goodness.
But he hit it. Avery's down.
Fidel goes down too, and that was a pick there.
Can you guys hear me or no?
Commitment of alts. You almost want to hold on when you go down like that, but it's just a tough decision because you can't.
Okay, I think we're back now.
Picks, even being down numbers, or if you need to win the next fight right outside of this garage, that is a tough look. As now Techie will be closer to alt advantage. Oh, that is a really well done job here by Techie to stay patient, even being
Let's
down.
go, Techie. They're doing so good.
With that teleport
I'm happy.
Now, overtime gonna go to 0. Here's that portal that they come out on the other side.
Yeah, it was my. They're having like weird internet issues today.
Yeah, we're gonna see a damage boost come out here, and then the whale to follow right up. Just
I can watch it. I can hear now. Okay, everybody refresh. Sorry about the lag.
Could be terrifying. Tap is ready
We're
for
back now.
another dance of the butterfly. His Cutterflies have found so much value and forced out so many ultimates, and there it goes on the entirety of the stack. They are grouping well as they do hold on. They
yeah, assume it's you unless I say that we're lagging. That was definitely on my end.
Abagumoto shielded, gets the squid. Not enough, but you do get the cooldown out of the name, or that could result in something later on.
If you think stream is muted, usually it's not. Check to make sure that you didn't mute it.
Techie not finding a ton here with these ults, but already Avery back here to use this Ultron. Probably going to pop soon. Impunity and Nuck. Out goes that Eternal Bond again. Vision trying to look for a play, and Impunity with a nice pick there on Waffles. And Vision on to Ad. This could be the take they need, and way to come back.
Dang, it went into OT.
Now all the pressure's on
Where have I been?
They should be able to own this, but we'll find out shortly.
I kind of just like stare and dissociate.
Yeah, I thought they almost won. I mean,
Taco Bell, I get an overpriced quesadilla. Quesadilla. What do you guys get?
Follow up with the whale, slows down that soul resurgence. So Tap almost played it perfectly, had to double dash away, lived. Unfortunately, the rest of his team got caught out.
Oh no!
Like you mentioned, I mean, Techie got it so far.
Come on, Techie.
Shroud now over to attack. I mean, last time we seen Techie in a situation like this, they were midway through the map.
Supreme. Ooh, acai bowl. They have those now.
Now we move over to convergence. Maybe first points are easier to
hold.
YouTube
or to
but
us.
Still, so much pressure on
everybody.
Both teams.
I was lagging everywhere.
Line for Shroud X, Techie as well. They could punch their ticket to the next round. Not to China just yet. So there's still another game they would have to play later.
It's
but
fine
a huge
on YouTube.
Adrenaline dump.
Yeah, it should be fine now.
To be. Is at the moment.
Curious
Techie,
if it was lagging earlier, if it was on Twitch's
so
end or
much
not.
pressure on them to close out
The
against
new chicken nuggets. No, I have not had those. I'm not ordering chicken nuggets from Taco Bell.
Trip to China on the line here. These teams, somebody
that like sounds illegal.
Going to progress forward is going to be taken out of the Ignite series, and I know how much it means
so,
to them.
Shroud hasn't actually lost yet.
As we progress through mid-season, but at this point,
but yeah, I think if they lose this, I'm pretty sure they're out of the tournament. This is already like the losers bracket.
LAN event, so I know teams want it. I can't imagine how these two teams are feeling.
Unfortunately for
Hi,
them,
Joe.
I mean, there's that qualification into stage 2 is not necessary, as they would be automatically qualified. So at least there's some solace in that. But regardless, like you said, Shib, there is
If Shroud
so much
wins
pressure
this,
on them.
though,
Just thinking of ways
then
to
we're gonna get a
potentially
fourth
cope with
game.
what potentially could happen here. As,
Best of 3
Techie
or first to
XD,
3 wins.
Similar comp they played earlier. Shroud X back on that name war again.
Has there ever been a draw?
Yeah, Techie not going to change up this comp at all. They're finding value with Avery giving that damage boost and, you know, throwing to this Psylocke and tap on Psylocke.
In tournaments, I don't think there has been, huh?
Extra damage here. Shroud X already having to press in, but they are shoving them back into that
God, as
corner.
the team isn't even on it. I think he's like the coach.
Jumping all over the place as you need to with Hulk. Out goes that.
He knows this isn't his game. I'm sure if he was like insanely talented at this game, he'd play, but he's a CS Valorant guy. Very different versus a lot of these people who probably been playing Overwatch.
On the high ground, here comes raw damage and potentially getting that all vision onto Blur though.
They
Again,
dash
one of the strongest Namor players of the team, saying the very best in the
I don't
business
know.
on this hero.
They could win
And there goes
this.
that- oh, good blind there, forcing the entire team backwards. Not even
Devontae,
having to
you
do too
jinxed
much.
it. Knock on
And
your
all the
wood
advantages
right
very
now.
Close here. This is going to be a huge fight as we will see 1,000 Qs being popped.
Yeah, I mean, these eliminations are big. Maybe they can find potential staggers. Blur comes back. They needed to find those eliminations because otherwise Shrouded will
Beefy 5 layer. Ooh. I swear the chicken nuggets are top tier fast food nuggets. They have tortilla chips for breading.
Cloak is going to hide everyone.
Oh no.
Is the match back there for the side of Doom?
It sounds like a very Mexican food. Just put some tortilla chips on it.
And take out Avery. Is that enough? Down goes Brute. And it looks like Shroud X are up by 2. Can they keep the pressure on? Shoving forward, but the dance floor is here. They will teleport back quickly.
Tap does have the dance butterflies, but it's met by the invisible boundary. No way.
We're doing a little hit to what? To one from the 2? Wait, that's awesome. Even through the lag. Come on. We want to watch Sentinels, man. And they went their $3 million, so. If Shroud wins this round, then ban Cervantes for jinxing it.
They get the job done and they clutch up when they need to. Unless, no, there's no chance. It's 1-1 at this point, and this is Shroud X as they take home a W.
Dude. I mean, I'm gonna go read Moby Dick after this.
$3 million on the line for this tournament.
Shroud X need to get it. They need to get this reverse sweep in order to break
They
the
could.
curse.
So Shroud, if Shroud wins the next 2 games, then Shroud will make it through. Techie will lose. So hopefully this doesn't get into Techie's head. Hopefully Shroud, maybe somebody like stepped it up and like walked in. But we'll see. I have not watched season 3. When did season 3 of Squid Games come out? I didn't even know this would be a thing. I'll probably watch it tonight. At least the first episode.
If they want to close out versus a good team like SDX.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. I just want good games, and yes, this is a good game. We talk about the only issue with Shroud
yesterday.
talent being they need to clutch up in those and we know Techie's got what it takes. They are such a strong
Prince,
team.
thank you for the 4 months. Thank you so much.
Game again, super terrifying.
I've been putting it off for a bit. I'll try to watch it soon.
Of getting to the land. Wow, these plays were so
probably watch it tonight.
This is one of the most intense matches of Marvel Rivals I have ever witnessed, all the way through to the final point. But that early pick was everything, and Vision finding that value early every time, especially in OT, was massive.
Absolutely. I mean, it was such an incredible game on both sides, and then
yeah,
towards the end, I mean, Vision just came through in that clutch right with the whale. I mean, his own teammate talked about how good he is on Namor. Definitely deserves
Too bad
the praise,
Marvel Rivals isn't working.
I mean, Vision just connected with that whale.
Figure out why. I even uninstalled it and reinstalled it.
It actually, it sort of it alleviates some of the pressure when you do get those equipment squids.
If any of you have marbles on your computer, you should try it. Tell me if you can like log into it.
And it does take off a lot of that pressure of
you can even load it up.
Right, you just have to hit a right click, and then oh my God, those squids
a
are
Saturday
just
stream.
so much
Yeah,
damage.
this is a count. This is just like hanging out and watching Ignite watch party. This is it's not a real stream.
Especially as he was going so high. I mean, we almost saw Doomed go a little bit too far forward, but he saved that.
This is a fake stream today.
Ultron, let Visions kind of do a lot of that dirty work, and I mean, an MVP by Dongman for sure had a huge eye of Locomotive as well.
I watched Overwatch esports. I watched a little bit of the Valorant esports.
well done with 11
The
finals.
Nomura voice actor was having problems with it in his stream.
You're freezing them, you're sending their soul out, and you're putting your Moby Dick on them just to
with
eat
marbles?
both sides. And
Weird.
it just worked a ton, especially in OT. Any pick is value. And
I
they
might have
managed to
Steam open
shut
right now.
down
I'll have to
Techie
close it.
XD in that fight, and
Yeah,
that
I
was
do.
everything. At that point, it was just a
Close it.
stagger fest just to see if they could retake, but there was just no shot. When you're up that kind of numbers and you're forced to slowly trickle through that portal, there is just no way to bounce back. Oh my goodness, what a game.
What a game indeed. Shout out
Wow.
Nikki Jakey for one
Very
of the best,
mature,
songs
Zabe.
of
Very
all
mature.
time. Best rap songs in my opinion. Sorry, Jakey.
No, the
Moby
lag
Dick,
is an
shout out there.
internet
That was
issue.
fine
It's
so much.
not
But
a
anyways, what a series it's
my
been.
computer lagging, Philip.
Techie,
Come on,
I
you're
mean,
a
it
computer
happened again,
scientist.
man.
You should know
Losing when it
this.
mattered most. Same thing. Shroud were able to clutch up. It's down to the wire now. I mean, you could get reverse swept. We saw it happen before with Envy and FlyQuest, and it could very well happen again today.
Dude, I am sweating. These games have me sweating. I have AC running right next to me. I am so invested in these
Philip,
games.
everyone
I love
get
seeing
him.
it tight
Everyone
like this.
attack
What a
Philip.
bounce back. Is the
Bully
momentum
him.
going to shift? That's where we got to, we'll see as we start
I
this
did
next map.
that.
But you got to
Chair-
remember now,
hair.
Techie is going to be
Chair.
choosing this map. It is going to be domination, I believe, as now we've finished all three. So we'll cycle back around. You know, it could be anyone's game.
Could be anyone's game for sure. We'll have to see what map is chosen. I mean, Techie has to go back to the drawing board, see where they played best. And, I mean, they could really play anywhere. I think a lot of these maps they've played solid on. Shroud usually does win on domination, and maybe they could utilize some of that advantage that they finally could get some momentum moving back forward. But we'll see, man. I mean, Shroud are potentially to do it, right? And this is definitely a series you want to tell your friends
be
about. You
bullied
talked
here
about
since
how
I'm not
an
a
incredible
mod. Oh,
series
no,
this
you
has
could definitely
been.
still be
I think it's
bullied.
incredibly intense, I imagine, for the viewers, for you guys
Nah,
watching
6
at home.
following.
This has got to be definitely one of the most intense games of Marvel Rivals esports you have ever seen. So just imagine what it's like to be a player in this
little
case.
dramatic.
For Shroud and Techie, they're both sweating probably for sure.
This is
Make
the
sure you guys are
closest, most
staying-
intense game we've
staying
ever
tuned
seen in
into
our
the stream,
entire
getting those quick
lives.
drops on Magic. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Yeah, no, Techie's gonna win this next one easily. I agree. Our favorite song again. Yay. This is why Ray can't be a caster. Yeah, I'm too mean. This game is historic. Never seen before. I keep it real, Philip, okay? I'm sure most people watching right now are just waiting for Sentinels to play. Like me. The Margarita song? You're obsessed with that song, aren't you? Gotta be my first time watching pros in this game? Oh, they're really good. Aramori and Kurova. I don't know who I'm a bigger fan of. If I met them in person, I would literally faint. An anime? This is Marvel Rival song itself. I think isn't it Luna Snow singing this? Or no? Yeah, it doesn't sound like her. Okay, yeah, I'm mixing it. There's a different song where Luna Snow is singing. It's not that song. Alright, I'll be right back. Minute and a half.
See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, avenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
Shroud X took a map back, and we have a series on our hands, folks.
Absolutely, an insane series ship, and man, 2-1. We've said a lot in this series, and I don't know what else needs to be said besides getting game. You know what I mean? Like, we just got to get casters, get the game going. Let's get in there because, man, I just want to see this next one. I mean, it's literal cinema right now, and you got to tune in if you have friends interested in this game. Maybe you want to check out Marvel Rivals for the first time, haven't seen a hero shooter just yet. Now is their opportunity to watch the esports scene at its peak for sure in terms of intensity, right? I think we've seen an incredible set of games so far. I mean, day one was also cinema. Every day has been awesome.
That's why we're on Twitch.
America. Make sure you guys are tuning in to watch Cozy and Vicky alongside in their cast, as well as everybody behind the scenes. So many people have done a great job, as well as the co-streamers. So shout out those guys.
Hey,
because right now,
I'm a co-streamer.
Nothing else needs to be said except head into map 4 for an incredible banger of a series between Shroud and
I think I count.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I was able to load up Marvel Rivals without any issues. Weird. That's just giving me issues.
Imagine the comms in these rooms.
Well, thanks for letting me know.
These teams, you know, a lot of them maybe not linked up there for a boot camp, but over the web, just the amount of yelling has got to be so exciting here.
Like, the song was originally written to be sang in Mandarin, and that's just the English translation. Oh, that's cool. No wonder it sounds like a little off.
Allowing Ultron through on both sides, but it's seemingly
it's just like, it sounds like a different sound to it, you know.
What Ultron got more value, but it was a
what is that? Marvel Rivals? Oh, friends.
Wholly protect the Doctor Strange could be a factor, as we said with that mag ban, forcing maybe that out later on could also allow them to play that Captain America still. So maybe Techie.
Yeah, I want to hear it. I want to hear it in Mandarin.
That, I mean, they have to have that flexibility to switch between them. You know, I'm curious to see what they do. And you know what? The fact that we had to burn into T'Challa, you know, I think for the side of Techie, the Luna ban was great. And I think you got to kind of stick with that, honestly, because I mean, I would not be surprised if Shroud X wants to run that Namor
speaks
stuff
Mandarin
again, or even ban it out. Like, it just force Shroud X to play something else besides that Namor composition. Because I think
Jeff only knows a few words. He knows nom nom nom.
The Namor
they say anything else?
We'll see what Techie does. I think, you know, they did deal with it well.
I think the only word I've heard Jeff say is nom.
But regardless, it is really good on this map.
Yeah, I'm curious too. I'm wondering why that hasn't been chosen yet, as it is so common. You know, they're willing to run anything, and that.
Oh yeah, he says yummy. He says bye, really? I don't remember that one.
That Luna, like you mentioned, happening there, but still going to be Hulk and Namor available. They are going to have Ultron available again on both sides, at least so far.
Nothing like Jeff.
As we get into the final ban here from Shroud X, so. You know, I think the bans have definitely changed.
When he dies, he remembers by and by. He does.
But we know Techie.
Wait, I can't remember for some reason. I hope they actually play Jeff. That'd be so funny.
He's aggressive,
but not when it's like this close to the game.
Honestly, these strategists that are constantly getting MVP just looking really good out there. Such a solid team, so confident together. But Shroud X really stepping it up in those intense moments.
And they're allowing that Psylocke to be played again on tap side. I mean, I guess the real answer for
they protected both Mag and Strange. Interesting.
You know, go back to that Bucky stuff, right? It feels like the Bucky was shutting down the Hulk. A lot of the value Infinity was finding was negligible. It does really change on domination, I suppose, and also same thing with Convoy and Convergence. You kind of want to stick with the composition. You know, keep up that snowball, especially if you feel pretty confident.
I think it's interesting. They always like do the armor packs right at the beginning.
But it doesn't necessarily feel like Shroud X were hard.
I always forget to do that, like in my games.
Regardless, heading into Burn of T'Challa. The second
Wakanda map of
this series, I mean, it's anybody's game still. Like, I feel like the slight
when Emma
changes
goes,
in composition
no, my
could
baby.
really impact the overall look. And, you know, both teams, I'm sure, are going to roll out with something interesting but familiar.
Yeah, and we see that. Oh, again.
Why does this map look so good right now?
They were on Techie's side heavily in the last
I guess that's what happens
now,
when you play in low. All the settings low.
You got fans on both sides. This is intense. Dongman getting
I
that
forget
strange
to
lock on lock one is honestly, I would have expected it after that performance, really finding value. And then when they do make that switch and they do throw those whales out there, that combination of all
and Jeff Bubbles. Yeah, I forget about the Jeff Bubbles too.
By the way, that's Blade's bed, right? Just off topic.
I think people don't do Jeff in ranks because it gives you like half a second faster. But then also it tilts your team when they just get confused and are like, what am I gonna play? So then they lock in Black Widow because they think you're gonna play Jeff.
Absolutely raging after that one.
Yeah, what we talk about a lot here is they do break the center of this map if you're running flyers right now. They're not going to be doing that because it looks like only Avery, at least Shroud X won't want to, as Avery's going to be the only one in the sky at this point with Ultron. But Blur going to be on the Venom, and we see
insane the amount of detail they put in the map. I know, like this map in particular is very detailed. I don't think the new map is very detailed though. It's very simple. It looks like a Halo map.
The bubble, and that combination is terrifying. Spin to win with the bubble, so you will see Impunity consistently throwing that bubble on Doomed.
Given this year, do no speed out of spawn. Really, anyone does it because your teammates are gonna get tilted. Yeah, exactly. Like Jeff, I'll just throw.
Bucky. So it's interesting that they did play that regardless. Now here comes that Eternal Bond. Ultimates have been built. Only one elimination in the sky though. Dude, nice tracking.
Yeah, great work there by Doomed. I mean, that was disturbing. Just not missing a single shot. And then spinning to finish it off as Doomed finds Brute. Well done again.
Did Techie choose this? I'd be very surprised if Techie chose this because I think Shroud is better at domination than Techie, just from what I've seen.
You know, your meter of flight, because you can actually use that flight during the animation of the Blaster Barrage and kind of take any sort of Z-axis direction, use that ascend and descend, and just consistently juke. It is so hard for the enemy to hit you, especially if you have a bubble, and you get alt charge incredibly quickly. And at this level, you'll see them doing it all
Would you rather
the time.
Play against a really good Star-Lord or a really good Psylocke?
That Magneto went through, resulting in these bubbles coming through on the Doom in the sky, able to get so much value on Magneto, blocking the sky, the Meteor on the other side on Brute.
And Doom goes up, just buying time at this point. Not going to get a ton of value.
I don't know which is scarier, Psylocke or Star-Lord.
And here comes, they do a great job of using that Dagger Storm to counteract, but Ad still finds
you don't have time to react to a really good Psylocke. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Which is the reason I think Emma's always banned over Mag.
And they're going to potentially bond up, and that is
they're on
very
Adam Warlock.
May not matter right back into the res again. Remember, when you're on Warlock, your body is the beacon for the res. It's not the location of where you put the beacon. It's actually where your body is. So walk in after the fact.
Oh, did you guys know that about Adam Warlock? They res with the beacon. Wonder if they know that Soul Bond goes through walls.
Still there, Avery gonna take out Impunity after that. Double whammy there. It's gotta hurt, but 66 already for the side of Shroud X.
And they're still alive. They come back through Eternal Bond. They're building up all that point, and that was Vision, you know, with that huge Resurrect on the bottom left. You saw him slowly sort of walk away from the point, Resurrect Dominant, bring him back into the fight. Now they have Eye of Agamotto after Wolfo's ultimate is gone.
Here goes that eye. It does not find
didn't get anybody.
Getting some value with those over the last map, and nothing there. Not going to res back up, and still Shroud X. All that matters right now is they're holding on to this point. They're not too worried about it.
Ooh, nice. Okay, but he has a self res.
We'll find out shortly if so. There goes Doom with that spin. This is what I'm talking about. Notice
Techie's running
very difficult to hit tap on
Ultron
after the res.
instead of Adam.
As now Avery
I wonder, why do you think Techie's running Mantis?
Two more. Great work. Make that 3 as Avery finds 4. An absolute demon here with the Ultron.
Damage boost on Ultron, maybe?
And sometimes you have to be that sacrificial lamb if your Vision, you know, on that Adam Warlock took the brunt of that damage from Bruce.
They know right click can't headshot. I know, right?
Him going back in that
so much Adam knowledge.
But they're switching off of it. Now they're going back over to that Namor composition. I figured, you know, they were doing good actually with Doomed on that Star-Lord.
Why do you guys think they're running Mantis instead of like a cloak and dagger? Maybe just more damage.
Over to this character onto that Namor, just building up a whale, considering they only need to win one fight.
Without res comp.
Sort of Storm and Jeff combination with the Eat, you know, nowadays we see it kind of with this Mantis now alongside.
No, they're not running res comp, they're just running Mantis.
With Doomed on that Ultron.
And here we go with the engagement again.
Because she's cute. Yeah, Borky's the only right answer.
Right into the shields. It does actually wait a little bit. It does go through, but that combination ultimate essentially wasted. As it does actually, Fidel does force out the bond at least, but that shield from Hulk Impunity, incredible timing.
And Shroud is back on the Ultron. Yep, they swapped up Adam to go to Ultron.
Has found their rhythm, and there is that change as we're talking
Poor Adam. Not even the res comp is enough for them to play Adam anymore.
Want to seem to ban this thing out, but
wait, that's actually really smart of Shroud. They play Adam, get their reses out, and then swap to the Ultron after getting their second life.
Looking like Techie will hold on with ult advantage. The whale goes out, does not land, but it is taking space. There goes that eye. Does it find value? I don't believe it does. So that's a couple ults that are being used with no avail, but they do have point. Yeah. That's good
damage
call.
boost Ultron. Yeah. Yeah, they just put damage boosts on Ultron.
Didn't mean to ruin the flow. Tech.
Oh, you're good, brother.
Reclaims it. 52% on the board.
So the lower level player running Mantis as they throw in diamond rates. If you only have one other support.
Of a round, and also with how Techie was playing around that you saw.
Mantis is a good win rate in all ranks. I think the reason for that is because people only really play Mantis when they have like res comp or a Widow.
Everybody avoids that center area, and there's no Luna Stone in the game.
What's Mantis's pick rate is my question.
Avery again starting off here with Ultron's Rage. Gonna look directly, and you can kind of see how tanky that Gamma Squid is. It is tough to take down, but that is a huge combination. There's that combination they were looking for before, as both Blur and
come on, Tap, bring this back.
85 on now, and now Techie XD with a reverse sweep in terms of point percentage, gaining their way through. Will they be able to touch with the teleport?
I think they just used it too, right? So there's no portal play here now, and they have to send Impunity to touch, but he's going to go into Bruce Banner form, and you know that unfortunately with that character, you know you'd lose that point percentage for a
that was
second.
clean.
Here he comes, overtime ticks down. Do they have ultimate
Mr. Butter, welcome in.
Anything? So I mean they're just funneling in.
Yeah, be right. If they'll ever use the portal, they kind of screwed themselves. Nice. This is making me want to play Psylocke.
A little bit on point, but at this point it seems inevitable. Like Thanos, Brute, and Ad holding on. His Ad now pops off, and at this point,
and I'm gonna try to play Psylocke, and then I'm just gonna get like absolutely rolled.
Techie with a nice patient composition, holding on as Blur takes out Fidel, excuse me, and Waffles, and that's gonna be enough. As
her outfit, I know her look, her magic look are like my favorite ones. I just love the purple and the butterflies.
I don't know. Like I liked it at the very beginning. For sure, but maybe not halfway through the map. I don't know.
Nice,
nice job. Doing well with visions on Star-Lord. Just let him cook, man. I mean,
letting her tested my patience.
Like,
oh, for sure. I don't have patience, so I don't think I could play her.
I don't know. I mean, there's got to be some reason in the comms. Maybe Doom not feeling totally comfortable in this.
Okay, they're going back to the res comp.
There's a lot of things I'm sure going through.
I think Tap is doing God's work on Psylocke.
Map for the name war, but you can see what happens when teams are prepared, ready to go against that name
23-0.
or sorry, name war whale, especially when you have Tap on the other side. 23-0. Man didn't die a single time.
Are you kidding me?
On top of 8 elimination or final hits.
Yeah, I mean that's disgusting. But I'm with you. Like, why change the game? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was working really well for you guys, and you were holding on tight all the way to 99. And then come back and
literally copying me right now.
It was necessary as they were playing so well with it. As we do see
getting
the
dipped this round, yeah. The whole players.
Well, they're getting off the
why those emotes to the whole players, man?
It makes sense if you want to go for dives and stuff.
When Mantis revives, does it count as a death? Yeah.
They're really messing with Impunity's hero pool right now because he's done the Hulk, he's done the Magneto, he's gone to a lot of stuff. We'll see what happens, but Techie XD.
But running res comp, like when you have a Star-Lord on your team, usually he like just farms stats. Like I've had Star-Lords with like 20 plus stats because they just keep self-reviving, and then my reses them, and then same with like if Adam uses his revive, somebody dies, and then they die immediately again after getting revived, that counts as 2 deaths.
Gets a 3-piece, an absolute beast here with the Eye of Agamotto, and that's how you need to start this map if you want to start getting some charge and progress forward with an advantage.
So you can get 3 deaths in the span of 5 seconds. If you die, Adam reses you, and then you die again, and then you self-res, and then you die again.
In comparison to Brew with that Meteor M, the damage negated. For Shard X now, they have to come back in. Meteor M is gone. Doom should have a free ultimate after Shard's ultimates are gone, but Tapped with the Dance of Butterflies is always scary to look out for. Fidel gonna have to watch that. Also, Tapped.
Who are you guys rooting for right now?
Before these Shard's ultimates are popped, but the Resurrects are always a thing you have to worry about with the Adam Guardians composition.
Yeah, I think right
or
now,
do you just not care?
Jump on the Luna position.
Everybody's just waiting for the Sentinels game. Becky, Shroud.
But the difference is when you have Warlock or Bond available, if you have that sleep ready from Nuck, it is far more difficult. Yes,
Becky's what ends faster, so we watch the next game faster.
Any sort of dive positioning, and here goes the spin to win by Doom.
Shroud, Techie. Yeah, so he's a little bit split.
Res likely is up, hasn't seen that fall, and there's that Res Nuck on to Brute. Back on this composition, things are looking up again for Shroud X, who are holding on to the point.
Techie because of Tap. Is Tap pretty cool? Are you just like a big fan because they're really good at Psylocke? Waiting for 100 Thieves to beat Sentinels. Do you think? Let's do predictions for 100 Thieves versus Sentinels because I really think you can go either way. I want 100 Thieves knowing. Why is that? You just hate women or?
3 minutes.
I don't know. I mean, like,
you're not rooting for Sentinels and you hate women. I don't make the rules.
Is massive. No resurrects for Techie XD, right? So Blur going down. I believe it was Brute
Hey,
also
Black
falling.
Muzzle, welcome.
A lot of these, even one
It
elimination.
is. It is the $3 million tournament.
If you trade out an Adam Warlock who has the res,
Period.
that
Thanks for
matters. By the
following.
way, lurking over the top, ready to go for a dive onto the back line.
Alt advantage again, Shroud X.
I don't know anything about either team, so I'm rooting for Shroud right now because they're behind. Okay. that's what you do with any sports. Just whichever team's losing, you root for them. Hi, I'm good. How are you doing?
In the grand scheme of things, Avery gonna get walked on here by Mantis.
And right now, Techie's in the lead. For the whole tournament, I'm rooting for Sentinels. Yeah, some people have base camps. I was told, I don't know if this is true, but somebody said that they send base camps to everybody as an option to use. It'd be cool in the future if they make it like a requirement. Show your face. It is Woofles. Yeah, there was actually a big ol' thing on Twitter because Woofles was rank 1 Luna Snow on this game, and
against an Adam Warlock, Cloak and Dagger, and Mantis, or any
Flats made a video, like I think the #1 Luna Snow and it's Woofles, and then everybody was being so mean because they're like, I used to flame that guy on Overwatch.
You're unfortunately on the Mantis, for as good as it is, like you get so much damage.
Yeah, no, Woofles is an amazing Luna Snow.
3 people can just resurrect back in the fight, and you're just giving up that entire.
People made such a big deal out of it. Like, God forbid somebody gets better at a game, you know?
I feel like nowadays
they're like, this is proof that Marvel Rivals is easier, and like, I think it is. Like easier and harder in its own ways.
Stuff, it's a little bit different because it's harder to set up those res locations and stuff, but yeah, at least on
Get in
Domination, it feels
Rivals.
like the Adam Warlock comp kind of beats it out.
They were
Now,
probably
Techie
fine at Overwatch, but like, once you get a reputation, like, there's no like coming back from that reputation, you know?
They are going to elect to go back to the beginning, trying to
I don't really know anything about Woofles.
And it goes out, and they are going to heavy commit. Can they find something? They do. Impunity onto Avery. What a play here by Shroud X. Gonna have to.
They were good in Overwatch, but I know what you mean. I got flamed a lot too. Everybody got flamed a lot, right?
Gonna try to spin here, but Tap does not miss. You got to be careful up there. Good return back to the point, and what a play by Shroud X.
And they're escorting Fidel and Nuck again because you can see how terrified they are of Tap. I mean, that guy has done so much before. Even though
still get flamed.
Vision has his own ultimate. Maybe he'll wait.
I haven't played Overwatch in a long bit.
This fight gonna be drawn out for the side of Shroud X.
I will say, I think I'm finally starting to miss Ana. Like, I have not even thought about playing Overwatch, to be honest, really, but right now, you talking about it kind of makes me want to.
Here for Techie, who is slightly behind Avery, getting there as well. Here comes the dance of the butterfly and the bubble out, keeping the team inside of that.
I'm a support player now. Maybe I'm gonna come back as like a tank player instead, just to like make the game refreshing for me. I think I would try to play Overwatch, and the queue time would get to me. I don't want to wait 10 minutes for a 6-minute game, you know? I do have to do that sometimes for Marvel Rivals, but not as often. Do not come back as a tank player. Yeah, I did play with the perks, yeah. Played it today, was fun for a few matches. See, the last time, I just,
I mean, just take it, right?
Like, I have to have a desire to climb and rank in a game for me to play it for hours and hours on end. And like to me, Overwatch ranked doesn't really feel rewarding right now. Like, for me, Marvel Rivals feels rewarding to like climb and rank and improve and stuff, but I don't know if it's just because of how long Overwatch has been out, or like just... I faded. Fans and map voting. Yeah, I played a little bit with it. I haven't played with the map voting though. The queues on Stadium. I hear at the Stadium, if you're high ranked in Stadium, you have to wait like hours. I just like classic full queue. Ranks. You're right about Overwatch rank for sure. Yeah, it's like not like a reason to grind rank this much. In this game, I think this game's like newer. They got that esports going on. It feels more rewarding, more relevant, I guess.
All right, so like you called out, Shib, Doom did not both
Doctor
use their
Strange,
passive vision,
nice.
canceled his, so he'll still have that
It's
up
a
for this
never-ending
next fight.
community.
Also,
Oh,
we'll
you
have
are
Rez
not
up.
Celestial, not Eternity, not top
what he's
500.
trying to
Bad,
do,
bro.
right? Not
Well, that's
switch to the name
Overwatch
comp,
as
that's
well.
already step number one.
Overwatch
Step
has that
number two,
same
now walk
ego.
to the point. They have to
I remember
kinda come back.
I
It will
I
be
got
against
to like
double strategy, double
4200
duelist ultimates. Dogman's
in
been
Overwatch
good
1,
before,
and
but
people were like,
sometimes he does go a
oh,
little bit too aggressive
you're
with these eyeball loaders and
only
gets picked off.
4,200 and not like 4,500 peak player.
Use it to take flight and height, so you can actually
You
fly up
suck.
to one of those high ground peaks that maybe are not getting looked at, and then you
Or
start
like,
to rest.
oh,
So
you play
great
on
decision there to
Xbox, so
hold
you
on
suck.
as
Like,
out goes
nothing was good
Cat.
enough.
Oh, what a shot there by Avery. Down goes Doom. That is an early start here for Techie.
Oh, you duoed with somebody? Yeah, you're boosted. Oh, you're not rank 1? Yeah, you suck. Oh, you are rank 1, but you got carried there, and you're win trading, and you're, a lot of people did win trade.
And they still did not overcommit off of the entirety of the team is rezzed up during that ultimate. No reset still, and there goes a tap.
You know, I legit had somebody like flame me because I didn't peak 4,500 like them.
Techie committed everything. Vision still finds Blur. Wow, Shroud X with a retake. 2 go down. Fidel has the eternal bond. That will come out soon too.
For like 4,600 or something.
Looking like they're gonna push this to the final game, and what a series!
Oh my gosh.
The teleport might come through here for Blur though, and they go.
Shroud with this comeback. Well, that's really, why did Techie choose domination?
Oh my god, and that's all in for them as well.
Or did Shroud choose it? Because domination is so flippy floppy.
He went down earlier on.
Casting's really good, I agree.
His res timer went off, so he was back in the spawn, and he didn't have the passive, so maybe
The only one
Doom
that
didn't
played
want to
Overwatch
commit it
was
at that point.
Moira,
Sorry,
that's
Mason didn't want to
funny.
commit it, understanding maybe that they didn't need to use it for that Star-Lord, and it was actually a smart play. Like you mentioned, they stayed up, they stayed together, they come back through.
What kind of person blames you for not being 4,500? Somebody who played the game way too much.
Come back through, play patient, and that's exactly what you need to see out of a team right now
Game
against a team
5.
like Techie XD, who is formidable. So
Come on, Techie,
now
step
we're going
up.
in at
What
number 5.
happened?
I wanna see
Hab
where we
was
get
like
taken to,
23 and
because
0. What
currently,
happened?
Techie XD, they've been on the back foot, and it's every time
They're gonna have to
it feels
start
they're
banning,
right
like,
there, every time it feels like Techie's about to close out on Short X, and then they just lose grip again, man. So map number 5 coming up. I need to see something, some life out of them, because that was kind of cool to see at points.
Techie had a chance to ban Mag from Shroud, and they didn't.
The fact that this was a Guardians comp, besides
So I
the
think
fact that you
Mag
look at
was our
Techie
second
XD and
protect.
like just their ratios, their KDs, their KO ratio across the board, they had far more picks. I'm talking 36.
I remember liking Reinhardt. Reinhardt's so chill. I love Reinhardt.
The next closest on
Tony,
the
thanks for following.
at 22.
Reverse sweep coming. Don't say that. Don't say that. I believe in Techie. Woofles and Tap are gonna step up right here, and AAD.
And that is where this level
Thanks for
of play
lurking, Black
comes into
Muscle.
fruition. It's all about, can you stay calm and
Enjoy
look at
your
this all here
Saturday
from Dom, and
night.
This was a massive one as 3 go down.
Absolutely. I mean, Dongman really put the team on his back at points on that Doctor Strange, just creating so many ultimates, just finding so many perfectly timed ones as well. And that's a good call out. You know, I think that these stat watchers potentially is the way I like to call it. Just sometimes stats don't matter, guys.
Whoa,
especially
that
when
was
we're playing
cool.
this triple strategist composition.
I didn't see that play.
You know, it's not all about the stats. It really isn't. And,
I do find
you
the
know,
thought spending
you're supposed to
19
get a lot
plus
of
on
eliminations when
Overwatch
you're running
skins
2-2-2.
you
You're
can't
supposed
see
to
is
do a
funny
lot of
after
damage
playing
on
Rivals.
Bucky, on
Yeah,
Correct.
right.
So when
The
you're
only
playing
other
that,
people
that
can
triple
see it.
Guardians composition that's based around Resurrects, it's fine going down. I mean, finding
I've
only one
probably
elimination is
spent the
huge
most
in that
money on
composition.
Overwatch
So
than any
that's
other game.
honestly why. I mean, if you looked at ranked and stuff, when you play certain comps and you see certain things, especially on like Dive, if you
Thinking
have like a
back.
Wolverine player who's maybe not doing that well, sometimes that character doesn't farm the stats. It's just all about the impact at the certain moments and finding those crucial fight wins alongside crucial picks at the right timing. So, you know, there's a lot of things that impact the game. So if you're a stat watcher, you're probably not exactly the best of the game, and you probably should maybe focus on your own gameplay instead of your teammates.
Couldn't agree more. Stats don't tell the story. You gotta think about things
Amen.
like, you know, you look over
Dog
at
man.
the thing, right? He's not necessarily going to get a ton of final hits. His real
Hate stat
value is shutting
watchers.
down and protecting with that damage reduction and using that Yancey street to stop
I have
movement,
spent the
right?
most
And
money
that's
on
not
the
gonna be
Sims
reflected on
game.
the stat
Oh,
board. And that,
isn't
you
the
know, every
Sims like,
game,
can
every
it be
story
like
is not
upwards
told
of
through stats.
thousands
It's
and thousands
far
of
more
dollars
told
for
through
everything?
game and team play.
A rough
Just so
estimate? I
difficult to
actually
look
don't
at until
know.
you watch
Thinking back.
the VOD or the review. So really well played. Again, like we talked about, 6 finals almost across everyone on the side.
Who's winning?
Of Shroud
It is
X.
2-2
But I
right
am
now.
excited
Shroud
to see
versus
if that will be banned
Techie,
out.
and then
Will Guardians
Sentinels will be
come
playing
back, or
next.
will it be taken away
We got one
right
more
after
game
this
here.
break?
Yeah, Cervantes, you haven't knocked on wood yet. Have you? Knock right now. I'm not even joking, so Techie can win. Not even joking. Rivals, I've spent about 100. I'm back. But I think if you're like playing a game every day, you know, it's your hobby, so probably spent more on Valorant. Me? I spent Snyder's money on Valorant. I think I remember, was it Steiner that gifted? I think he sent, a few people sent me money for like to buy bundles. I knocked on all my wood, I got no more wood. Knock on. Okay. Have every single wooden thing in your house. A good guess, I've spent 500 on Overwatch since I started in 2016, maybe half of that on Apex. Yeah, I didn't spend any money on Overwatch 1 loot boxes because I was a broke kid in high school. And I remember the pink Mercy skin when it came out. I was so sad. We couldn't get it. Same. Yep. My parents had a rule, like they would not spend money on video games. We had to pay for any games we wanted ourselves. That's why, you know, free games are so nice. I wish free games were more of a thing when I was growing up. I spent an ungodly amount of money on Sea of Thieves during COVID. I love Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves, oh, we need more games like that. I love Sea of Thieves. I wish I played it more. I feel like there's just so many funny things that can happen in a game like Sea of Thieves. And if people spend hundreds a season on bundles and skins for Marvel Rivals, you just buy like every single thing. I love that game so much. I know, it's such a good game. I saw Repo got a massive update. I spent more money on gacha games than Overwatch. Oh no, you fell to that trap. Do you guys think my hair is blonde enough for a magic? It's not the right color blonde for magic. I think I still need to get a wig. You think it is blonde enough?
And it wins the distance like we drew it up. Scriptwriters, take it easy. Who takes home this W, progresses forward and gets even closer to the LAN event?
Well, I think it's up in the air right now. If I had to make a bet, it would be on Shredx.
But her, she's more like a yellow-orange blonde.
Things out, maybe like
I think of it. Yeah, it's too sandy color. I agree.
Because I mean, the Bucky stuff is great.
I'm so excited to go. You're dyeing your hair blonde. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be so pretty.
Also, if we move on to Convergence, I mean, it could be.
I think you need blonder. Yeah, I agree.
Mind it necessarily if we go
looks like your Twitch profile picture. I finally matched my profile picture. Let's go.
The Adam Warlock comp, we'll let them play it, but realistically, we just can't let them get the Magneto. We can't let them get the Cap. There's a lot of tanks I think that are in the game. Regardless,
I think it would work.
We need to make sure that Doom does not play Star-Lord because I feel like that is the biggest reason why Shredx is in the position.
It's just so much nicer just using your own hair. I did not get my TwitchCon ticket yet. I'm only gonna get it for Saturday. So if you're going to like TwitchCon and stuff and you want to say hi or like look for me, Saturday.
That's what we play best around. Even if we're not the best like Guardians comp players, Visions had some really good reses. I think he on the Adam Warlock popped off. The whole team played well around it. It does feel like we just need Doomed on that Star-Lord right now. And if it doesn't work out, whatever, right?
It is not sold out.
Sometimes things don't pan out.
Borky,
and this is also interesting.
Don't try to scare me.
Like they tested all these different compositions into this team.
It's evil.
This team, you know, they definitely have variability as well.
I don't know if they've ever sold out. They sell out of the block party, but the block party is kind of lame. It's like 100. Oh wait, I mean the block party is great. Everybody buy tickets to the block party. It's sorry Twitch.
That's true. Yeah. I mean The only way I could see them not doing the Guardians ban.
I forgot who I work for a second.
On these convergence maps, but I think you're right. I mean, it's gotta, some aspects of it gotta get removed, or maybe you focus on the vanguards, because Impunity was doing pretty good on Captain America.
Okay, the block party, what they did last year, because it's in the same place.
First, it kind of makes sense. I mean, both
good,
teams don't
Ronnie,
want to
how
play
are
against
you?
that hero.
I hate cons breeding grounds for disease. True. Everyone heard they could meet Ray on Saturday, now it's sold out.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I don't think we're going to see a protection here of the Guardians, because I mean, unless they want to force out some bans, but it's almost just a guaranteed return ban if you lock
like Saturday,
in, you know, say you want to keep Adam right here.
The block party at night, they block off a section of the city, which you can go to on other days, but you get like 3 drink tickets. Not everybody like drinks alcohol. It's 21 plus. But they block off a section of the city, and they just like have all these restaurants and stuff. But it's just like, how do you close down a whole street? Yeah, they literally blocked off the whole street. Was there anything stopping people from showing them block without tickets? Yeah, there was.
No idea of maybe don't let them play Human Torch, considering how Avery is pretty strong in that hero.
The partner party is awesome. You need to go to the partner party. It's so fun just being with all the other streamers and everything. I stood next to Sweet Anita. She was so short.
Haven't changed much, Techie XDs.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I'm a little surprised. I mean, the final one here might change things.
I couldn't, like, you know, when you watch somebody online, you like picture them,
maybe
and you always picture them like bigger than you almost.
Why not? I'm not sure who else is a bigger threat for this team. I guess Luna, not a bad.
She looks tall. I'm pretty sure it was her.
Feel okay.
But she was like right here to me.
Like convergence, because
I think she was like 4'11".
Easier to understand when you're in domination and there's reses happening all over the place. It's hard to track. But when you have
her party is low-key the best part of the whole weekend. Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
you've been to it before?
Easier to track, so
yep, I
more valuable and they may not need to ban it out.
You guys want to hear my story? A lot of people have already heard it. It was really embarrassing. It was partner party. It's the first one I've ever gone to. All the famous streamers were around me. You know, it's sort of, I was super nervous, and it was outside, and they had random cornhole games all over the place. And I remember, I'm like, okay, there's a cornhole next to me, like I have to be careful not to trip and fall. And I turn and I start talking to somebody, and then I immediately forgot that the cornhole was by me. I turn around and I launch myself over the cornhole. I skid my knees on the ground. I still have scars on my knees.
You know, whoever wins is going to go against Envy on the other side, which is going to be a super hard game at the end of today, I believe. So we still have 2 more games left, and this one, I mean, this one definitely matters.
It's like a little darker.
It's going to change the potential future of every single team in Marvel Rivals Ignite.
But yeah, and it looked worse than it was, but it did scar. It was bleeding everywhere. I was wearing like tights, and my tights were all torn up. But they got a wheelchair for me. But I was with Ace of Spades, and he didn't tell me they got a wheelchair for me until later, because he already knew I was embarrassed, and he knew I'd be 10 times more embarrassed if they brought out a wheelchair. But I started crying because I was embarrassed, you know. I did not because it hurt. I was just embarrassed. I like went to the corner, and Babe was with Ace of Spades and I remember, like, I scared him. He was next to me, and I make eye contact with him after I trip, and he's like, my eyes start to tear up, and he's like he starts doing this, and he gets scared and he literally runs. I think he's scared of girls crying. He like just ran.
Bubbling in that thing as well, trying to create a lot of space in the backline, build up to those ultimates. Who's close? Avery's passive popped. Looks like only the strategy is going to be up on
revenge. Yeah, but the people themselves were really nice about it. They're just like, are you okay? Like all the Twitch workers and everything. Like, don't worry, guys. I'm not going to sue or anything. I'm okay. They were really nice. Like, I used to do this all the time when I was a little kid. You know how many times I fell on the concrete in your knees.
And that could be a huge problem.
It's pretty weird. Here's not again.
And here comes the ultimate. That's going to buy them some time.
Okay, your knees are one thing, but your back is a whole other thing. The back is much more serious than tripping on your knees. Everyone should be afraid of girls crying. It's just so funny. Like, his face is ingrained in my head. His eyes got really big. And he like doesn't even say anything. He's just...
No, that was more of a defensive by Agamotto. That was a slow down pace. And I don't hate that. I think that's a decent decision, especially when you see a ton of Qs being popped. Dongman is going to find value through as Woofles goes down ad as well. That's a double strat line pick, and that's very important. But Tap right back on Nuck, and then Vision.
Time to sleep. Good night, Joel.
My strategist takes out Tap right after, and Nuck just going to have to use that passive and rest right back.
And I think right now
this is not looking good for Techie.
The only way if they keep playing this Bucky at the moment is either Brute just goes
as much as I want Techie to win. Good for Shroud if they make this comeback. The reverse sweeps are tough.
The tough part is Tap was doing so much on Psylocke, so it's kind of, I mean, he's good on the Wolverine as well. We'll see how much he can do now, but maybe that's the switch they need.
And here comes the legendary off on height. There is that Dagger Storm. Very good at countering ults without having to use much. Very similar to Bond, but still gonna find Tap through it, and that's a huge start. As
why do you need Shroud to win?
No longer gonna be running the Psylocke as Bucky on the Avery. There is that slight switch for those who maybe missed it.
Is Shroud watching? I think I follow Shroud.
You can see that energy he's using of his booster packs is just very minimal. Constantly canceling it.
Amaranth is live.
Escape when need be.
Big personality.
If you are playing Star-Lord. Oh, and that is just crazy, that movement with the fastball special. But down goes Tap again for Fidel.
I think it's over for Techie. A minute left. I mean, there's anything's possible. Don't get me wrong, but especially if they commit ultimates.
Oh my gosh, everybody and their mom is live tonight. I guess it is Saturday.
Avery as well. And it's tough because Tap was doing so good on
I don't think Shroud is live.
So having him switch over to the Wolverine, I'm not going to say it's a mistake necessarily just yet, but I don't know, you got to feel a little worried now for Techie XD as there's 40 seconds left to go. Ultimates on both sides.
Yeah, this is going to be a who gets the most value with these ultimates check here.
Caster's really shrouded in not watching his team. I know, after everything that they said.
It is dicey now. There goes that throw from Tap. Not able to find
okay, one
much.
second.
She had very close to last stand. I have Agamotto ready, but you know it will be matched with some strategist line ultimates. No ultimates being committed. Fidel sees the tackle there and immediately going to pop out that Bond. Dongman just going to slow the pace. Out go a few. Can they get some work done? No, they cannot. Out goes the crack and impact lands, but still nobody falls as there is a strat line. Oh, good tackle away there on Dongman. Dongman very low, able to escape slightly. And there goes Doom, still holding on.
I'm not following Shroud. Weird.
This is done. Not gonna buy
I thought I
some time
was.
here. Impunity. Use that cap ult to keep the team healthy, but Ad finds Vision. The res will come up. Doomed. Gonna try to collapse now. Eaten by Meteor M, and it's returned onto Knock after the res. Fidel and Dongman fall. Vision gonna res back and try to bring the team back into this fight.
And they do so. Avery con Impunity though, but he's going to be a res back as well. Any eliminations
live on Twitch and YouTube. Shroud X deserves to win. They got hated on at the beginning of the tournament.
Last stands here from Tap. Can match Strongman with his Agamotto.
They have an interesting history. Some other players very toxic, pretty terrible to other people, which I think a lot of the hate is probably deserved. Huge. But they have nice people on the team as well, so.
Exhausted.
I want to see what Shroud is saying.
Done with that. And,
hi, Hot Mom. How you doing?
Man, I just don't think that Bucky worked. Like, it's it's bad when the Vision didn't have to use the team-wide res the whole time. Like, it was only one that he had to pop. So I just feel like
Shroud is a pro player. He was like the oldest.
Side. And it's tough
competitor in like the Valorant esports, but he was only like 27 or something, or 28 at the time. Everybody was talking, he was so old, he's so old, he's so old.
It feels like Avery, whenever he was
he's only 31 now.
Whenever they could play Punisher, they did a lot, but right now, Techie just does not have the answer to Shroud X. Now, it's still possible
31's too old to compete.
Right? We've seen Shroud X get in tough situations like this. That's what we say Shroud X is one of the most exciting teams to watch in North America because they like to make it close, whether it's,
it'll
good for their fans.
Show up in your mail section in your game.
So this should be a good one.
Show up in the mail and then you have to claim it.
Moments we've seen them clutch up yesterday. Can they
Adam propaganda. Oh no.
Shine here. They need to be confident. They're playing very confidently. You can see that momentum shift. We talk about momentum all the time. It is very clearly on the side of Shroud.
This could be a draw. Imagine this is like the first ever draw. That'd be funny.
Give those ticks up. You don't need to rush in one by one.
Oh, they gave up ticks. Never mind. As a 37-year-old, I feel like a gaming grandpa. Oh, I can imagine because like I get called old all the time, being 25.
Just took over the point, electing to use that teleport early to try to make a play happen and own this high ground.
There's that portal coming on through. Now on this flank, they get that high ground first. 4 minutes left to go. Portal no longer available until the very end. As that is 160
so I got my
seconds
magic skin, but I got all the other drops. Oh, weird.
How do they find this opening pick?
Make sure you claimed it at twitch.tv/inventory/drops.
Just waiting, not quite sure who it is yet. Likely the cap from that right side. Doomed is going to start spinning shortly, and here it goes. Just waiting a little bit, trying to essentially, oh, good bond. And now it's essentially like a Magneto bubble. You can play hyper aggro, and there's Impunity, who is just waiting for the strats to switch. What a smart play. Wait for the spawn switch. Wait for the team to hold your defensive position, but Avery finds Doomed early, does have that res up.
I have a memory on Valorant when I was like 22.
Ready to retake that fight is Doomed.
And I was in game, and they're like, how old are you? I'm like, 22. And they're like, wow, why are you on this game? You're way too old to be playing video games. They're probably like 15. I remember at 15 thinking I would be like,
top of that ultimate, and this is looking heavy. If you want to bounce back, Techie's in a dangerous position. Dogman onto Brood, Impunity onto Avery.
like at 23, like have a house, kids.
The dance of the Cutterfly doesn't get much. Stalls, the teleports in. Can they hold
It says claimed. Oh, weird. I don't know. I'd give it a day or two. A house in 23. Yeah, it was hilarious, wasn't I?
It does find one. Can they keep this going? But that is a mean eternal bond, and it's going to be tough to press through that. Well done by Techie on the patience.
Well done by Techie indeed, but the Born Again by Visions, he brings them back into the fight, and they also have some resurgence. Doomed as well, sitting with the ultimate versus
also, I want her to be a pharmacist.
He's going to come back from that res as well. The team is going to be reset, and now it's all about that patience, and this is huge. Doom needs to find value. Out goes the meteor to counter way to hold on.
Actually, I want her to be an anesthesiologist, just because I like the word.
Taken out by Brute. Oh my goodness.
What a freeze from Avery, and they're coming back.
Techie, I know Techie's stomachs are hurting right now.
My goodness,
this is down to the tick.
They are down numbers.
I want to see Shroud's face.
Here, besides Clutchman, can he hit? That Eye of Agamotto, we'll find out shortly. Woofles finds Fideldo, and again Techie with an insane retake.
They switched roles. I mean,
Techie could win this.
Snow, Avery now Luda Snow. Everybody's just panicking. A minute 25 seconds left to go. This we're talking about. Tridex.
This is $3 million on the line right here. This is actually like the closest game ever.
I just are panicking last minute. 1 minute and 14 seconds left to go. Eye of Agamotto ready to go, and last stand available again from Tap.
You gotta stay calm in this moment. This is so stressful, and if you start to panic, it will be reflected in the gameplay. Trying to build up those strat alternates quickly as Nuck throws out that dagger storm just to stand inside.
Oh, really? If they get a huge strange ult. Oh, they have cloak and dagger ult on Techie though.
Ready with the eternal bond, and that will counter a ton.
Oh, there's so much pressure. I'm getting nervous.
Early without committing too much. Techie heavily up in ult advantage here. You almost want to play aggressive because you will have that teleport left. Now the timer is finally committed as they use it at 340.
Oh, it's frozen again. Wait, hold up. Avery on the roll swap is nasty. Dogman's dead.
Avery.
Vision now gonna get countered out, going right back through that invis shield. Good play, and oh my goodness, can Techie XD do this?
Save the freeze and hit it twice for the strange ult. Oh my.
They find two more. It's all about this teleport now.
Teleport. Dogman. Where is he right now? I mean, they have to touch at least to create overtime. Doomed has last stand.
Oh, they do have TP. Oh my.
You gotta try to get these ults.
Oh my.
Doom does have last stand.
Oh, they have they have Luna Snow.
Also has the dance floor. The team switching up.
Okay, they're Luna ulting. They need to win before the Luna ult's over. Oh, Shroud has invis. Oh, Shroud has invis and Captain America. Oh.
Now trying to work his way with his tackle onto Impunity, who's in trouble. I have Agamotto, but it gets
I have Agamotto.
Goes down from Doom Fidel. It's back and forth tap.
Oh.
It is such a trade. It's anyone's game, but it looks like they will take this. Shroud X.
Oh,
let's look at Shroud's face.
What a freaking game! At the very end, the claws back.
That was insane, though. That was a good game.
Incredible back and forth between.
I am so angry for Techie right now. That portal.
I mean, what a series!
Are you kidding me? That might have been the closest game of Marvel Rivals.
That's what I said. They keep copying me. I think there's a script and somebody's watching my stream right now and giving it to them.
To be talking over this game right now.
Oh my god! This is why we do it, man. This is why you watch. Anybody watching the stream, everybody tuning in just for the Magic skins, staying for the amazing
that was a good game.
Because holy crap,
poor Techie. Can everybody just be a winner? Can everybody win $3 million?
Back, you know, which is a good thing because that was such a banger. Avery with
Including
the role
me.
swap with the MVP at the end, SVP at the end, 10K, 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 looking like the triple double stats, almost triple 10,000 stats,
3 million
whatever you
new
want to call it.
life. You think you
What
can
a
handle
series
that?
of Marvel Rivals.
I really hope we Shark gets stomped in the next round. There's no more rounds, but they are going to go up against another team. And I think Shroud is an amazing team, but I don't think they're better than like Sentinels or Sentinels is just like next level. Or I don't think they're better than Envy.
Just shook. I can't wait to watch some of these plays again. That was way closer.
They're going against Envy later. Yeah, I don't think they're better than Envy. So
after Shib, honestly, like this becomes like we're hopping out of here after this, and we're going right on over to Cozy and Vicky, who are waiting in the wing. I know that they've been,
but we'll see.
Just from a viewership perspective, they're having fun. They're like, oh my god, like this is one of the best series, like you called Shib, of all time.
That was really cool to watch. Usually these games don't engage me, but that game had me like on the edge of my seat.
I want to see what happens now later on in the tournament because XD, one of the best unsigned teams we saw compared to Ego
I think the Shroud team would be considered an underdog team.
They're out of the Ignite series. I mean, the future is bright, I think, for all of these players.
You gotta say there might be a slight advantage here to playing early, especially when you're this locked. It looked like Shroud really found their footing, and you know what?
Iron Pro play, right? You know what I wish they would do?
In tense situations in the past, but they look
because there's only one team winner, right, for every NA, EU, Asia.
They were not afraid, and they played
I wish that they would do $1 million for each.
Yep, I mean,
area,
after this one,
and then have
you gotta give your hats off to everybody who played in that match, regardless of what happens in the future, right? I think it's going to be a tough matchup. I think first round X, I think what happens usually when we see close games like this,
it'd be so cool if this was hosted like in Cali or something,
unusual. Everything
or
that
like
has happened
Dallas.
in the Ignite series is so unusual, Shib. Day number 1,
3
close
NA,
games
2
across
for
the
every
board,
other.
right? We had favorites going down to the loser brackets, leaving the tournament with FlyQuest and Team Nemesis being
There's
gone.
So much going on that I need
and with these two unsigned teams battling it out here now in the lower bracket quarterfinals, I would say like when a close match happens, usually it doesn't bode well for the team moving forward, right? Because you would think, okay, now they had a close match versus a team that's out of the tournament. Maybe this team that is just
and like just
having
a place to host it is probably so expensive.
I mean, this tournament has been unusual. And speaking about unusual, we're gonna speak to a very unusual person. Hopefully, if it's not Donovan, we'll see. I mean, I love Donovan. We'll see him in a moment. Welcome aboard from SDX. Gotta see who it is. Who's the mystery player? It's
all regions will go to China and play in person.
How's it going? Congrats.
So are y'all going to China, everybody?
What a series
so we can watch in person.
I mean, do you have any thoughts? Anything you want to say real quick to the viewers?
I mean, is it really a Shroud X game if like it doesn't look we're about to choke? Like you were talking about earlier in your stream, like we're just always choking. Like, the boss wasn't watching yesterday on stream. He's watching today. We really had to put him on the edge of his seat.
Well, that's what you were saying. Like Shroud watching, he was saying he's like it's superstitious. That almost like when he watches you guys, y'all lose. I mean, you guys are probably not superstitious about it. He's probably just it's for fun and for gaming and stuff. But I mean, you guys came through for sure in the clutch there.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane.
Getting
that was one
my
of the most
ticket.
exciting games of Marvel Rivals
and
series in general I have ever seen. What a reverse sweep, and to end it like that. Dude, I'm shaking. I can't imagine what you guys are going through. And I need to ask real quick, in terms of you guys run a ton of different compositions, and you're finding a ton of success with Guardians, but how do you decipher between running that Gamma Swings, Guardians, the Ultron Boost?
Just
what's your thought
sell
there?
a new Gunner skin and then just make it for the tournament.
DPS, we have like really deep hero pools. Like all of us has like, I mean, in general, even me and Fidel, like really deep hero pools. We're not really a one trick for the most part, so like we can run a lot of comps, and then a lot of comps are better in a lot of situations. We kind of have protocols for if they're running this, run that. It's kind of counter comps. It's kind of the basics.
Ready for the next season.
Taking a look back at the bracket,
next season isn't for like a couple weeks, right?
I know that you guys are incredibly excited to go against Envy again after that series. I know that it took a lot of energy out of you and stuff.
We're about to watch
Envy,
Sentinels versus 100
I mean, what a warm-up series, right? Surely, right? You gotta feel like you have a lot of games under wrap.
I would want to break if I were Shroud. I'd be like,
who was like a completely different team than EXD, right? I mean, that's going to be a matchup. I mean, do you have any overall thoughts of that game of you guys versus Envy later tonight?
We haven't played Envy in
12 days. So it's still a while.
Months in an official, I think. It's been a while, so it'd be definitely a fun one. We haven't played him. I think we'll definitely catch him off guard with a few things. We feel pretty ready. We had a pretty good series, so I think we'll be chilling. And
yeah, I think Shroud's gone a lot further than people thought they would go.
Series. I think because we really came together at the end, so it should only look better as the time goes on.
Yeah, you guys started that momentum. It was really apparent. I mean, you guys were winning. You know, those Guardian comps, you guys were lights out, and it seemed like you weren't going to stop ever. I know you play a ton of different strategies.
Who do you got? I think Sentinels. I think Sentinels
just you personally throughout these tournaments play almost everybody. So my question to you is, who is your favorite and why?
I mean, probably Rocket or Loki.
I didn't
Loki
get
just
Pink
he's
Venom.
Absurdly broken, and then Rocket because he's just fun to play. Like, walking around as a small little raccoon with a big ass gun is just hilarious to me. Funny.
Hell yeah.
All right, guys.
I agree for sure.
I'm gonna keep this up for like probably 10 minutes, but if you guys want to play some gambling,
moving forward, I think
Sentinels
things
versus
exciting.
100 Thieves. Which one do you guys think will win?
That series was so crazy, and I'm sure you guys are just like relaxing. I feel like Shib and I were like brain dead after that one because I mean it was so back and forth. It is one of the
you know what I hate though? I
series,
can't participate, but I would put 5 billion on Sentinels if I could right now.
I mean, let's just do like a softball question because I literally forgot exactly what I was going to ask you. Did we ask you before what hero you want to add to Marvel Rivals just to make it real easy for you on this interview and as you get ready for your next match? Did we ask you that question before? What hero you would want?
You guys did in the first
one. Shadow says you're gonna game after.
In the first one,
I don't think I will just because I have to go to the airport. It's already 7 p.m.
Still Deadpool, to be honest. I think it'd be still
Deadpool. Yeah, it makes sense. Fair play. Fair play.
Locked into that. So yeah, thank you so much for jumping in here. I know it's difficult for a lot of people to get on camera, right? And you do a great job. I appreciate you coming in and staying calm, cool, and collected, right? Especially after a game like that. But you're heading into the next match. I'm sure we want to get you back there to start discussing things with your team. So quickly, anyone you want to thank?
You can't put 5 billion. 250 is max. That's lame.
Shout out my family. Always been supporting me for a month. We've been triple blocking for like weeks at this point.
Yes.
And it takes a lot of my time, and like I know if they have to help me, I'll help them and stuff. It's just a lot. And then my teammates staying mentally together during all
his hair is wild. You guys were complaining about that guy's hair earlier.
It can get to you, but we've stayed pretty strong, to be honest.
He's got that
awesome
and
headset hair.
I really appreciate you jumping in. You're always super calm, which blows my mind, especially after that. I know the job's not done. You still got another game coming up.
I'm just confused why you guys were making fun of the other guy's hair, not this guy's hair.
This has been a ton of fun to watch.
Good luck, Doug.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate Nuck from Shroud X and an incredible series that we had
straight to the gaming
like
chair.
you said, Shib, and I think if that game goes to show how well things are going to end up later tonight, I mean, I think we're excited for Marvel Rivals Esports in general. Because across the board, this was talking to you about
so you probably did like
crazy, right? And we're only halfway through the day. There have been some upsets in Asia, been some upsets in the NBA. I mean, there's been crazy stuff happening in Chinese Marvel Rivals as well in that region, also in Oceania. Kanga got upset. We had Ground Zero moving forward. So, what a way to end it. And it's funny. It's still 100 Thieves and Sentinels still the team that matches up against each other every single time. It seems to be destiny that these two teams play against each other.
And it's always recency bias, right? Whoever wins that matchup is the new, the number one, and everybody always claims that. So I'm excited to see who now takes it here as we move forward. But this has just been a crazy day.
Oh, really? So it's just between Envy and Shroud if they go to top 3.
We're going to be moving.
I get it now. Thank you. They're already going to China. Wait, that's so cool.
We yelled our pants off. I am exhausted, and I'm not even doing it.
I joke with Shib all the time. I was like, Shib lets it all out when he casts, so I'm just like, Shib probably after, I was like, I just know Shib after the cast just goes and stares at the wall.
There's nothing on the
line
for these teams except like they're probably just practicing.
Really lets it all out there.
So I really hope that Sentinels
I just
runs
appreciate you as my co-caster, man. So it's
they can get
good
experimental
to be doing
here.
this sort of stuff with you, brother.
Right back at you, brother. Yeah, I'm just gonna lay this computer chair back.
Sure, Shroud or not Shroud.
For a little bit, just
100 Thieves and Sentinels. So now it's just between.
No, it was a ton of fun. So we're gonna make that transition here shortly, and I once again thank you so much for being here with us. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the grand finals.
Oh, there's no more games?
Shit, there's still two more.
Well, I mean, us too. Yeah,
us too, of course. We have some incredible games. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
Why do they even have them like playing each other right now?
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
I'm confused, but okay. Usually runs until 12 Eastern. Yeah, that went to 5 games, so and it was like overtime for a few of those games, so that took forever. I'm guessing that they're behind schedule right now. Games in China, I think, are in like September or October. Oh, November. Okay. So we have time to get our tickets.
Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
I've never been outside of the US. I think it'd be fun. There's no set date yet. It's just not for quite a few months. I mean, it's a huge tournament, so. Is anybody like genuinely considering going? Oh no. Right? Vegas is much cheaper to go to for me. So yeah, so Ripple. So 3 teams from NA, 2 teams from EU, and then 2 teams that are Asia are all competing for the finals for the 3-mil. It's 20k damage, 42k healing for 2 final hits, 30 for close good on Mantis. Yes, it is very good, Kiriko. Good job. Good job, buddy. Look at ego death, ego just like crossed out. We have a long timer for this one. Like what, 6 minutes? I think Shib needed to poop. He's like, give me 3 more minutes to the timer, please. I would go to China for finals. If money wasn't an issue, would you go? Oh god, this main thing goes so hard. No, really? I'll take any opportunity to travel. I think the matches are really gonna have us on edge. I think so too. Fun. Maybe they'll let me go if I show up in Magic cosplay, and they'll let me in for free. I'd go to China. I would too. So many so much cool architecture to see even. I'd go and wander into the Eurasian steppe, never to be seen again. That sounds like a very Borky thing. I do want to see the Great Wall. Oh, the Great Wall would be really, really cool to see in person, and sad. You can walk on the big wall. Yeah, there's so many cool things to see in China. I would rather visit China than like London. I know China's a very big area, so you say China, it's like saying, oh, I'm visiting the US. It can be like anywhere. Or Aruba. Oh, Aruba would be cool. I try to look for any little excuse to travel. Same. That's why my sister was like, you wanna come to Vegas with me? Like, yes. Please. One minute. Please get me away from streaming. No, I'm gonna try to IRL stream. The night out was very, very fun. Hung out with my brother. It was mostly only one of the one of the friends were actually my friend. It was like me and my friend, and then like 6 of my brother's friends. It was fun. Okay, we got some pizza, we got some yummy drinks. It was fun. I've been grinding the first Ascendant a bit too much. I'll take a break. Alright, make sure that you're eating and drinking water and getting some exercise. Glad you have fun. The dress that chat picked was the right choice. It's very cute. Although I forgot to take pictures, so.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals
we have new
Ignite
casters.
playoffs. And what did we just watch? I mean, the clock, it struck midnight for both
Cozy
teams.
is
Vicky
like a
won
Ken
by
doll.
a single pixel there. I have no words.
A single pixel.
Why all the
of
casters
sounding
are such
of the
beautiful
seventh
people?
trumpet with a Namor ult just to start off the reverse sweep. Like, I cannot comprehend. I mean, that has to have been the closest competitive Marvel
pretty. I know
Rivals
her
game that
hair.
we've ever seen on a live broadcast.
I'm coming from Shroud's stream, watching him watch it. First of all, the Shroud spectating curse is now
Yeah,
broken,
everybody
so
was watching
congratulations.
Shroud
But
watch.
just to watch every point decided in overtime, very last seconds, both teams fighting their heart out. And again, the Cinderella story so close, but just edged out barely and not making land or progressing forward. I've been in the suit for hours, just like as a fan. I'm almost losing my voice not casting just from excitement. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been not only so entertaining, but it also feels real good when you like quadruple your points, by the way, in the chat preds. I know a lot of you guys are feasting after that last series because I sure am. But you know what's great, Cozy?
Chef in the background. He has such good decorations.
But we also have 2 more gas series to go through.
Oh, I was thinking of Shib. Shib has like the best background, I think.
Stories, guys, better than the MCU could even script. On one side, it's going to be
He's
Heartbreak
definitely going
or
horse.
Glory.
Oh no!
And the winners, they're going to be booking their seats there on the lower
Hopefully,
bracket.
hopefully his voice will make it through this thing. Okay, I'm gonna go refill my water.
It's on their couch, coming so close to greatness. But we start off with the 2 best teams right now in North America, 100 Thieves and Sentinels, and it's been a war that's been almost a year in the making.
Yeah, if you thought you've seen enough of the res comp, guess again, because in this next upcoming series, I'm expecting it to come out from Sentinel specifically as we take a look at their previous results and how they were able to get here in the playoffs. Sentinels, of course, had started off the series, or rather the playoffs, fighting off against Envy before they won that 2-1 and then took it over Techie XD in that 3-0 fashion before finding themselves in that upper bracket final, while 100 Thieves, on the other hand, had their close encounter with Shroud X and another close encounter with Ego Death, all 2-1, 3-1 fashion, and have now found themselves in the possible run back versus Sentinels.
Yeah, crazy enough, I mean, the group stage, it told us a lot, but also nothing. I mean, all these games have been so close, but both these teams, they just went on a tear in the upper bracket, both losing to somewhat Heartbreak in that finale in the group stage.
I just thought Sentinels 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
So many times, oftentimes eliminating one another from greatness, Vicky. Going under other names and going into orgs, they've watched each other grow to the teams that they are today. If you guys are looking for pros to every sense of the word in coordination, play, and top tier level of gameplay, that's what you're going to get today with Sentinels versus 100 Thieves.
I'm expecting this to go to distance. You know, you talk about all the talent from both these
teams.
No,
that's what I was thinking, low-key. I'm like, he's like a Ken doll. They're both gorgeous.
Let's not forget, both these teams have already qualified for China, but that big money bag lingering over their heads. I mean, if you look at the prize pool for Americas, I believe it's 250,000 USD. The difference, though, between first place getting 70,000 and second place is literally $35,000 difference. So if you really consider it, that team that's going to be sitting in the grand final,
they're pleasant to listen to and pleasant to look at. Look at those qualifications of a voice caster.
And we start off, guys, with
team introductions.
City. You guys know them by now. They need no introduction. If you guys came yesterday, Amazing Iron Man, perfect fit there with Jarvis,
Mori's name on
music. It was an
Adam
insane eruption on that roster. And what this team can do, they have so many different hats, whether it's triple res, which they've kind of coined into their main, I wouldn't even say main lineup, but they own that lineup because Kurova at the helm of the Golden God and what he can do together. But they have so many other facets that they can win with.
Whoever loses this will be third place of NA.
Combined together and looking at this backline, and you look at what's on the other side between Sentinels and having Kurova drove out here literally just the Adam Warlock
Not even
to
second,
worry about
third.
Aramori with the Loki.
I have an
These are gonna
amazing
probably be
voice
some
I hear,
target
but
bans.
I
Oh my
also
gosh, I
totally have
that yesterday was
a face
insane.
for
Right, Amazing
radio.
coming out, by the way, like on the Iron
Oh, like in a
Man
bad
was
way.
impeccable. Like we've literally had the flexibility.
Dang it, you got half
everything
of the
in this
package.
tournament. Like Ryan Amazing has gone over to the Torch. We've seen
Nothing
the
a
Black
little bit of
Panther,
good lighting
the
and
Mantis, the
good makeup
Ultron,
can't
and of course,
solve.
the Iron Man after yesterday.
Yeah, Ryan game-changing doesn't roll off the tongue as well as Ryan Amazing, but still should almost be changed to it because of what he did and just what that team felt like he helped with in that battle. And altogether, though, Nectar rising up to the star that he's been as he was newer to the roster. Incredible job from them as well. And then, of course, Aramori and Kuropa, as we spoke
winner
about.
gets a
100
bye,
Thieves, though,
and the loser
these guys are a
plays
lot
the
of fun, and they
winner
know
of
each other
Envy
so
and Shroud
well.
X
Not only the teams, but
tomorrow.
the players within them. And look at, again, both these teams, they're just locked in both
But like the
positions. If you look
winner just
position
goes
by
straight
position,
through.
it's tough
Oh,
to
I
even
see. I get it.
choose who would win, right? Because they're so good in top class.
Well, you know what I just realized right now, Cozy? Both these teams are playing in person, so you know the vibes and the comms when we get those player cams are going to be insane. You take a look at 100 Thieves, though, in general, we've talked to Tara now twice back-to-back. Injured hand to start off the playoffs, by the way. Over there in the 100 Thieves, just time chamber of just training with the rest of the team and has been popping off. It's really been the Tara, Delena. I mean, everybody, every single person on this team is insane. Delena has been popping off, and you know, you're so focused on Tara, you're not really worried about what's happening behind you, and by the time you look behind you, your entire backline has been taken out by Delena. TTK with the damage output on that Emma Frost was a whole other story. They came out with a triple Vanguard.
I like that these teams all have like official pictures and everything.
But there's just so much to talk about with this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TTK just showing the masterclass of what he can do on even controller. No aim assist, just pure grit and skill there. And
dang, all that damage.
Yesterday, the team, they focused every ban trying to shut him down, and it still wasn't enough. You need 20+ bans to get rid of the whole duel section. And
this tournament today is probably going to go until like 10 p.m. Because I'm guessing 100 Thieves versus Sentinels is probably going to be close.
And well-trained teams
I'm
for
sure they're
this moment.
nervous.
Again, going back, you look at the MRI, it was 100 Thieves that eliminated Sentinels that got out of that. But the MRC Sentinels, they got the last laugh as they won the last Marvel Rivals Championship, which was the biggest stage before this stage. And this is where it matters. They're both going to China, but they both want to win.
Ooh, this is exciting. There's so much on the line here. It's just really the money, but it's also about the bragging rights, how much has changed since the last time these two teams have met, and who's improved the most. Again, both these teams, it's so hard because you're talking about both really strong backlines. I mean, imagine when you talk about the duelists out here too from both of these teams, and then you look at the Vanguards and we talk about the flexibility too. So many different compositions could roll out from both of these different teams.
Yeah, without question, expect just pure chaos in terms of strategy in that pick ban phase, but also the rollouts and what they can flex into. And the stage has been set. We've got this electric matchup to set up.
Which character
to climb with.
Are you
and then down below, we already know what we just saw from Shroud.
Emma. You can get really good at Emma. Emma or Mad.
Electric. Both games are amazing, but we hit the first one here. Stage 1 playoff Sentinels versus 100
Emma's just busted right now.
This is going to be a good one.
Match number 3 after an insane
I would say a duelist to carry, but
series,
if you main duelist,
then to go the distance again, starting
probably
off
gonna have like 7 duelists every game
on domination, and we're going to burn into T'Challa.
Yeah, you know what, Vicky? We've had this map almost exclusively in the playoffs. Right, Amazing showing a little bit of that Panther. We only saw it once there on Clintar. I believe against Nemesis. Hasn't come back since, but they do have it up their sleeve. And you know what? We saw a bunch of teams against Sentinels start to ban Captain America Crimzo. There's such a good job of sustained bowling, everything you want from Steve Rogers.
We haven't seen a single Emma yet.
It's been a lot more of these focus bans too, as the Protect onto the Emma Frost comes out from 100 Thieves, and we saw how strong TTK was on that just yesterday as the ban onto the Emma Frost from the other side. As Sentinels, they're going to be able to lock in that Magneto.
Yeah, there's so much like metagame going on here and focus and trying to think of what they're trying to do, but
this game's going to be a good example.
Looking at it, of course, they're going to be focusing some of the top duelists and carries that we've seen. That's also respect to Tara, of course, but they're not. We saw this yesterday. Ego Death let 100 Thieves play the Luna Loki. Not this time, obviously. Just way too good. And if we look down below, Loki being banned as well. So all that 24 seconds, not going to get any of that as we head into the last ban for 100 Thieves. And it's triple rest shut down.
Yep, and I was expecting this because this also shuts down the attempt on running triple support just with the Mantis, Ultron, and an insert Cloak and Dagger here.
Spider-Man player offering to help.
I was gonna say,
I know,
for
I feel like
anybody
he's gonna
tuning
queue
in
with him
here,
and just like
and you
throw
want
his
to actually
game.
look at like the different players side by side, you have to look at the combined power of like
careful.
Nectar and Rymazing versus like Terra and Delana. Like this is
Or it's
literally
like
gonna be the
he's
battle
trying to
of
scam
ages,
you.
and in the backline matchup alone. I was expecting it either they were gonna let the res comp go, but that's where their strength is, or either the auto Adam or Mantis ban versus a straight raw brawl, as we get to see the last safe pick here.
Yeah, this might change some things up here, Vicky, because obviously Loki, Harvey, they go together, but typically whenever Cloak's available, Harvey goes to that Cloak and Dagger, SJP going to, you know, the Loki, but this time they get rid of that game plan. I like that to kind of throw them off a bit.
They banned Luna
but yeah, you said it great there. That's going to be the big story.
Cloak, and then
in the
this
past,
team,
Delina is kind of that one looking for the flank angle, and that's really put pressure
Loki.
on Sentinels. In
Surprised
the
they didn't
past,
ban
TTK
Luna
showing up a little bit of that
they just
flex
don't want them
there,
to run
did a
res
great
comp.
job there with the Echoes, and they did leave that team up open. Pretty deadly stuff, and I like that Terra showing the hella again, even though he has some other
tournament
options
is
available.
supposed to start next
Terra,
weekend.
I feel like, is a professional ditto. You can put Terra on anything hit scan related, or just anything in general. We even saw, you know, the Vanguard rolling out here too as we get set up once again for map number 1. But you got
Philip,
to see.
why are you an
the look
insider?
like from the
How
other
did you
side,
know
too?
that they're
So
not
a
going to
lot
be
of
playing
rockets
until
between the
November,
Loki
or did
and
you
the
just like make
Mantis
that
as
up?
We get to take a look at our chat preds. Actually, really more forward on the Sentinel side than 100 Thieves, which I'm actually really surprised. I thought it was going to be a lot
I've been
closer.
taking your word for it.
I'm shocked. I mean, you might as well spin a ball on a roulette wheel with these two teams and what you could get the outcome for. So
perfect timing, Cassie. Both of them are still going to China, but
camps, they both have so much experience in the game against each other as one team. As they collide.
I guess you're okay then.
For the ages here, and Crimso bringing the team right to the fight, not the points. This is going to be awesome.
I'm gonna duke it out immediately. Frame 1, just looking behind as they get a little bit of head because 100 Thieves are already rotating from the high ground instead, so they'll have the positional advantage going into this first
fight. Did you just say they're getting a little bit ahead?
Yeah, we have Rymazing here who's done a great job on Human Torch. They leave it open though. Team somewhat disrespecting what Rymazing could potentially do here on Johnny Storm and throwing down that pressure, and Flames immediately diddle in, and that's going to be
okay. I thought I was the only one.
Trying to get that pressure.
I thought I was the only one that heard that.
And look where they get out here. Delina barely escaping there, as you can see, and throwing down the thorns is Terra.
Okay, other people heard that too. That's good.
It's tied up.
Look at the TTK Emma Frost coming out again. We saw how crazy the damage output TTK was putting in, and it could be a little bit of a sleeper when you're having Terra just pop off, and with Harvey also combine that with getting the trade-off of Delena and Crimso. It's an even fight, and TTK already has that 100% damage output on that Emma Frost.
She said ahead, but
yeah, if
it's so funny.
The Adam Warlock mascot, it's got to be Loki for Harvey there. TTK getting a
some players might be on
a
controller.
Ride this internal bond into the pressure, and now Nectar following up with Amoria as well. That's 2 they're making.
But I
now
think
with the invisible boundary going up. Might be a little too late, but
I think most of them are mouse and keyboard.
SJP, that was a beauty.
Oh, and the res off of Terra getting that 1 KO brings Carvey right back, which actually allows 100 Thieves to try to
TTK is a controller player.
And that's with 100 Thieves also being able to get the point first.
Some people are just more comfy. Like, I think characters that don't take high aim, like Mag and stuff, probably okay to play a controller on.
Don't see him on Invisible Woman that often, I'll be honest. Not someone that we see him play too much.
Emma, though. Emma's a very high aim character.
Not this time around, though. Great push to start things off.
Nice face cam. Pecky.
That Luna band that we saw coming out from the other
he
side.
Doesn't know it's on.
Sentinels try to prioritize and saving for Kurova. As Kurova will be able to enter into this next fight with the fate of both worlds. All eyes, though, onto Delena, who's trying to target that backline.
He probably doesn't even know his camera's on.
Of that damage, amazing with the Supernova, and TTK trying to
punched his monitor. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Sentinels, just as they try to approach here, but they're still able to stall.
The console thing?
Yeah, that's what
there's no aim assist in these games.
Before TTK, though, with that pressure push forward, the Nectar trading Psylocke v Psylocke. Love to see Crimso with the group hog and the group elim now, but Terra again just being able to get so much trade value, getting Harvey back up. Remember, that team up just often slept on and forgotten, as now just trying to escape as TTK. And as we would expect, Vicky, this is going to be just a close
right, he needs to be on Team Techie. There's a whole team dedicated to Techie.
Wouldn't expect anything different when you have Captain America and TTK just trying to move on that Emma Frost. And Terra has just been getting so much of these eliminations too. Definitely a problem that works hand in hand with just being able to get the revive on the Loki together with the Hela.
Yeah, 100% agree there. As looking into this next fight, you've got the Dance of Butterflies to open up that backline. Aramori, though, is going to have that internal bond, so the pressure will be relieved. Maybe they find
Why does NA get 3 teams? Just more people in NA.
And then Terra, we saw it in the past. He always
NA gets 3 teams, EU gets 2, and Asia gets 2.
Uncomfortable as they're focusing Vinny first.
In Eternity, they can play with Master Key with controller players. Yes. There's just no
copy onto the Invisible Woman. That's going to be cycled between the Loki and then SJP's Invisible
aim assist if you're on controller.
Not find a mark on that Meteor M.
So like I could play on controller on my PC in games if I wanted to. There's some people who do.
Make it 3 in total. Well, Delena's like, don't worry, I'm here too.
They like the player in a team said they were dumb.
Right afterwards, and 100 Thieves retake the point.
A full
so decided to name it
quick.
after
I mean,
him.
He got 5 out of that 3 on the old 2 with the Thorns. Just insane.
We're just making
the
stuff
guy
up
can
now.
play anything and is showcasing it. They put
Since
him
his
at
birthday,
that
Shimon
captain spot
decided
for
to
the
behave
team
while watching
for a reason.
Rivals.
The
Let's
trust,
go.
and most importantly,
More
the
into
skill
it now.
that guy has. Insane here. Going
Birthday
into the fight, though,
bingo.
we do have the invisible boundary to open things up. TTK can do
Oh,
some
bingo would
kneeling
be fun
here.
to play with these
And on
games.
Sentinels, they've got
Maybe
to
for the
win some
finals.
neutral before they get anything going. Kurova closest to it.
Crimzo too with that group
That's what they said during an interview.
At
Couldn't
least
think of a
combine
name,
that
so
with
they
the wombo
chose
combo on the
Techie.
Supernova and controlling the space. They have to
Just use an
re-engage
actual
now.
player's
They're
name.
95% as they try to close in the gap. I'm looking at Delena here. He's able to get away.
I'm gonna make a
with
team
the reset on the invisible
named
boundary.
Aramori.
TTK all kneel behind the psionic
He's joining.
seduction as they know what's coming. They're controlling
Girls
the amount of
only.
space, and you have the damage output here too already at 92 on that beam.
Yeah, Luna drops the beat there. Kurova keeping the team alive, and that's so
team
important
named
as the push
Ring
trying
Lean,
to
or
make
you're
things at
winning.
least uncomfortable for Crimson having to make his way back over.
The difference between very high ranks and pro play is communication. That's the main difference. Communication and planning, and it's a whole different game when you have they regularly play with each other. Player pools, yeah.
Looking on top.
Well, I was wondering where
Much
was
more
Roy
organized
Macy
play.
on the follow-up off that group hug. Roy Macy was taking a good amount of pressure, but no
You'll
Supernova
see
right afterwards,
the
right
supports
before
don't
the KO
DPS
was
as
landed
well
onto
as
them,
much
but
in
Sentinels
these
still
like
plant
tournaments.
their feet here, and
They focus more on
with the Doctor
healing.
Strange portal is going to come in to re-engage.
That's
what I've noticed, like in ranked versus this.
On Techie here, but Nectar going out with the Dance of Butterflies, trying to get that pick early. Terra,
I mean, they play more
being
as a
the first
team
to
than just
fall
like
here.
carrying.
Okay, it's 4v5 at this point. The
All
point
right,
can go
Philip.
either way. Crimson with the quick
Figure
melee
yourself
whip
out, pointing out
to
the
get
obvious
the
again.
duelist out of the fight. Vicky, this is so close.
Yeah, with TTK coming in on the Doctor Strange, just to portal everybody back into
They
this
trust their
fight too,
duelists
and
and
that was with
vanguards.
Sentinels in that first initial fight, right before we
Doesn't
saw
mean they
them
don't
come
do
in with
damage.
their
They just
own
I just noticed they do a lot less damage
had
in like
the body
than actual
advantage. A
ranked.
lot more players on
But
the
you'll see
point. They
supports
had
with like
one more of the
5k
trains
damage
here,
only.
and then they slowly backed off, and Sentinels were able to take over that point. So even coming in with that Supernova as a cheeky meteor comes in.
I'm pretty
misses, though,
sure
as Terra has this 1v1
Delena's
upstairs.
a dude. I
Off the
thought.
backboard, Techie. Now that's 2. Then
Yeah,
it was
okay.
back. That's
I didn't want
person, right,
to
missing
assume
on that
anyone,
USP.
but
Does get that elimination
are you
early
sure
to start
he
things, but right now
identifies as a
Sentinels
guy?
kind of backs against the wall here. It is 99 to 99. You've got the Eye of Agamotto, and up goes the
Delena does sound kind of girly.
He connects one, but Terra goes down here as Kurova
It's like
dropping the
Elena.
feed in a little bit of 100 Thieves momentum.
JP with that invisible boundary, though, the Eye of Agamotto sneaking through, right through that boundary as Terra finds
Girls can have
another
beards, Philip.
hit
Thank
onto
you.
Amazing
I just shaved
Vicky
mine.
too with the Crimzo.
Gomez is bench. Super Gomez is an insane player too. Surprising.
Back to back, but the nice trade here just to try to take care of that problem. Terra makes a swap over to the Wolverine. Harvey goes down.
Melania
And 100 Thieves
makes
are
me
down to
think of
4
a
here.
girl. But they are a
It
guy, I
is as
think.
close as it could get. Maybe not a pix away from the Shroud X game we saw, but
Look how
right
dark
there,
it is in
Vinny
his
throwing
room.
down the punches in the animation canceling. Beautiful job there, making a comfortability for Sentinels now, and it's ticking down here overtime. Any minute,
I think
they're gonna
that's
have
the
to
key
get
to
on.
being a
It's gonna
good
be Ray Mason
player.
to do the
You have to
slam
have every single
push
light
it
off in
forward
your
here.
room.
Nectar, though, trying to get something going. He does get the Lena in the trade.
That's a big
Wait,
trade,
Ray
though, at the
Mazing's
very
lights are on.
least. SJP is also slowly approaching that invisible boundary just to help with the reset. Same thing for TTK on the Eye of Agamotto. Right, Amazing with that Supernova, though. It's going to control so
Wait,
much space.
cool.
Look
Oh,
at
they're
what
in, like, an
overtime is looking
actual
like. Literally a
esports
pixel
room?
as we saw
That's
Terra
so
make
cool.
that swap over to the Wolverine. The Eye of Agamotto finds 2 big picks onto Crimzo and Aramori. They jump off, though.
I guess there's a lot
at
on the
very
line.
End. 100 Thieves Kings
Yeah,
take
but if
round
people
number
just like
1
start
going down
lagging
to the
mid
wire.
game? Is it just
what
like
a way to open up this fight. Incredible effort from both teams, but it was just by, honestly, a step
My
off.
light is broken. She must be really good.
Looking to get
10 and
that
100
point.
days have
Looking at
been
the stats
together
here,
in several rooms for the last couple of weeks.
I didn't see an awful ton on the Olympi, but 13K
Ooh.
obviously doing his job well.
I think you
Nectar, though,
specify in
has just
several
been
rooms.
putting on these silent performances, Vicky, time after time. And then there's Terra, who, you know, he's always doing it.
Yeah, and Terra, a TTK too, like 17.2k. I feel like it's just so easy just to look at your Emma Frost doing Emma Frost things. I clenched a little bit for
100 days is in their facility and send rented out a place for the team. That's awesome. That's like
trying to get that
what's it called? The bougie teams.
Didn't get it in that
They get
moment, which
treated
was
good.
what led to that group hug. But TTK is also just such a big problem to deal with.
I always wonder how much the players
you know
get
what TTK
paid.
stands for? It's take teams kindly. I
don't think it's a ton.
Just such an insane job there. Yeah, that's off the tongue.
I guess if you don't have to pay rent or anything, if you're in a
you
facility.
played well, you played great. Couple times you just could not connect those ults. You're going to see a lot between these two well-coached teams. It comes down to the ult fights and
What
just
if
the
your mid
perfect
turning
timing
the power goes off?
precision.
Yeah, exactly.
As now
But they can't
Rising
pause
holding
it.
the top of this point.
Amazing, despite a lot of the focus coming out from Terra though, and even finding these picks
Overwatch
onto
players got
Amazing
paid
themselves,
nothing until they hit
Terra
Overwatch
has
League.
been putting in that
I
pressure.
know the
Amazing
Sentinels
in
and
general
100
has a
Thieves
lot
pay
of
their
cover to
players,
work
but I don't
with
think the other
vertically here,
teams do.
especially with that middle pillar for it to
They
break
just
out
can't,
and
you know.
reveal the den right down below. But there's that damage output when you
50K
have
a year
a pro on the
would
other
be
side. Though.
awesome
You boost
for
it up just as quickly
esports.
at the dance of butterflies after Vinny gets a first initial KO. Delena following up with a 2K.
Dance of the butterflies, call it
Yeah,
dance,
it's Delena.
dance, execution, but here comes Crimso throwing them together. It's not going to get enough. They're using ults to try to cap this at bat
Envy
as well.
pays
They
it
really
well.
want it. Unfortunately,
Okay.
don't get it. Throwing
I hear
everything,
many of the
gaining
Sen
nothing.
content creators get paid
100
a
Thieves
lot
taking
more
over
than
the
the
point.
teams.
Gotta break
Content
down
creators just get
not
money
only
from
are
other
you
platforms
consistently
too,
able to
right?
keep your beam at just a high amount of damage output, but it's thanks to these group walls that
Oh,
you
wait,
get
the content
to
creators
keep going with
specifically
it.
for Sen, I
Crimson
get
being on
it.
that group could be a double-edged sword for them here, but Vinny does have that ultimate with the Captain America before the re-engage happens here from Sentinels with Aramori.
Yeah, looking here, Airmore can open up that channel
Shroud
bond.
X pays as well.
Can follow Nectar, though, looking, he
Does
has
Shroud
got a lot
himself
of
pay
value,
them?
Vicky, from those Dance of
They have
Butterflies. He's going to look
sponsors.
to go once again, at least on SJP. Harvey and SJP
Remember an
far
Overwatch
from the
League
ult,
game
or at
was
least not
false
going to get it
someone's
immediately in
PC
the
is
team fight.
having
And
issues
there's
and the
folks in
coach had
TTK
to
might
alert
as well just
cable
be
to
another
the
duelist out
player.
there with what he can put out.
funny.
And there it is, Dance of the Butterflies go down. Lanterns to follow, but they still get Terra and wipe two important cooldowns.
TTK in the down for like, let me out, let me out.
This is
These
looking good
group
for
walls are
Sentinels,
stopping
but
me.
maybe it's just because they're getting
For my
experimental
team,
with their
Delena
comps.
Tries to answer back, not finding it shot because the invisible barrier was right there too, but it gets caught out. Techie as Nectar
Who's
gets
that,
a
my
follow.
door?
Techie gets Harvey. No backline for you as Sentinels are able to reclaim this point.
Yeah, beautiful job there from
It's my
Tech again.
neighbor.
We've seen it so many times, like Prince. Just huge purple rain down on that team. Throwing it down. Another great elimination there. Right, Amazing does have the Supernova ready to go. 100 Thieves, though, they always have that fire extinguisher right in the back pocket. TTK, though, we've seen this is all they need, right? They've got the Neil. They've got Harvey. One support ult. You need one from each role, and they can usually get the point. This is going to be a tough
There was a
one
game
for
yesterday
Sentinels,
they paused
who
with
used a
someone
lot to
DC'd.
get that
Okay,
point,
yeah.
but
See, I was
Karoma
wondering what they
here
do.
with the dance ready to draw.
It's good they pause it. Instead, like,
Sonic
oh, well,
Seduction
you
bringing
lost.
everybody in their direction. Still finds Techie before the fade of
Emma's at 100 the entire game.
Reset, unfortunate, but even better news for the
Ooh, that was a
re-engage
good
of the
grab.
choke slam. Onto Amazing.
Yeah,
No,
I think
they're
this game
insane.
is
That
proof
also just
why you need to make
always
sure
feels
Emma's
so
banned
personal
always.
Whenever the Emma Frost knows what to do in focusing what that problem is, which is Amazing in this case.
Techie just begging to get his groove on. Can't
They're
catch
for
the beat,
sure
and
gonna
oh my
ban Emma
goodness.
Frost
Cuts him
next
in,
game.
Oh my gosh, just like that, Nectar goes up with the
Why
dance
doesn't
of
Bucky
butterflies,
get played a
but
lot?
gets eliminated. TTK! Top tier kid living up to the name.
Dude, and he's
I've seen him played a little
some
bit.
ankles out here too, knowing that right now TTK is the actual problem, and here comes Delena, while TTK distracts everybody in the front with that gigantic beam. Delena gets the KOs necessary. Terra takes to the sky, and they're
that
trying
was
to
a crazy
definitely
pick
flip
from
this because
Delena.
this is still in favor for Sentinels right now as they near 70%.
Yeah, they're just trying to stall as long as possible
She's
here.
too
Vicky,
good
they're
in my
trading
hands.
with Airborne. That's
Emma,
gonna be
yeah.
huge now as Terra
Big
just trying to get a
time.
little bit of relief. Techie now gonna fall down here. Unfortunately, as Strategist already went down to follow here, and then Nectar kind of left by himself. He is going to collapse, and at this point, it's looking, I mean, it could go either way here, Vicky. Obviously, whoever wins the first point has a little bit of advantage there with the ults and everything, but you know, I like the chances for both.
If they don't ban that Emma Frost, I mean, at the same time though, TTK is just TTK is also just an insane strange too. Like, and Magni, I mean, it's just good luck with all those vanguards at TTK.
Come on, Sentinels, you got
here.
this.
As the approach comes in from Sentinels, they don't have
You already know
really
we're gonna see a bunch of stuff on Twitter after 100 Thieves versus Sentinels.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for them because they're going to have to win here to gain ult charge, but everything in the back pocket for 100 Thieves, they're feeling prepared and ready to go, and I agree, it's at the hands now. Right now, there's one great Terra, but TTK doing an incredible job. Delina, though, going for the quick execution, has to back off, go to the teams, and use those dashes precisely to get back to cover here. Now TTK a little bit under pressure. He gets to the lantern zone. That's what's so deadly.
Look at the repositioning right there too. They communicated, the invisible boundary came out, and TTK in the Psionic Seduction tries to pull everybody to them, but the Fatal Approach comes in. The group hug coming in as well together.
This Torch is still good. I think Torch is decent. Torch is really good damage.
Many of these ultimates because they want to carry that over to the next round after they got off the point
and also
from
just the player playing him.
First one, and they're taking over this fight.
Bucky's pretty easy to kill, especially from a Hela.
No matter the hero, and just insane because they were so outnumbered,
especially
in terms of
turning it around.
And now they're fully loaded. Now you got to win another point. So do you want to use it
fight,
all? You know, it's going to
time.
come close here. They're going to have to do a good job as the portal
do
comes
they
in.
want to use all their ults, or do they want to save them for next round?
The Sorcerer Supreme pushing in early, and Delina looking for that early pick with the Dance of the Butterfly.
Time ticking away before retouching right here too. Terra has the reset with the Goddess of Death as Techie looks down and finds TTK, who tries to take to the skies without showing up that shield right on time, though. Maybe broke it right beforehand before backing away, though. Huge follow-up.
Ooh, they started countering the Emma.
That of SJP. Nectar too, as Nectar with the Dance of Butterflies helps out Sentinels take us to the third round.
Dunks the Galaxy on their hand and smashes the glass with it. Incredible job there.
Yeah, I wonder too, because I'll make a designated area.
Of Amazing. I mean, the guy can play it all in the duelist department, but Flyers, he's just locked in so well. 24k damage right now, 9 E-limbs, and looking at both sides, Vicky, I mean,
I don't understand letting Emma through
damage from TTK.
Mad.
I mean, just absolute madness from what he's put out here.
I mean,
what do you think here we might see for
really
point
awesome
three?
things on Emma.
Anything up, or are they going to say the same comps?
I feel like it was so close for the first round too, like we saw for that second round. I think just the re-engage and having those picks,
like
especially that big meteor onto TTK when TTK made that swap over to the Strange, like those very impactful game-winning conditions that you lean into, just in terms of timing of those ultimates,
this game
is what really
actually
made a difference.
run at
But I also
240
feel like
FPS?
the
I don't think so.
re-engage from 100 Thieves there at the very first round, and then looking at what
doing
they
good.
were
How are
able
you?
to push
Yeah, Emma.
in before getting off the
30k
point.
damage.
It was so close for them to take it, but then Sentinels were just on that point first. So I just think they stick to what they're doing here. And as you can already see, Techie coming in with the portal play.
Yeah, here it goes. They're taking the fight to them as Techie goes the portal in, and they're looking to get some cheeky E-limbs out, throwing out the walls and the pressure with it. Terra being precise
they definitely have some really nice PCs in there because they use it for a lot of their different tournaments.
Popping in a little bit behind here, and they're going for the strategist back there. Can he get at least the lanterns out? But there it is. We've got Vinny throwing the blows there on Dr. Strange, but Amazing trades with it.
Like in this game, or are you like playing right now?
Yeah, also you lost on Aaron Mori rather early in that fight too, and you're just getting duped out by the FGC character that is Emma Frost, honestly, because that's what it feels like when you get command grabbed.
What time is it?
Just how good 100 Thieves are in the neutral. I mean, just incredible job, awareness, and just communication.
Yeah, this tournament's gonna run late.
Are just spitting with lyrics here. As now Harvey, SJP both ready to go in the strategist front here. TTK getting close as well, Vicky.
You better be. Sometimes I don't know with you if you're joking or not, but you better be joking.
Also thinking about Harvey here having that God of Mischief.
It's not actually my grandma I'm picking up. I was just kidding about that.
Over to the other side though, Crimso's got the group hug, tries to get the follow-up push from the other side from SJP.
It just makes you feel worse if it's like keeping grandma waiting, you know?
Everybody from 100 Thieves sustained.
Yeah, they've got the pressure there, trying to get the point cap, but they don't have...
My grandma, Shroud won. It was the closest game we've seen in the tournament so far between Shroud and Techie. It was actually, I had me at the edge of my seat. And it's all your fault, Cervantes, because you jinxed it, so thanks for being a jerk.
That's what he does so good, Vicky.
The actual environmental air boost, by the way, like I just saw a flying TTK at one point in that diamond form. I thought I was just seeing my sleep paralysis Paralysis Demon in the corner while Terra gets another pick, gets Harvey right back in, and then follows up with Harvey and Korova. 100 Thieves now gets to keep up on this point with Sentinels only getting that 7% extra credit.
It's Infinity War out here, but both have hero plot armor. It's like, which team is going to take it? We're seeing the colors fly and the ultimates flash here, and it's just so close with these fights. But right now, 100 Thieves look like they've got it figured out, and they like where they got in terms of strategy. Remember, I told you, Vicky,
more
a lot of this is going to come down
champagne.
to that big ban phase.
Bad
and the way
idea.
they roll these games, it's coming down to micro decisions here. Delina hitting and farming just incredible ult charge here, going from 0 to 35 with ease.
Now, I've been telling everybody, did you know that Prosecco is actually champagne?
Been fantastic, by the way, on this Psylocke. Does not find anything or force out any of these ults because there was no ults to force out from 100 Thieves as they try to walk back in. The rest of 100 Thieves are giving them that space, but they could afford to do that with Sentinels only now
very
getting 10%
unfunny,
plus.
Mako, for that reason.
Oh, this is going to be a big one from Techie. Can he land it? He's
Nice.
the extra damage there on TTK, but that's where the Diamond Force comes into handy. Not only can you go with extra protection, but you can throw out the kicks and the
You doing? I just see a Pepe with his thumbs up last stream.
It's such a tough point to fight Emma on the point here with the rage up to 100.
Prosecco is not
This is
champagne.
looking rough now for Sentinels to take. Korova down, Crypto down.
But I told my mom. You guys lied about
Dude,
that?
that was so crazy. Like, TTK thought like 3 steps ahead right there. He set up the Emma Frost shield right on time before using the Psionic Seduction to hide behind it.
I enjoyed the
Terra
Kalui saying Prosecco tastes like Prosecco. I'm like, tastes like
from SJP gets the snipe.
I was gonna say apple juice, but it was not sweet enough.
100 Thieves, they plant their feet on this point.
It didn't actually do karaoke, but I had a very good night. It was fun.
Yeah,
Got
just
pizza and
absolute cinema
drinks.
from both teams there.
Hung out.
And
It
right
was
now,
fun.
again, there's always so much
Played
you can do
Jackbox.
after you've had heroes lost and gained, but 100 Thieves, they just played that to absolute perfection. You know, Vicky, the stats are going to tell a little bit of a better story. As Harvey, again, he says yesterday, I don't get to play him much, but when I do, oh man, can he absolutely eat? And he did so with Harvey, with Loki on that one. It's going to be 1 to 100 Thieves, and looking at the stats, I mean, there's a couple that stand out pretty heavily.
Yeah, TTK out here with 38k damage done. We had seen some swaps too, with Delena trying to portal right back in on that Doctor Strange, but dealing at least 26k damage, so 14 final hits, but then the 22 from Terra, as we saw Terra terrorize the skies. And even looking on the other side, Rye Amazing just continuously doing Rye Amazing things, and I feel like Nectar, we've highlighted other heroes on
hard
from
apple
Nectar,
cider
but the
is a lime
Psylocke really
too.
did come out.
Is it?
Yeah, 14
No, it's not.
deaths,
You're
though, that's
lying.
tough,
So
but I
stop
think the
lying
big
to me,
story
'cause I'm
there,
gonna tell
Vicky,
my
TTK
mom,
only
I'm gonna
got
blame you guys that I
eliminated
lied.
6 times. I mean, that's such a big difference of presence. And you just said it best, right, with the Diamond Form. Like, so many times is Diamond Form used on aggression, but no, right there, he was prepared for the
Yeah, the
ultimates,
healing
and then he uses
numbers.
it to survive and then thrive as he pushes it to the point, and ultimately helps him win that so well. I mean, when you've got some of the best players in the world on both Vanguard and Duelist, it just makes it so tough, even if your whole team is skilled to the nines.
Did you like look up and research all this, or did you actually know
Three
this,
steps
Nico?
ahead, like predicted the meteor to come out just so that way you already have your shield out when you are stuck in the psionic seduction, so that way you could just hide behind your shield once the meteor comes in if you're getting autofocus, because TTK was a problem.
I looked at Total Wine.
We saw Terra, we saw
okay.
Delena lighting up the skies.
I'm just so curious how you know all
There
this.
isn't a target ban onto this Loki, because Harvey is just the embodiment of Loki, just like when we
I
talk
wouldn't
about
trust
Corona,
Miko at
like that is
99%
the
of
Adam Warlock
things,
in my mind at the
but
very
that
least,
1% is
the
still
Emma
good.
Frost and the
Oh,
Loki
is that
needs to be
chat
taken care
or?
of.
Yeah, here I think Delena too is just often not talked about enough, because obviously he's on the same team as Terra. We see that in sports, right? There's a superstar, there's one really great player, because there's a fight going on in the background and in the back lines with Psylocke. It's just holy tracking. I mean, he's so good with his
I have to
precision.
go
and
to
honestly,
the other thing to
really
see
just
what the
took it to
emote
Nectar
is.
on
Okay,
that
chat.
particular map. And that's what cleaned up a lot of it, and just opens up space. It opens up strategists to focus on their vanguards, and then you can keep rolling from there. So there's so much going on in hero shooters behind the scenes as well. Want to give the flowers
4
to
final
Delena
hits.
on that map as
Only
he did
4
some
final
clutch
hits.
eliminations. But Harvey taking over that MVP, 36,000 healing, 37 assists. This man, he can do it all.
Oh, he's on
and
healer.
Both teams, pressure's off again. They're going to land, but they want this one. I'm telling you, Vic.
Yeah, it's all about the big money bags out here that they could focus on, and already taking that first map in our best of 5 is the best way to set yourself up for success here. Harvey popping off on the Loki, again, not so surprised, but that's cycling with the Invisible Woman too, and that's without the Luna Snow being out.
100 Thieves,
Yeah,
1 round
absolutely.
1.
And yeah, money's a
This
lot, but I
could
also
go
think
either way,
ego
though.
with both these teams. Like, they want to be known as that, like, team in America, right? And Right now, they're both showing it, but 100 Thieves looking strong, and they're going to have to change up a little strategies. They've said they have spreadsheets behind the scenes. Crimzo, he's got an answer to everything that's giving them the
I think
big
Sentinels
edge.
can still win this.
Thus far in the tournament, guys.
You played
now,
Espionage? No, I just did Murder
match 2,
Trivia.
and if it's anything like the matches we've seen
No
at
Espionage.
all of Ignite, it's going to be a good one. We'll be right back after this break.
It's rough that the healers always get MVP in these games but never get shown on stream. I know, they never spectate the healers. These opponents like downtime. I'm hate watching? Why do you hate Sun? Because you hate women, huh? I knew it. The same reason you hate watching me. Vicky looks like a streamer. She might be. A lot of these casters are streamers. They only got blown out the last match? Yes. So you can still win this. You take the blunt both side of a knife and run it across the seam of the glass and it pops the cork off with the glass safely. Oh, cool. It sounds hard though. Because of their Valorant team. Oh, yeah, I asked you that before. What's wrong with their Valorant team? If anything, you should hate Shroud. Because Shroud is from Valorant. Not Sentinels. I hate Zelsis. Emma and Slurp Glorpin giving Sen trouble currently? Yes. They're probably gonna ban Emma here. And Slurp Glorpin. I don't know why she reminds me of that one actress, Emma Stone. Yeah, she looks like Emma Stone, I agree. I've seen the bottles breaking. That's scary. I have a scar on my hand from sabering properly in college. Oh no. Yeah, I think I'll avoid it because I'm very accident prone. Yeah, this song we have heard 100,000 million billion times. That's the best song ever. Actually, I don't know any of the words. I've heard it 100 times and I don't know the words. Other than we are rivals till the end of time. Oh, and the name of the song, if I had to guess, is probably like Rivals again. Anyone actually know the name of it? You guys ever do weird things in your car and then you remember that people can see you?
Today, but we've got more on the line. The two
I'll be making faces and like
they did not get to meet each other
hitting my head on the back of the chair. Like,
but here it is right now, the clash of the Titans.
It was gonna happen eventually here, and this is the moment where we get to highlight the teams that have been able to improve through some changes that we've had within Marvel.
Not like
Rivals,
a crazy person, but like just like
consistency because it's
impatient at a red light.
As far as kind of like that tiebreaker from the history.
Yeah, but I
of
don't
these two
care if they
teams
see
meeting,
me.
And we have to.
It's different when you're on a motorcycle. Everyone's looking at you when you're in a motorcycle.
Because TTK, Terra, I mean, they were
hey,
all
but
a
helmet.
problem, but that Emma
Who are we
Frost,
rooting
the
for?
Hardy,
Sentinel.
Loki,
Sentinels all the way.
All big issues. So now resorting over to that pick and ban
If
phase.
you're rooting against Sentinels, then
yeah, really, when you look at teams
you're rooting against me.
This good, it comes down just
and
to
all
so
women.
many small things. It's not gonna be as evident, right, when you see maybe a big gap in the seating or the skill level. Right
okay,
here,
San added themselves to sexist. Got it.
Not just ultimates, but like the cloak bubble,
Say
right?
you
And just getting that out ahead of time, so then you can follow that out with something else.
I don't think I've ever seen someone do it before.
That Delena didn't get, anything out of that dance with the butterflies, but they use that on purpose to try to bait out different things.
I do think it's intentionally weird if someone keeps staring at me. Really?
Here. And again,
I'm gonna start doing that.
The cap that they have there for Crimzo on Captain America, I think they just think getting rid of that in the pool helps him so much, and they match it with Mag.
Oh, wow. Okay, and they immediately go for the same. Okay, it's going to be the Emma Frost v. Emma Frost matchup now. This is going to be great. We're going to be duking it out in the front lines already as the Luna band is next.
Okay. Oh, both teams. Both teams want to run Emma here. Since Sentinels is like, you know,
I mean, he plays other things, but that's been his comfort.
Our turn to show what we can do on Emma.
A few matches in a row.
Banning
so that's
Mag,
going to be interesting, getting rid of something that has been, you know,
some of them with the Emma player got me feel a little biased. But now they're both on Emma.
Luna going out,
they're doing the EU strat. That's what EU was doing. They were running Emma and not Mag.
Like, and Harvey is obviously the definition of a god on Loki, but I think they like what they got.
Okay, and yeah, over to the Cloak and Dagger being gone, saving on that Loki. They want to be able to promote that for Harvey here. So they've saved both of the strongest assets that I was talking about. TTK and Harvey here side by side.
Oh, I didn't see Aaron Murray for a second. I was like, where is she?
Use that Luna, that Cloak and Dagger, but they won't have that issue. While now Sentinels here on the other side are looking to save that
double
Cloak and Dagger.
Dommy mommy comp.
Yeah, and one big thing is Terra. This is what's so great about 100 Thieves. They can just swap on the dime, right? And Terra taking what was Delina's main role for now multiple tournaments going into Hell.
I've never seen Nightbot say that.
Harvey, one of the best strategists in the game, getting free revives. You can't make it up. It's such a good strategy there. But we do see Terra getting Wolverine. Hasn't gotten him often. This has been banned for him a lot.
Hi, Kazines. I'm good. Okay. How are you doing? They know not to let Aaron Murray play low-key.
We're going to get a little quick restart, but Kurova was lingering over on top of that Ultron, it looked like, too. So maybe seeing a different iteration of that.
Yeah, just watch party tonight. I gotta pick up some peeps for the airport, so I won't be streaming very late tonight.
Yeah, just replacing reloading the graphics cards. They're trying to prep up for what's going to be an epic match here. I think one thing I like strategy-wise already. Again, I think Sentinels, they're so well coached, but I like the idea
I kind of want
getting
some
rid of the
Taco Bell
Magneto there for them, and Captain America leaving Wolverine open, and now Crimson on Groot has one of the biggest weaknesses in Rage Charge Up. This could be tough to counter.
Channel, Taco Bell is on the line. What should I get from Taco Bell? Do you guys think?
Hand in hand into helping out TTK for the reasons that I mentioned in the first game, where those walls just help build up.
Pick me some up while you're at it.
Damage and to allow it to stay up consistently, as TTK is always thinking those steps ahead, right? So having to worry about if you do want to commit to this Groot, it's great when it comes to trying to isolate how you approach this first point, depending on which side you start on too. I mean, I feel like it works from both sides, but specifically really helps out the defense side as we get ready and we see if that's what they're gonna really lean on. But it's
what's
been
even real anymore?
It's kind of what can Crimson do in this case? They've been banning out the Captain America. That's been a really big focus target.
Get the nacho fries. Do they sell those still?
Yeah, and when you ban, excuse me, when you ban,
I always just get a chicken quesadilla, nothing else.
Absolute everything in terms of duelists. Not one duelist band that Sentinels have to go up against. So right, amazing.
Do they have pupusas at
we know what that
Bell?
can do on Central Park here.
Well,
so that to me is a little bit of a
that's not Mexican
it's a dangerous
food.
game,
it's not
but
like
I like that
South
they're doing
American.
that and showing, hey, right, basically play whatever you want. We still think we can beat you. As we look at the predictions, and this one way closer. Sentinels was through the moon on the last one.
No way, you just said that.
Actually, this is what I was expecting.
I'm sorry.
For the first game.
Okay, this is an educational moment.
Thieves,
okay.
Just looking at this series, and I love what we've had seen from Sentinels. Okay, this is the moment where we get to see both these teams again showcase what they've been working on, the different levels of compositions. But the mind games literally start in this pick and ban phase. And if you see one player specifically popping off, we've been seeing a lot more often in the Ignite series across multiple regions. Teams playing to their strengths. We've heard it in the interviews.
Because I know this because my family got pupusas.
And then you get these target bans instead to help enable you be comfortable.
Yep, absolutely. Especially what's cool to see too is kind of like with Self and Black Panther, we saw teams allow it and then they eventually started to ban it, right? Because they're like, all right, we're not going to give this one for free. 100 Thieves, they used to
all
leave
like,
triple
oh
res
yeah, Mexican food.
Like,
we love Mexican food. Yay!
And now a little bit of a
like right in front of everybody who's making the pupusas.
Immediately. Obviously, they've done their homework. They've seen what they've done.
And then
so
we sat back at our table. My aunt got really embarrassed. She was like, "Oh no!"
Back locked up here. But yeah, looking across the board, Loki getting shut down for them time after time, and 100 Thieves saving that Loki, Vic. You've made a great point. That's going to be a big difference maker.
It's just when I was looking
They were so yummy. I love them. I agree. I guess it's my first time having a papusa.
Not only is a healing output usually
11 out of
there,
10 would
whereas I'm
order
actually surprised.
again.
Like he
This is a
obviously
little
got MVP
overpriced.
for a reason, but we actually usually see like the numbers higher up the ladder. I wonder if it's because
That
maybe no
sounds so
Luna
good right now,
on
even.
the table, which you get the
There's
copy
the
of the
audacity
Luna
to think
Fatal World,
papusas would be in
always
Taco
boosts
Bell.
and inflates those
Look, I
numbers.
asked what
But
you want me to
Harvey is
order
the
from Taco
survivability.
Bell,
I
and
mean,
you
the
said a
clip that Harvey
papusa.
posted that we had covered
So you really
yesterday,
can't blame
the
me.
placement and timing for those
That's why I was
lamps, too,
questioning you.
and not getting baited, by the way, because a lot of times a lot of teams try to bait out your
Poo-poo-za.
specific Loki player into putting out those lamps early.
That was
so
a good
that way
one,
they
channel.
know that you have
That's really
no
funny.
ability to retreat towards getting
first
some
time I've
help
heard
to
of
help out a
poo-poo-za.
tank that may be overextended, and it kind of isolates you on a cooldown
It's
that
like-
they take full advantage of. And in this case,
How would
Harvey
you
is just
describe
so
it?
in
Like
control on this Loki.
Like a bread,
and honestly,
tortilla
looking
bread
towards
thing,
Loki,
and
usually
then
the counter that we've seen lately, right, step up to the plate has been that Bucky, that Winter Soldier swap.
What is a
And not saying
papusa?
they can't play it over there.
I don't even know how to describe it.
We just don't see him play a lot.
Papusas
of
are
that. I
thick,
think back, maybe
stuffed
Super Gomez did a little
tortillas
bit.
made of
Next
quarter
gen sure
rice
can,
dough.
But that is a big win con against
From
a
El
killer
Salvador.
Loki that is Harvey. As we begin, we kick right into the action here.
And mine was
Crimso's got
filled
Cam
with,
today.
like,
Hello, what's up, Crimso? As now the
beans
team pushing in
and-
is Sentinels on the offense.
Was it
really
Techie
yummy.
that had the camera just pointing at the roof? I just felt like
refried
I was
beans,
gonna say,
best type
that
of bean.
resonates with me. I completely understand all the emotions in that phase. But looking on the other side and trying to
That's my name,
split
Gray. You're
some of
red
the
on my
attention from
screen.
100 Thieves, Ryan Amazing together
A
here,
Salvadorian
side by side
hot
with one of his other
pocket.
teammates are just trying to split some of that
I hate
focus.
this
Looking
humidity
at
of my
Delena
hands,
too,
they're
over
so
to the other
soft.
side. But specifically 100 Thieves are doing this
I
just
need
that
some
way
of that
Ryan Amazing can
humidity,
get focused,
man.
the
My skin's
invisible start
dry.
pulling in.
Yeah, we're gonna
They
see
don't sell
here
it
test
anywhere near me.
flexibility
I had to go
against
to
Techie.
like
Has not played
a
lot of
farmer's
other
market
heroes. Nice
where
pick there for
it was
Nectar
like
on
a
Terra.
food stand where they
Techie
were
has
making
not
homemade
played a lot outside of Magneto,
papusas.
so they swap over to the Imite. It looks like he's doing just fine in diamond form as he takes out TTK
Hey,
beautifully.
okay,
And
Sentinels. Maybe Sentinels just
doing
aren't really a
good pressure job
domination
as well.
team. I think
Great
they've
job
always said
here.
that they
Let's see if we
struggle in
get the
domination more than
strange
others.
Switch, or they're gonna let the point go. They
I
are
don't know
putting
if
forward
it's
the
easy
pressure,
to
but
make.
great group
I'm
wall.
sure you can make
They're
it probably
pushing forward
pretty
to get
easy.
the point.
The big
New
difference
York
out
City
here is that
papusa
in
is
that
easy
first
to
game,
get.
Techie
Yeah,
could
not where I
play
live.
the
Where I
Emma
live is
Frost
very
because
much.
it was banned
Most
against them.
restaurants
This
are
time
like
they ended up
burgers or
saving it
pizza
because
where
they
I
know
live.
that if they don't
Not
want
a
to
lot
use
of
up a ban onto TTK, it's Techie that thinks that Techie
culture,
should diff
other culture
TTK on this
foods.
Emma Frost Ditto.
Yeah, just a great answer to what was the Magneto ban, too. I mean, that got rid of probably a little bit of strategy, and they were able to answer it there. As Ray Amazing trying to not only survive from the back line, that's Delena, but also trying to get that pick here. Delena, nice job with that tracking here as he continues to build up. 71% now to the ult, but both Sentinels ready for Sentinels. Got the dance floor and the
night
bond.
every
And it starts with
Tuesday?
the Brisbane from Crimso throwing
That's
it up,
fun.
but the invisible boundary going up, keeping him alive. Nectar trying to get a piece of it, and does.
Why do you guys have to go and make me so
Because
hungry?
it forced out the invisible boundary, which is the green light for Nectar to try to push in together with the team up with the Emma Frost's Dance of Butterflies, but does not find anybody while TTK and the Silent Seduction gets cut off by a giant wall, works into some cover as the fire from the sky, Ryan Amazing, putting everybody in the fire blender.
Yeah, exactly what we were saying, right? Using
Yes, I'm
someone
being
like Nectar to get
influential.
the dance
Taco
out
Bell
there
needs
to
to
get
pay
the
me.
cooldowns out, and then
Oh,
Ray Amazing
I
can
saw
clean
that
up.
panic.
Oh, it gets stuck on the pillar, cannot get out, but Delena cleaning up, but it's going to be the other Psylocke and Nectar that gets the last laugh.
Oh,
As
no,
now we have
Sentinels is
Sentinels pushing towards
steamrolling
the
on this
point,
map.
but you
They
can
gotta
see 100
figure it
Thieves, they're
out.
pushing fast here. Terra swapping to Wolf.
I had
Kind of block
taquitos
off the other
tonight.
sides here, having to make some of these swaps and hold that next
what is
corner. They're
Lomo
able to, with
saltado?
ease, get to this
Saltado.
first checkpoint. Look
What's
at that
that?
time bank that they have to work with, Cozy.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of that was just great ult usage, right? Again, they did the dance, and then even though you have both Emmas going at the same time, you've got Supernova up in the sky. Right, amazing! Living up to the name. He's amazing. Incredible job there. He's on a rampage.
That means with salt.
I just witnessed the murder out here. Terra did get a little bit
Taquitos
of
with
revenge, but
salt.
Crimson also
Do you miss
fell to their
Cloak
demise
and
at the
Dagger
hands of
ult
TTK.
animation?
Some little bit of a taste of your
I don't
own
play
medicine
Cloak and
here, while
Dagger,
still
so
having so much of this space coming
I
up
don't
here
know
for
what you're talking
Sentinels.
about.
I was gonna say, but at what cost? But the
The red
spawner
girl
is
is
a
so
lot
much
closer
fun.
to
We
them.
saw the
It's
tiny
about
girl
actually
big
medium
show
here, so
people
either
from
way you look at it, but it's a
from live.
Vanguard going
Also
down and a
watched
big
a
one at
lewd
that here.
sword
As Ray Amazing up
swallower.
in the sky, you would think he's on the other part of the
A friend
spawn
got a
because he's
pin that
pushing
said
towards them, throwing them down,
what?
getting them their
They
space.
have that?
There's 4 minutes on
Wait.
this clock, Viking
Where
Sentinels.
is the Ren Fair 18 plus like that?
Prepared with the 4-piece.
We are Groot to
I stayed in
follow up
budget
with
and got an
Crimson
Uber
bringing
cute high
everybody
quality
together
set.
in the group
Cool.
hug.
That sounds
Nectar,
fun.
The shish kebab coming out just to clear up even more space. They have not been stopped here, by the way. 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and Korova still has that Luna Snow ult.
Yeah, and Nectar with just these dashes of precision, and now we've got Dance Dance execution going on. He gets one, now two, he's stepping, and there's, my God, the most time I've seen on the clock, not against 100 Thieves, but against most teams.
Dance Dance de-evolution, more like it. They were trying their best out here. You're having your party
Sentinels
off
just need to make sure they don't do domination anymore.
Down. What a walk in the park with a massive time bank in favor. And this is the night and day difference too, right? Techie's been putting in a lot more focus.
But they
onto
lost the first round.
The first game. I think it's also important to talk about Central Park allowing itself to have a lot more verticality.
Is it like Disney humor where it's like dirty, but if a little kid heard it, they would have think it's dirty?
For a lot of these different teams.
Again, when you have somebody that's great at something, or a team, let's say Triple Res, Captain America, you lose out other bands. And I told you,
the commentators are really good. I agree.
The of Sentinels, they said, "Hey, we're not gonna. You can play whatever you want. Play whatever you want," and they did, Vicky, and they played with excellence.
I just really love how this advanced band system that we have in place just brings out so many different compositions for every single game. We get to see every different character played at such a high level that counterpicks on counterpicks to roll out without using all your ultimates, then re-engage. But looking at the stats, the fact that only 2 members of Sentinels have gone down further highlights how strong of a push that was.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting to me is they have Ultron open. Oftentimes you've got the torch going off, right? Ultron's going to be open right there in the back line. But typically it's Amazing that plays the Ultron, right? So then he would have to give the torch to Nectar, which we've seen a little bit. But maybe they switch up with Delena now.
I don't think I could watch that.
Of Ultron ready to go. And look at that freeze from way downtown.
Oh, dang. Literally, like, so far down the lane here, but Vinny moving all the way up here, just trying to control a lot more of that space, but having to look
because of
right
the internet,
them.
Jeffrey.
We've seen Nectar just putting in a little bit more of that poke pressure. Right, amazing though, still doing amazing things and being the problem. This guy is Terra tries to get.
I was so sheltered growing up. Because I wasn't allowed to even have social media or like
he sets up the walls
go online until I was 13.
Tons of flames on the path. He's roasting, he's toasting, he's making a barbecue as now he's pushing in Nectar here.
Which I am very thankful for.
35% to ult, building up nicely here. Air more close, but
if I ever have kids, I'm going to do the same thing. Although make it 16. 16 years old instead.
Putting the poke pressure though, and the lamps come up. Terra
same. Didn't get a fun until high school.
Onto Crimzo, no wall saving you. While wrapping around was Nectar, witnessing everything from the front row. Crimzo makes the quick swap, if it looks like, onto that Doctor Strange.
I'm jealous. I wish my parents did that too. But when I was 13, like that was wraps.
Yeah, great job. The Delena going to Winter Soldier a lot in season 1.
I think 13 is too young too.
And there's the kidnap from Terra right away on Crimzo. Just
I was crying, laughing, during it. I thought I was going to be so excited. It should have been cool enough. But Joe sending dying. That's so funny.
And they may get this back.
I remember my parents being so pissed when they found out I had a MySpace. It's funny.
Right afterwards, Nectar popping off.
I'm gonna make it 25. Yeah, I agree. 25 is better age.
Waits for the opportunity to then find Terra right afterwards.
The internet was both bad and good for me.
I mean, incredible job. I thought after the
kidnap, definitely was able to experience more types of people, more viewpoints, more like just everything with the internet.
Oh my gosh!
I think I would have been very close-minded and
Nectar damage output needs to be studied. Look at SJP caught in the
without the internet.
That's a projection. The pull in though, great awareness. I'll peel for your backline. Invisible boundary called in just to try to negate the damage output from Nectar and that dance of butterflies. While TTK puts a kick to the face of Nectar. The group hug coming in from the group ult as well as Delena, who tried to use
they're tearing it up. What did they change? All they changed was how they're on Emma.
Big plays here from Techie. This is the difference.
Watching the R-rated movies when I was 8 times, I didn't realize there were R. My parents didn't know. Oh no! My favorite person on the internet. Really limitless. I wouldn't guess that with your really #1 fan account.
We saw they swap up there too, while TTK comes and starts continuously kicking everybody.
The time limit
as
0.
These finally get the
0 minutes today.
Yeah, Sentinels put up a little of an electric fence there on
Terra,
but
now he's off the leash. He's going crazy when you see it eventually here.
Good job. Yep. But hey, Sentinels, 4 minutes on the clock. They're going to have to play with perfection, 100 Thieves, and we'll see.
Yeah, I guess I can tell a lot of people have heard this story a lot, but the first time I ever used my mic in a game, it was on accident. I didn't know my mic was on. It's like either 12 or 13. And I was talking to my dad, and I was yelling at him from the stairs. I don't even remember what I said. I start hearing in the mic, "Mommy, hey mommy, what's up? Hey sexy." Like, I got so embarrassed.
Yeah, I mean, Terra making a human torch, human toast now, but tearing it up in the backline. Good trade-off. And
Modern
great call
Warfare
there
3.
with Airmoy, just always on the Terra cape, just being incredible on what she does in both consistent healing and damage. As Right Macing burning down that tree, as we say it best here, 99 fire making over there, or what kind of you pick your poison.
Depends here of how much we're cooking. Hopefully we don't burn any food so that way we can get level 99 cooking instead. As you see the burst damage coming out, getting into position, the Dance of Butterflies online for Nectar as it's a first thing activated, jumping in, saying he can't wait. The diving fork coming out forces Nectar to back away at the very end of that Dance of Butterflies.
But then I went through a phase where I started loving attention. And I still love attention. But I went through a phase where I loved using my mic because I loved the attention that I got.
Team and all on SJP as he keeps the team up here, and there's the kidnap though. He's taking the tree back and slashes Crimzo down.
Isolating Crimzo again. It's the group, man. You have such a big hurt box, and then Terran comes diving in like a torpedo into your back line, slices you like a pair of toes.
Were your parents protected about what games you were playing?
The sky, but it's just been extinguished.
Yes,
in China, at lands, we need a rage meter on Terra because it happens real time.
I wasn't allowed to play zombies.
Like, the angrier he gets, the better he plays, and he puts this team.
They drew the line at zombies.
It's a Euro shooter. They're all together, but on the back at times as he's slicing and
dicing. They definitely would not have allowed me to play Skyrim if they knew like everything that was in it, so I kind of had to like hide things from them.
The person goes down, Vicky.
Oh, and everybody goes in for the group hug.
Definitely a girl thing.
To keep everybody alive from Harvey and the God of Mischief. This enables Delena in disguise hiding behind that invisible barrier here. Looking behind them too. They get to the checkpoint. Nectar falls next. And even though they were trying to contest it a little too late.
You told your parents about it. Yikes.
They did use a lot.
Probably an interesting thing for them to explain.
SJP and Terra close to it. We do have an internal bond to push things. Only 2 minutes and 34 seconds. That's tough on this point
my
because there's a lot of stalling you can do. But typically, sometimes we've only seen just one fight get done, depending where each team meets each other. Terra
I thought Robot Chicken was hilarious. It was the Bob the Builder episode. And it's like, Bob the Builder, we can fix this. And he starts like killing everybody. And like, it's super gory.
Victim on this kidnap. Terra slowly approaching that Wolverine.
It's very gory.
Find the 1v1 and the next victim with the follow-up from SJP, who has an invisible
every little kid has like a little evil side, you know. I was relishing in the blood.
SJP gets the push onto Crimzo on the bridge, off the map. Big picks here while Ryan Mason still terrorizes Dylan and Harvey.
Throwing down.
Maybe it's just this map. You get momentum. Remember the one with bench pudding? I only watched that one Robot Chicken episode, and then my parents walked in, and we got in so much trouble. They're like, "What are you watching?" My sister tried to change the channel fast. I think it was her idea to watch it. She's like 6 years older than me. Oh, she got in so much trouble.
You could still see the Terra Punisher, but it's completely unnecessary.
I never told my
sister
this. I ate 6 Hershey bars, and then I blamed it on my sister, and she was grounded for like 2 weeks.
The same if you're accurate in trying to get these kidnaps.
Here we go. We have Nectar going in. Amazing supernova time, ready to go, but the kneeling is
I was like the perfect little angel middle child, you know? So like I couldn't do anything wrong. And I was like very much like a rule follower. So when I actually disobeyed the rules, my parents believed me when I lied about it.
That spells danger. Oh my God, what a beautiful finish.
And that was just a follow-up combo, by the way, from Harvey and the God of Mischief, and in that invisible boundary, the pull in right after the communication right now.
You know how the Hershey bars come in like packages?
Yes, they don't have that
like
same
6.
time bank,
Is it 6 or 8? But I ate all of them.
Win every single
I was a chocolate fiend.
Yeah, honestly, like even with points of momentum going, right, Mason got a 2-piece heading in there, but it didn't matter because Terra does what he does best.
Chocolate.
Every single person there played to absolute excellence. Again, we said there's that kind of home court advantage of being in the boot camp.
I have had food poisoning like 12 different times growing up, so I have like a stomach of steel.
Man, these games are so good. I love Marvel Rivals. This has been fantastic here. It looks like Terra's still going to be able to stick on that Wolverine.
Favorite chocolate bar? Ghirardelli is really good, but it's expensive.
Not only do you have to consider the environmental like just warning that you have on that bridge by
Madame
that
had to hide the
stairwell,
dark
but
chocolate
the
bars in the safe for my
invisible
sister, and I
woman
would eat
push
them all.
follow-ups that we've seen already.
Yeah, my
very
mom,
consistent as
she
we
always
take a look
hid
at the
food and
scoreboard.
drinks in her
11 final hits
closet.
in favor for
I
Tara,
would still
but
sneak in
that's
there
all
though
been enabled
sometimes.
here with some help from Harvey out here with a 33.
Because we were just like, he would vacuum, so all of us
and
kids.
the 15 final hits from Nectar, as we've also been talking about the damage
I'm still
output
a
from Nectar,
chocolate
but then you
fiend. I put
combine that with
chocolate syrup
Amazing in the
on
sky.
chocolate
You could be the
ice
brightest in the
cream.
sky, and Nectar
Oh, that
is right
sounds
there
so
on the ground to
good.
finish up where Amazing started.
Yeah, Techie the team went down, but Techie the player showing that he can match TTK in terms of performance.
Yeah, it must just be
here,
this
as we're looking
map. Both
close
teams
neck to
kind of
neck.
rolled.
Every single performance going to matter. And 100 Thieves on
Alright,
that
Melissa,
last
I'll probably
one, they
be-
did a
stream will probably be
six-man
over
group
by then,
project,
so have a
everybody
good
did their
night.
part for the first time, right? Compared to school, it's now Tara ready for the fast.
I think I gotta end after
They're throwing
the
their best player. He's looking for
100
more, and he
Thieves versus
almost gets the
Sentinels.
scoop on Amazing, narrowly missing.
It's like a horror movie. Like you just have to back away and give Tara some respect at the same time. It's
I
the
don't
Tara
wanna
show,
put
really.
chocolate syrup on my
100
coffee,
Tara.
ice
It just sounds like a
cream. Hey,
terrible
free
thing
will,
and a scary
right?
thing to deal with if you're on the opposite side. Then you have all these
No
members
one's there
of
to tell
100
you
Thieves
no.
giving them that support. Sentinels though playing a great split up position though, specifically to help Amazing put in a lot more of this damage through this choke.
Absolutely. Here is now Vinny trying to get some pressure on early. And again, 24 seconds, not a lot left. The team ults are far from coming here. Both teams are going to have to win in the neutral and push forward. And right now, it's going to be 100 Thieves with the pressure on. Can get the first elimination. Tara, he's thirsty for more. 100 Rage, 100 Thieves as he pushes forward now. 2 going down in vain to the Vanguards, Vicky.
This is the difference between having a Loki and not having a Loki. Loki getting their ultimate
I think we
so
do dessert
quick
backwards.
while the kidnap commences. Tara finds
Because
Techie.
food always
No
tastes better when you're
safety as
hungry.
Airborne
So dessert
reaches
should
the
come before
eternal
dinner,
bond.
no?
The
Because
invisible
that's like the
boundary
most
now
yummy
from
food.
SJP. They cycled that together. They get right back to health as the Groot ult came out just a little late. And 100 Thieves with the timing of those ultimates now have just completely taken care of Sentinels. And it was
I
just 2
also eat my
ultimates
ice
too.
cream before dinner.
That is master class in terms of how you take a point in overtime. Vinny, are you kidding me? Too, the perfection of the walls, the cutoffs, the slam downs.
Start doing that at restaurants because you always eat all your food at a restaurant and they're like, "But dessert always sounds so good at first," and then you eat your food and you don't want dessert anymore.
You can ban the torch out here, but you have to consider the kitty that is Wolverine
Are they
coming
100
to
Thieves?
play.
Actually, that's a
100
good
Thieves have
question.
so
Why are
much
they called
ready to
100
go to
Thieves?
contest for this next fight too, and Sentinels really only have the Supernova. The Psionics
Big
induction
bench.
is going to be big.
That's a lot of people to split 3 million between.
TTK to get the finishing blow. Tara is on. Tara needs to be stopped. He's doing all of this, by the way, with a messed up hand.
Oh, I forgot I stopped eating these because I was getting itchy.
Mid-freaking air, during the Supernova. There's a slim sliver left, and they're pushing it now to the second point. They don't even need time. They just have dominance now.
Why is there a giant squirrel?
Look at the face, the emotion. That's the viewer live look as we're pushing in now, and they're right now. Sentinel, they don't know what to do right now. They don't have much in the tank. Techie's the only one.
Both teams are just
And they don't really have
steamrolling.
anything to sustain themselves too against the onset of
Why
damage
is
that's
Team
about to
Liquid
come out
so
from
low
100
in
Thieves because
force?
Atlanta has the goddess of death
I'm
and
sure
gets a
that's reasons.
4K.
Why is Techie named Techie?
Shambles, and
Hi,
Atlanta
Architect.
just wipes the whole team.
Too much dessert today. Hey, it's vacation day. That's okay.
Right? It's Tara. Then it's Delena with the 5-piece.
That's me right now.
Fell over the squirrel.
Why does the squirrel keep coming on
Just
screen?
removing the words from the crowd here as the team pushes forward. Can they get a 3 cap on this?
With no time, they didn't need the time. Remember, they had the lackluster time back compared to Sentinels in their 4 minutes, and Vinny's got the group hug ready to go. Sentinels trying to play split on the very top of the stairs, holding that slight high ground with Tara.
I like your reaction to that. Is just,
How
huh?
is Tara doing this so consistently?
Absolute perfect job here, 100 Thieves. They won more. They've gotten 2.5. That's a lifetime. Keep in mind, Sentinels have 4 minutes and 26 seconds. They're going to need all of that to match this.
Oh no, I thought that was so
far.
funny.
This is the only thing to keep 100 Thieves in it, and they're doing exactly that as Supernova goes up. Amazing is looking to go down here as Tara's trying to slice and find some more. He's up to 100. 100 Thieves, 100 Tara pushing through. Techie though.
Dang, it's going to be tough for
My
Sentinels.
God, Vicky.
Got ready to
That was all
snort.
started because they lost out on the Emma Frost when the invisible boundary was put up, but unfortunately Emma Frost was right outside that invisible boundary, and then you get
This is
kicked
a
off the map
long-
from
there-
the other side
this
by the
tournament
Emma
is probably
Frost.
gonna go to, like,
I mean,
11
they
PM
could
at
have
this
really gone
rate.
the distance right there too. They were slowly approaching those ultimates.
I can't. They always live up to the call. You need a 4-minute style push to match what Sentinels can do on that first offensive push. And they get it done. I mean, an absolute clinic from 100 Thieves. starting for the first point there, and it starts with that kidnap from the Supernova to slow down momentum. Ult's so important in this game, but even more so in overtime with everything on the line here.
They're both going to China, Sentinels, and 100 Thieves.
From this one, quite literally.
So mostly what's on the line here, or is there like
pick your poison.
bragging rights?
The thing is that, like, even though you're seeing Terra still with the highest amount of final hits to match
If they're
out
the number one team
Nectar,
or the number 2 team?
it's about playmaking opportunities with this Wolverine, and it's a lot of this coming in together.
Oh, Borky, I know you drilled that into my brain.
Right there between the Loki and Invisible-Woman, they've been cycling really well between
No,
that
I
too.
don't have normal
and then
cups.
you look
I
on the
don't
other
like
side,
buying normal
you have
cups.
Corova being on that Luna, you have the Cloak and
Gotta
Dagger,
be
the
quirky, you
survivability
know?
is also there, but you can't really help out your team when they're getting kidnapped by Terra on that Wolverine, and that's
Normal
with
cups are
a flyer
overrated.
being on the opposing team, and they don't even need
No,
a
on
Punisher.
tonight. I snuck on today. I usually don't stream on Saturdays,
We said
but
this before with Wolverine, right? He's not flanking. He's hunting.
if I'm not
Terra
doing
is hunting
anything,
for some prey
I like to
as he
stream.
looks upon the heroes going for him. Now, this is going to be tough because
Okay, I need this game
Sentinels,
bad because I
they
really
just
gotta
have to
pee.
play somewhat well. If they do the exact same thing they did on the first point there, they can definitely get the
Alright, happy
points
to be
and
here.
maybe
I'm
the
happy
win
to
here.
be
But this is
here.
going to be tough with the way that they're playing right now. We've got trees going up. Vinny pushing forward here, and Sentinels, they got to go full aggression.
Well, they're holding just back just because we poke pressure just to build up into some of these ultimates, but 100 Thieves playing with confidence, looking at what
You get
Sentinels is
cup
bringing
stuck
out,
on your
still
chin as a
sticking to what
kid,
was
not
working for them
stuck.
prior. Techie taking a good amount of that damage, so that's some help from TTK to build into that beam.
to my face.
And looking forward here, Crimso. Uh-oh.
I didn't know they can get stuck.
49% Air Mori looking close, but again, Harvey's just always close.
I do remember the Kylie Jenner challenge, yes.
That, but now he's at 92%.
I don't think I ever did it because I was scared.
Delina gets Techie down, and a lot of the momentum
What am I
with
supposed to say? Like, it literally got stuck? Did they have to go to the doctor?
Right after some good, Terra, you can't evade him. He's inevitable.
When you find the Loki, you know Loki being able to get that ultimate first online, that's going to be your primary target for these. Oh my goodness, Techie just
She got yelled at for being a hesitate because she sucked so hard she popped a blood vessel in her lip and it swelled up. Yeah, it was dangerous.
Right back in after getting that pick, and this is going to be big as they try to push up.
Yeah, kids are getting hurt
with
from
the
that.
Eternal Bond into the Terra Cape and then the bread and butter into finding that KO.
Are there still trends like that? 'Cause I feel like when I was a teenager, all the trends were just bodily harm.
They did not get it as Air Mori though does
Pride
get the
Pod
silence
challenge.
on Delina, and they don't want to use too much. Right? They still playing the tank, but they don't want to use it all right here. But they might have to as the invisible boundary goes up.
Feel like Kylie Jenner lip challenge.
Down.
But they used the invisible boundary from the Loki a little too late.
No, I've
while
never
Terra
played
went
Necros.
down
I
with
think
the
he's on
Wolverine. You know
Virginia
how it is with
servers.
Wolverine in general. You don't kill Logan, you just buy time. Before
I played
round
with
two, as Nectar
Corova,
dances right back. Rymazing gets picked
Crimso,
up. A little bit of a number disadvantage here, but Sentinels do have these two ultimates, and they've
Never got in a game with
knocked off half
Armory.
the time that they built up.
In 100 Thieves, they
I had a game with SJP, Delana a few times. Delana actually forfeited in the game I had with him. They're like, it's unwinnable, let's just forfeit.
I mean, I can't believe my eyes. We saw a 5-minute
But it was very winnable, but that's
That
whatever.
was seeing a 4-minute response from 100 Thieves. Absolute crazy.
It's just so confident the way that they've been playing this methodical too. They know that right now their position that they're holding, it's
Sentinel still has 2 minutes here.
The way that looked up to the side of the screen, and then the follow from Delena too.
This could go either way.
Yeah, there's just not enough to say about it. Look how calm he is too. Up goes down with the Berserker Rage now, and again, he's locked at 100 rage
Look,
at
I
all
think
times.
Ice Bucket Challenge was for a good cause, so.
As he gets them all.
Dude, the claws came out, and so did the other team's trauma right now. Because it's like me seeing that the PTSD is real. I'm gonna be hearing the way that he just slices around with his claws in my sleep. That's my face right now, exactly like that. The squirrel on over to the other side, just watching Terra continuously get these kidnaps. Rymazing's looking at every corner, like, is it safe? Where is he? Where is he?
Someone tagged me on Facebook to do it. I just ignored it. Wow, Borky. Wow. It's still not too late. You can still do it. Just like 10 years late.
Amazing's like, I know it feels
Finally
like
did it.
somebody's watching me. Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. The follow-ups, the
True, Wolf is an insane Wolf player.
They walk up. Nectar then finds Harvey, though. That's a great first pick here. That was after the Loki ult was used. The follow-up as Nectar opens the door
Sentinels
to
can
keep
still get
Sentinels
this.
in this fight.
45 ults later, the
oh,
point
they made
is
it all the way that far to the
clock.
third
I mean,
point.
I just insane job. Even with that first initial pressure, I'm like, oh wow, you know, good job getting some stall. Gonna be tough for them to make it through it.
Okay,
now they
come
have
on,
to have a
guys, I gotta go pee.
How the hell are they gonna do that when Terra
hurry up and win
is at 99,
Sentinels.
make it 100% ult, 100% rage?
Oh, geez, gonna go to OT. They better not C9.
Moving up, though, having to control the space. Crimzo does not have that group hug just yet. Sentinels don't really have much compared to where 100 Thieves were at when they were able to claim that point and move around that next corner. They literally had, like, what, 4 ultimates, and now 100 Thieves pushing back around. Terra's the only one with the ultimate to try to knock them off.
Who's designated cart toucher? Looks like Emma.
On the clock. That's what 100 Thieves had to work with the entire time. They got the job done. Now Sentinels, will they answer the call? Terra, he is terrifying. He's throwing up his damage reduction, trying to go for the hunt there. He goes slices, dices, goes to Crimson, kidnaps him yet again. He's got 100 kidnaps to his neck.
How often do they use that line when Terra plays?
Time is ticking.
He is terrifying.
We see it again. We see it again. It's a Kraken impact, but it's on Wolverine.
Thank you for banning Magneto. No bubble, no safety for you. Instead, all you have to deal is with these claws, sending Terra out like he's a Pokemon sent out for 100 Thieves to completely hold back Sentinels.
Terra, I swear, there's 151 originals. Got to catch them all. Terra's just trying to get 151 kidnaps.
I really thought Sentinels had that.
When we went into that, Vicky, that the ban plan going in, you could see
terraforming, terrifying, so many things you can do with his name.
And what did we just see? We saw Terra eat it up on Wolverine, and it's exactly what I thought we would see going in. But then Sentinels respond with the 4-minute hit. Doesn't matter.
Dude, that was like watching a controlled explosion just wearing cargo pants and that beautiful big mask. Like, most traumatic moment, by the way, for Logan. And here comes Terra just like taking it out on everybody in this lobby. 51 KOs, by the way. Well, TTK, I highlighted TTK a lot in the first game. Looking at the Terra show with the Wolverine though, while TTK silent but deadly. Maybe not so silent when you have that big beam that just gets bigger and bigger with your damage output, but TTK's damage output is always consistently higher than either Terra's or is the highest in the entire lobby with this Emma Frost.
The adjustments, 100 Thieves, they feel like they've got what we've highlighted for so many teams all combined into one, right? It's the coaching, it's the play, it's the talent, and the adjustments. I mean, how much better can you get at adjustments than losing and getting absolutely stomped in the first push? I mean, Vicky, let's call it what it was. It was pretty disgusting. Sentinels just push it right down their throats, and then they change a couple of things. Terra, you know, he gets his rage built up. It was at maybe 50%. It goes to 100, and bam, it's done.
I'm just thinking about Raimazy. Like, think about the mental, right? Like, as a competitor, you're getting ready for your next map. Like, did Raimazy even have the opportunity to play the game in those last 2 rounds?
Honestly, no. I mean, if he was not eliminated or dead, he was just looking for Terra, and then Terra was always around the corner that, you know, he wasn't expecting. It's like watching a MCU film, and you're like, oh, surely, you know, Thanos is not gonna win, but he does. He's inevitable. It's Terra, and they did it. SJP with the MVP. How fitting. 49K.
You know, I'm not over Raimazy looking for Terra, and it's like Terra just living rent-free in Raimazy's head right there. Like, you could see the fear, the way he kept trying to break his neck. But yeah, SJP coming through with the Invisible Woman, and that's side-by-side from what we had seen with Harvey, right? The follow-ups with this invisible boundary, always on point. But SJP with the timing on these invisible boundaries were fantastic. I mean, it really took the Emma Frost from the opposing side, from Techie specifically, to try to force a lot of these individual members outside of the invisible boundary, which is where we saw some picks actually in the very beginning.
American Horror Story featuring Terra. I mean, that's what that felt like. We're months away from October, but it felt like amazing. Again, nightmares in the sleep. 2-0 right now. We thought this one was going to go back and forth, and honestly, it has a little bit there. But right now, the win-losses, they're telling the story. 100 Thieves, they need 1 more to advance to the grand final, sending Sentinels down to the lower bracket where they'll face either Shroud X or Envy, our next map. I'm drenched in sweat. Like, this is insane. Can't believe it coming off the game. And this is nuts.
What was it?
There's
you
a
and
chance
I
that Sentinels won't go to China?
It, right? I believe so. It was like 100 Thieves. We thought it was going to possibly go like
just make stuff up and spread misinformation.
So, but it's just been dominating.
Yeah, I think I had 3-2 100 Thieves taking it at the end of my predictions, right? And
I forgot
right now,
I mean,
I'm not even like my own prediction because it looks like it could just be a full sweep. But hey, guess who got reverse sweep? It was Sentinels. They could do it right back to 100 Thieves. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to match number 3.
Somebody leaking again? No leaks in chat. Cover up those holes. Thanks, Architect. The game is spreading misinformation. Yeah.
Struck down by living cheek.
All of my chats are thoroughly researched. Thank you. Philip, no. Philip's big liar pants. Sentinels could reverse sleep here though. I don't think Sentinels knows what to do with their bans right now. I think they get too experimental. They need to ban Emma. I don't know why they're not banning Emma. They're banning Mag. They don't want them to have the bubbles, but they also need the bubbles. I think Rhea should have left Torch. She was getting grabbed too much by Wolf. They were rolling, and then I guess other teams just made some swaps. They better ban Wolverine. That MF is so cleaning up house. That is true. But is Terra like one of those DPS who's like really good at all the DPS, or is he like a Wolf specialist? You just need a team and everybody to sign up Architect. Terra can play them all hard to target man. Yeah, that's what I figured. Carol will just go on like Psylocke and then... I have no teammates. Yeah, you get this 1v6. If you guys made a team, I would spectate. Who are my best players in chat? Just if you win 3 million, then you have to give me a cut. Give me all of it. Can you drive us to practice? No. That's too much work.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back from the break. While you guys were gone, I went to Cameo. I saw if maybe Hugh Jackman could just say, hey, you can have my role. I mean, like, that is, it deserves it at this point, Terra, with the performance there. But also, Vicky, we have not seen, as we're going into this next match, we have not seen...
Definitely not Philip.
Sentinels have both Cap and Mag
definitely not
out,
Steiner.
and this game plan is working to every bit of their favor. I can promise you that the yellow and blue is being banned. As we look at Terra's player stats, look at this.
Dude,
best bench warmer? Okay, you take bench warmer stand.
Like, are you kidding me? The 20 final hits on top of it all, and then you also have to like consider like your eyes watering when you get pinged from behind by TTK. Then Delena just from afar, just pinging you from afar, whether it be on the Hela or
I'd just be a cheerleader. I wouldn't be on the team.
Psylocke too, because just the damage output, it sneaks up on you, and then the follow-ups are there. Terra with these kidnaps, I mean, this is what happens when you don't have a Magneto, right? When you don't have those bubbles, Magneto being banned for both of these teams, and I don't believe either of these teams have a Hulk, right? So that would be like the extra bit of a cherry on top when it comes to trying to protect yourself from a lot more of these kidnaps.
Hey, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the man gets 50 limbs like it's nothing. I mean, he constantly gets it. He doesn't even play on the main server all the time. He's always on just the competitive server there because he likes it there. Like, to keep himself entertained, does he set new bars? Like, I don't know, but right now
I don't think that's how that works. But
by the way, he died 17
that's definitely
times.
a strat.
I would say about 15 of those were via kidnap.
We're gonna be our cheerleader.
Literally
like
did not get to play those last 2 rounds. Like,
programmers in person in China.
Free in his head, was looking behind him, looking for the ghost, and currently right now,
that cheer on computer programmers in person. I'm so confused.
Yeah, and that's what
more damage when he eats. No, I haven't.
The Jarvis clip,
I haven't seen those.
How he can carry their team so well. It was the right amazing show yesterday.
I'm one of the lowest ranks in chat.
Going in, I said both these teams are going to be prepared. iRemix, he's
What's
got these
everybody's
boys ready
rank?
to go
No shame.
because they just completely
all your ranks?
put on a clinic on Very Amazing, shutting
In
down
chat.
Sentinels with them.
What's your rank right now? Not your peak, but your
Looking
rank
to
right
see
now.
the change-ups here as the Magneto ban comes into place. That's going to be Sentinels
Diamond.
looking at 100 Thieves while they get to save the
C3.
Emma.
C3's rough. So many throwers.
Now looking here again, same game plan. Why switch it up? You would have to think
Iron
Wolverine
one,
is going to go
D2,
here. The
GM.
MSA perfect. Love it for TTK. What they've been doing, obviously,
D3,
as we highlighted
plot
before,
one.
the damage
Like you
numbers
said,
insane.
most everyone's
53
around, like,
eliminations. If you thought
diamond-ish.
51 was crazy, 53 there from TTK.
Silver one,
the
I haven't
man
played much
is
this
just
season.
a menace, no matter
Understandable.
who he plays on. Now,
Bronze
in my
doesn't
opinion, just
count.
the
You could get
Vanguard-
higher than Bronze Steiner.
You hear about Nevix, you hear about Sparker
If you
in
actually
EMEA,
played.
but right there with him, this is why LAN is so awesome.
don't
Because I think
grind.
we've got two of the best on this team. It's insane here. Loki fan.
I was
can't
one
even
game off of
believe, like, you
Celestial.
bringing that up just gets me so high.
Yeah,
because
D1
who
C3
knows,
is
like, what is even
awful.
gonna happen
It's so
when the Clash of
toxic and,
Titans
like,
at this point just
you're high
comes
enough that
together
people have, like,
in an
crazy
environment
egos
like
and they
this,
think
as
they
the
know
Luna,
everything.
The Torch is out the
And they all
table,
wanna play
the Loki
Duelist.
being protected, though, once again playing to those strengths. We see TTK popping off on this Emma Frost. Harvey obviously has been a very important asset
I'm
with the
I'm
Loki.
tempted to
And even
protect
if
my
they
peace and
decide
play
to,
on my alt for the
well,
rest
they
of the
did
season.
decide
I
to
know
ban
that's
the
like
Luna,
me too.
they
I'm
will
like,
have the combination
I have
of
a
the Loki
tournament
Luna, but
on
SJP being on this
July
invisible menace just
1st,
allowed
and I
them to
want
really
it to
thrive.
say Eternity. I think I'm like Eternity 6 right now. So I don't think I want to play on it until like after the streamer tournament.
Titans in esports, but there's always the
case I
bigger fish.
fall.
There's always somebody to take them down. Gonna be fun to see it clash here. Got the save for Air Mori on Cloak and Dagger. I think that was good and important for
Sentinels
them as they've
is
lost
still
access to Loki at this point. But the triple res being shut down again. 100 Thieves sticking to the same game plan.
not banning Emma.
If they want to, they could utilize the Torch at some point. We're gonna have to see
They
if
just
maybe
want
that's
Mag
what
outta here.
Amazing leans into, because for the first time, I believe we don't see the Torch ban onto them. But no Mantis, obviously no res comp that Sentinels have a lot of strength on. Obviously still getting target ban too from Crimzo and that Captain America. But if you're Groot, the last thing you want to think about is that Wolverine, which is why they prioritize knocking Wolverine
Also
away
always
from
banning
here.
Mantis, because I don't think
Look at
Mantis
Amazing
gets
has
rid of res
access
comp
to
and then
Human
damage
Torch,
boost
but
on
he's like,
Ultron.
nah, I'm gonna go to Jarvis. You can have, I mean, again, 100 Thieves are saying Jarvis, give Roy Amazing all the armor, whatever he chooses, and he does choose Tony Stark. He's going with
Amazing
Iron
only
Man
plays
here. We saw
flyers.
yesterday, or
No,
he did see
I think he plays
yesterday,
everything, but he just like
absolute
specializes
chaos erupted. Amazing
in
was able to get some huge shots there.
flyers.
And even after that domination, it's still razor thin margins.
Yeah, 60 to 40%, although we saw the change up from you guys in the chat for that first game, but I love how we've been able to see
I cannot
this
wait to
develop
watch Squid
across
Games
the last
tonight.
2 games alone. Now going into this third game, man, it's just been so insane to see the growth from both these teams, bringing into a different composition, these advanced
hate
target
that Squirrel
bans
for
too.
some reason.
We get to see the Squirrel having their own little solo one-off as a pianist.
And they are going to be looking to
Space
create a
is
symphony,
annoying.
hitting every note, every elimination. Right, Mason, we have not seen him play Magic since season 0. Maybe it's just
Final
a quick
episode?
pick for some picks
No,
here.
I haven't even watched it yet.
I love seeing some Magic. He's going immediately for the Raccoon. We seem to let it go to this before.
First episode
here,
of
as they're
season
putting the
3.
pressure right away. These teams, they like to spawn camp whenever you're on defense here with the triple Vanguard, triple
I
support
forgot Squid Game
approach.
Return. I know, me too. I wouldn't have known if it wasn't for my chat. Yeah, they're playing Magic. They're getting creative.
100 Thieves though knocking them down.
Maybe
as
that's
the
what they
Sentinels
need to
have
win,
that
though. They
spawn
just
room
need to, like, be
advantage right
creative.
behind them and taking out Terra.
I gotta say, Ego Death is probably feeling pretty good, even though they got eliminated. They're like,
You
hey, we
have
played the scene
pictures from
pretty
last
well.
night?
I mean,
I
they saw
think
this
any
exact copy
pictures I
yesterday.
share might
Terra,
dox me.
The Terrible was on the thing, going into the ring, throwing the haymakers as he does.
And they have
Now he's
other
going
people
to,
with me, so I don't think they want me sharing any photos.
And he's literally a professional diddle. Just
I
flexing
forgot. I was
through
gonna do
these
a photo
different
shoot, but I forgot.
Aggressive Vanguards, the triple Vanguard, the triple support coming out to re-engage. The Terra cape to follow up. Harvey slowly approaching that ultimate, but SJP needs to stay alive. Over to the side.
Share your
stuck in the
views
corner,
after.
though.
I want to
Techie
discuss something. That's what
understanding the
everybody's
assignment, knowing
saying.
what to focus on first.
So
As Sentinels
curious.
did not have to waste any of those ults to win that fight.
Bringing them right into limbo. Right, amazing. Great job in the neutral at that, Vicky. They didn't have to use anything to claim that. About to have all 6
was so
online.
flamboyant. I
Like
forget he
the
loved
Power
it.
Rangers going Morphin
He showed
time.
me
They've
some
got
of his
Dark
pics
Child
in
here
one.
for some quick
He
hits.
was
Dark
snatched.
Child can pop off with the correct
That's
support. They
cute.
don't have the mag, though, to keep it alive, so they're going to have to do something. Maybe the Eternal Bond to give them the
Yeah,
path to
people
victory.
who are more of like that personality, they'll hype you up so much.
Sustain themselves to pave that pathing, as you can see it right there. It's going to be off of SJP, though, and the God of Mischief, as Techie uses that choke grab to just get out of sight, just to close in the distance with the rest of Sentinels.
Probably.
It is also crazy to see that Amazing sticking to this magic, something that we don't ever really get to see at all, and still finding these picks while having that magic ultimate and looking for an opportunity to follow with Nectar.
We talked about their flexibility. We're seeing it right here. By the way, Techie with the sick tech jumping on that bus as now they're going in, and there's Mason with the slice of the dice. It's not Wolverine, it's Magic, and Dark Child's still ready to pop off here. Not using the ult, but just getting the job done is the whole team here.
Hey, I'm loving to see the Magic.
We saw this on Central Park. They had an incredible push. They've got 4 minutes here. Insane surprise job on the Magic.
Is this the first time we've even seen Magic in tournament?
Is there anything Amazing can't play at this point? I mean, yes, you wanted to stick to that torch that last game, but you could tell Amazing's upset, playing to the strengths too of Midtown specifically, especially when you're up close and personal by the second point.
Absolutely.
Oh, here's your Bucky. Somebody was asking about Bucky.
Sentinels going all gas, rip the bricks straight off after that performance. Again, if they lose here, they are down to the lower bracket. As Terra with this, oh my gosh, grapple the hook, he gets 2, he's fishing out there. My God, gotta catch them all, Vicky.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? If it's not the Wolverine that gets the steal, Delena then comes up instead and gets the follow, finding 2 more. It's Terra.
So yeah, all regions will be going to China to compete. And A gets 3 teams, EU gets 2, and then Asia gets 2.
And again, the unsung roles gotta get some love too. I mean, the Vanguard play, just perfection. Harvey and Team SJP got 3 picks there. Incredible job at Loki and that flexibility that we're seeing here. But guess what? Crack and Impact.
Oh, those was references. I wasn't really listening to them. We're probably just big Pokemon fans.
No way.
Dang, Amazing on the Iron Man?
It's a Amazing being the shish kebab. They felt that they took that personal, Cozy.
I swear it's server admin. Like, Terra just completely knew what was coming there. And that's just what you look for. They've got everything, by the way, that they need for this defensive effort, though. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We've got the dance floor and internal bond ready. And Mason did get a nice little 2-piece there with Jarvis and co. as he's got the maximum hole skin.
You
got the again and again ready to rotate through the Kraken Impact. Maximum pulse out coming in from Amazing. Isn't going to be able to find anything. Great shield placement too from the other side of TTK. The Psionic Seduction just forcing Sentinels to back away. Tries to halt that momentum as the copy comes in from SJP. Save with the God of Mischief copies. It's going to be onto Harvey with the Eternal Bond. Just waiting with the group walls to move all the way up. Got the group pause ready to go. They had to wait.
Yeah, like first time we've seen Iron Man and Magic.
And they try to cut off the healing again as Terra continuously finds Amazing.
Rips the batteries right out of Jarvis. It's a terrible thing to
that
witness
was more
here
like my ranked games.
Throwing in the absolute GOAT group punches. And Aaron Mori, though, keeping the team alive. Eternal Bond is going to help with the sustain. We do have the Dance of Butterflies that get the huge pick on Terra, but the Lina Trace instantly matching.
Ezekiel wants you on his team for the tourney, he was saying on stream. I don't think I am on his team, though. Have they made the teams yet?
With Techie, too. Going to be able to wrap all the way around after clearing that second choke, but they're looking behind them. They know that something is amiss. There's somebody else that may be on their flank point that they have to
kind
look
of
for.
a big deal, so I get it.
They're gonna have to look to reset 100 Thieves in their belt. They've got the Lina ready to go. Terra's gonna stay on that Winter Soldier. This is gonna be a little bit of a neutral fight. Here's the seduction that happens. It's just so fun watching these 2 teams strategically go up this point.
Imagine the tournament was winner takes all, right?
Backing up, it's Sentinels.
Wait, winner does take all.
Trying to reset, Vicky.
Winner gets the 3 mil.
Vinny's waiting for the green light here. It's going to be the ready go between Delena and Vinny, and Delena's going to try to open things up with the Dance of Butterflies, jumping right in. According to Q, Aramorty and Kurova become the victims of this harassment. They knew something was about, and before they realize it, they just get jumped.
Then what is
a complete takeover from 100 Thieves.
That was an absolute symphony. I mean, perfect, hitting every single note. Vinny with the quick swap to Steve Rogers. He can do it all freaking day. I mean, it's crazy because you have to sustain to survive that damage from the Dance of the Butterflies, but not when you have Captain America's shield right up your gut.
It's just so much too. You have to split that focus. Everyone's turning right behind you. The Psionic Seduction just to at least clear the space around this next corner to also isolate the problem that's on the other side. That may be Delena Terra. Right,
I was wondering, this 3 million seems like a very random number. Okay, that makes more sense then. Ribbon season is 500k. Dang. I like that. That's better than winner takes all.
Get some help too from the lanterns.
You guys better not be lying to me again though.
Over to the dance of the fate of both worlds. Pulse Charge does find Vinny though. That's a big pick. 100 Thieves now losing out on 3.
Yeah, civil war out there as Iron Man does eliminate Captain America, but this time Steve not getting the finish he wanted here. Right, Mason putting on the pressure here. Beautiful job as he's also going to get the beam right onto TTK. One of the few ways to take down that diamond form and the reduction. Now Aaron Mori's got the Eternal Bond to help push him forward a bit, but right now 100 Thieves, they've got the sustain with Vinny. They've got Terra and the Kraken Impact. This is going to be a really tough third point with 46 seconds.
See how they're going to be able to hold this with Aramori coming in with the Eternal Bond. Crimzo slowly approaching that group ultimate too, the group hug. While 100 Thieves have just so much
you know
more
what?
to
I
work
think
with.
Sentinels need. I think Sentinels needs res comp.
Helping that together with the Emma Frost team up. TTK having that Psionic Seduction to try to negate that from Aramori to push in.
Yeah, just two duelists playing all-oop with each other, right? And slamming each other's baskets as Delena gets the back pick on Kurova. That's going to be a big one. 76 to hold.
Adam Warlock player.
At the very least, as Aaron
Don't take advantage of it.
To use the Eternal Bomb. We have Avengers Assembling, 100 Thieves pushing in with Vinny now with the Kraken Impact. It's 1. Let's go ahead and make it 2.
Sentinels is doing good right now, though, with this comp.
They do survive this, Vicky, and he's putting the pressure down. Clawed up.
I don't think 100 Thieves was expecting Magic or Iron Man.
You have Kurova coming in late, but right, amazing!
Where's the ult?
Saved them here as Kurova Death is off the Psionic Seduction. They clear out 100 Thieves. They come in to recontest at the perfect time as the portal comes out just in case for some safety from Sentinels.
Ryan Amazing deserves MVP for this, to be honest.
To take it all the way to the finish line.
Right, amazing. He's blazing. That was a beautiful job, even with all of, honestly, surviving the Kraken Impact, right? They only got 1 off that. Usually it's a minimum 3. I think it's literally
100 Thieves hasn't won yet. Hot Bomb, calm down.
With the early pick on Kurova, too.
Sentinel still has a chance here.
Executed that to perfection. But that's what Iron Man and, more importantly, Right Amazing can do to flip the script.
That Pulse Masterclass allowing themselves to claim that point. That was looking really shaky when Kurova was
seen a reverse sweep today already.
Specifically, it could have been that Delena was able to get the pick earlier on, knew that Kurova was going to come out, was a little behind, and still was able to get a back-to-back stagger. That was scary there, but it did allow Kurova to at least re-engage with the Luna dance off after following up with Amazing and that Iron Man ultimate.
As we look at the stats here across the board, Crimzo honestly doing a lot for this team. It's the silent assassins often group, one of the most silent, right? But he often speaks the volumes that we see here. TTK, Techie, both doing a great job, but Techie now putting on a 28-2 show. Not only
it's already 8:45. These games have been going on so long.
What gave him so much pressure.
And if they reverse sweep, like, this tournament might go to like 11.
Inflated out here looking at Amazing with the 13 final hits. 11 looking at the other side. Nectar really been able to pop off.
Oh,
it's 100 These that have been doing a really good job in terms of their positioning. Terra
I don't know what the strat was there.
Better late than never, as I always say, and it's a great map to utilize it when you look to the sky, as Amazing's been the
They were just waiting to see what the comp they were running.
Yeah, we've seen this Frank Castle story before, and it doesn't end pretty here. It's often 50k damage, 50 eliminations as he's pushing forward here. He wants to up those numbers. Delena has 1 tick of health and surviving just narrowly.
Nobody has fun with the score barrel in the game on either team, I agree.
Tony, as Amazing is going to look to get pressure with the hit scan, but no, it's Sentinels putting on a great performance of teamwork here. My goodness.
Even better for them when they hold on this spot specifically. There's a lot of the, oh my goodness, but they still found him trying to get back to the rest of the team. That was actually crazy. Delena thinking that you could get away right on time, but the beautiful communication
I think Amazing stepped up a lot
as Techie repositions off that high ground before dropping down.
Yeah, we're amazing able to get this ult so quickly here too. Crimzo almost has the entanglement. This is going to be a giant setup if they can do so correctly. And there it is. Oh, the save from
He lived.
TTK with the shield up from Emma. That's incredible.
The reaction was actually insane there. TTK gets the MVP just for that save, but it's not going to be enough, it looks like, because Techie has built up so much of this damage thanks to Vinny being on that group, setting up these group walls here. They get the follow, they finally take Techie down.
And like I can aim better than that, and then pull some crack stuff. Yeah, exactly. Also, if you just think like the movement, you know, like all these players' movements and positioning is insane.
It's just chess with explosions.
It's like it's one thing aiming at like randoms and everything, but this is they're just next level.
It's the duelist show. Pushing it
forward.
You're looking at both directions. Literally, both of the duelists using those ultimates. Delena on one corner, like on one side of the sandwich.
We've watched some of the EU games.
This also means that they had used
I think we watched them.
And it's already 2 minutes on the clock. SJP, the only
totally
one with the ultimate for the next fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's just emptying the clip and filling the feed. I mean, it's what he does best here now. On
Same
the
though. Sometimes I watch their aim and I'm like, oh.
We've got TTK trying to get that early pressure on. Now, in the set of signals, we've got the maximum pulse yet again. He's going to have to look out for TTK in that awareness.
He lost the other day.
It's going to help them with that sustain. And
they've never lost a match in any official tournament or non-official tournaments, like Marvel Rivals Fight Night. Oh, they broke their record.
Yeah, not point blank, not this time around here too. Gets blocked out. Techie too, being able to find Terra. That's 2 out for 100 Thieves, and they don't want to go back to the drawing board. They don't want to go back to the spawn. Psionic Seduction now coming in just to re-engage, because at least with Harvey coming in, you will have the Eternal Bond in this next fight.
I've never lost a game in my life either, actually.
Such crucial eliminations in the back line. Oftentimes, again, there's a story that we don't see written, but Ryan Mays in there gets to Lena with the quick poke of neutral. Now, Terra coming back as Strange. We've seen him do that before, and it has helped them massively while they get the portal and the pressure. 56 seconds. There's the dance.
Yeah, Sentinels has us.
Nectar slicing, dicing, and you've got the Lanterns out. Big cooldown slash kick. Dead.
Wow, the timing on those lamps too from SJP was so on point. Talk about the awareness from TTK to look right behind them. You wait till the very end of the Dance of Butterflies, then you activate the low-key lanterns just
once
to stay
100 Thieves gets momentum, like there's no stopping them.
Utilize that ultimate coming right back in, but you have to look at
this map always goes into OT too.
TTK always on point. Combine that with Vinny in these group walls.
Just eyes on the back of his head. Again, I would say I haven't seen this many lights since New Year's Eve in New York, but we're here. We're in New York, and it's matching the hype that we would see on the countdown as Crimzo 88% air mooring to follow.
Did you get Taco Bell, Miko?
Close behind. 2 minutes 40 seconds. Great job. They got all 3 points, Vic. So right now, Sentinel's still very much in charge of this defensive effort.
It's looking like front row seats right here in Times Square. It's just the
you're saying he hasn't gotten picks with it. Yeah, but the Iron Man farms his ult so fast.
Yeah, you have 2 ultimates. Techie's opening things up first with
his biggest thing is he doesn't want to die when he Iron Man ults. That's like the biggest thing.
Here from SJP to allow the pathing because they're limited on time. 2 minutes now, less than 15
Whoever
seconds
gets the other Emma will win.
Gets taken out.
Dashing through the snow,
I'm shocked that Sentinels isn't banning Emma. They've been banning Mag.
Pushing forward, Crimzo trying to just stay through this internal bond to keep himself alive. TTK though wants every bit of it. Turn on maximum overdrive here as the group goes out. TTK eliminates
no,
Crimzo,
100 Thieves got momentum.
We do get a trade in duelists. They're doing a great job to stall.
Oh, but going right back in, Kurova's slowly approaching that fate of both worlds, but too little, too late here. While 100 Thieves have 3 ultimates to claim this next point. A lot of space being built up. Vinny having that the group hug, while the rest of Sentinels are staggered in.
Just TTK, tactical team killer. I mean, this guy, it's crazy what he can do at the helm of a Vanguard. Now Terra on the top with that shotgun, ready to lock and load. Kurova, Scott.
Oh yeah, the Punisher. Punisher's so good against group.
Literally put Ryan Mazing in the blender with that beam. That was crazy. Terra with the final judgment. Sentinels did have the answer. Those try to prevent and stall as long as possible on the second point just to waste more out of the time.
His turret is what, like 900 health? So as much as a
to come right back into the portal. But again, it's just to take away from that time back. They get to the second checkpoint. They have now an additional minute on the clock with 2 minutes.
The highest DPS tank
Emma.
Emma.
There with the shotgun. We've got the maximum pulse. The duel's ready to rock. 2 minutes again. Not a lot of time, but as we saw from the last map, Vicky, they don't need much time to get the push on, right? They only use the overtime previously. Now as Vinny leading the
had an energy drink, I had
the
coffee.
aggression. And this is the thing about Loki, right? You can just set up those clones and have a little.
It's only gonna hit me right before I go to bed.
By the card.
Depending on how they rotate
Before I go to bed, all the caffeine will hit me at the same time.
Win at least these next 2 fights to get this payload to that second corner. Psionic Seduction is going to open things up for Amazing with the maximum pulse coming in.
That's not that much health.
Does not find its mark again. The way that they kited it away, bursting
I like
right
that the
into
turret
that
is considered a shield, so you can shield yourself off from a lot of stuff.
Currently, Sentinels have just thrown out everything. The Silent Seduction will come out online, but you fall before you can even use it because then Lenarel comes in and Vinny's still holding on to that Groot ultimate.
It's a Marvel fireworks show. Abilities flying, cooldowns. They're crying. No one's breathing. It's pure pressure as they push in here. Vinny's got that entanglement ready to rock. And at this point,
Invis is really good. I like Invis a lot. So they said they're gonna learn her.
Look to match
I swear I've been having more luck winning on Invis than I have Luna. Just because of her pushes and pulls can be game changing.
Korova having the fate of both worlds though in this next fight. That's why they time to contest and suffer as long as possible. Nice, gets into the turret so that way you don't get affected by the Psionic Seduction right before those group walls come in. You get to
Terra's really good. So is her Amazing though.
Taking now moves all the way back right
I like those
the
are the shining stars right now. They're flex
They know
duelists.
Vinny is holding all the way forward, but the Terror Cape forces Vinny back. You were not even able to use it. Yes, the dance up from Korova comes in, but they'll have only one more re-engagement for this next fight.
That's a massive pick and a massive fight win here as the teams look to get back together. I watched Terra's ult charge go from 45 to 80 within just a blink of an eye, though, and so he'll be set up for the final judgment for the final fight. Looking at both teams.
Final fight. We'll see if we go into OT. I kind of wanted to go into OT to see how late this tournament goes on.
Vigilante Justice on the horizon. Terra having that final judgment.
Sentinels
Silent
could
Seduction,
reverse
though they have
sleep
to
here.
desperately contest the point. You got now less than 15 seconds, but you have all the tools in your pocket to try to take this fight, cycling through this, a supernova to open things up. Crimson going down first. The follow between Vinny and the group of Delena and Techie meets their demise. Terra, though, is able to try to look for Amazing.
Oh no, it's gonna go no.
Now looking around, can't fly away. Terra gets
Sorry,
sent
Grandma.
out. Thanks to Harvey making this pathing here. Coming up next with the Eternal Bond.
And they're not going to be able to bush enough. Yes, you've got a tree, but it's not going to be. Oh, wow, we do get the Groot ult off.
Absolutely massive Groot ult, but they stay alive.
At the same time, like in harmony with the dance, it's going to be 100 Thieves, so getting 1, 2, make it
Grandma can walk home, I agree.
3. And they get 3 points to match Sentinels.
Harvey coming through the Eternal Bond just to keep everybody alive out of the Groot ult was big.
Jeez,
no
this is
strangling prison,
intense,
nobody's
though.
getting strangled this case around. And even with no time to time back, we saw this cozy, we saw this very similar in our last map. Now getting a little bit of deja vu right here, though. I really like the way that we saw Sentinels changing things up, even Amazing at the very end, the way that they stalled for as long as possible. Their game plan
Who's
was
gonna
to
win?
try
I
to
know.
deplete
Come
as
on,
much
Sentinels.
away
They
from
can
that time
reverse
bank
sleep,
as
I
possible.
believe.
Yeah,
Forgot to bet. I gave you 10 minutes, though.
Honestly,
Who would you
though,
have
if it
bet on
wasn't
if you had a bet?
TTK to answer Jarvis, all right, it was then Harvey with the quick
Yeah,
cloak.
100
At that
Thieves,
one
I
point, we
agree.
saw one where
But once
Harvey got a
100
cloak
Thieves
off
gets into their
everybody,
groove, they
and
do
the
really
iframe's
good.
done, right? Couldn't get through that. They had an answer every
Jeez,
single time. And you
69K
only have
healing from
milliseconds to
Korova.
prepare for that. So just great job from them forcing the swap and ultimately getting the job done. And it's all.
I don't
Vinny
think
too, I
Res
gotta
Comp
say,
is enough damage
great
against a
performance from him at the end.
walls.
Couple hits there in the melees. What,
That's where
3
Res
limbs
Comp
opened things
struggles.
up.
It's just not very much
Yeah,
damage.
and also just forcing Amazing off of that Iron Man, like we saw like
30
TTK get the block
million.
3 times back to back. When those ultimates are not landing, you have to make some changes. And
Mantis,
Supernova is a lot easier
the
to
Sentinels
CC
banned
and control.
Mantis.
A lot of more of that damage output in that short amount of space. A lot better than an
People have
Iron
been
Man
running
that
like
keeps getting blocked.
Ultron Mantis,
Right, Amazing
Luna,
and Terra's stats are almost neck
and then
for neck.
Mantis
Yes,
just like
Terra's gonna get that
perma
50K,
damage
but
boost
Right Amazing
Ultron.
right behind him with a smidge more E-limbs here as pushing forward. We've got yet again.
So I think with the Mantis ban, you
show,
avoid
but it's
that,
back
and then you
to
also avoid
Torch as he's thrown
they're
down, trying to
running
get rid of
Adam.
that turret and that pressure immediately and counter with his own
nobody's gonna play
pressure.
Adam
Vinny
without a
forcing him
Mantis.
into the room in the restaurant now, but Vinny, he wants all of it.
Amazing bang on this torch now. Crimson moving all the way up. It's the Groot right here in this
Quarantine
alleyway that
is
just has so
overall
much space
right
to
now.
build up, but it's the poke pressure just to build into these ultimates. And look at Terra, who's already at 64% as he's the first one to get the pick onto Amazing.
Absolute justice and punishment served hot on Roy Mason, taking him down. The trade, though, we've seen this time after time. It's the Psylocke battle over and over here as we've got the attack of the clothes. Vinny now looking for more. This right now has been a great defensive effort. Nothing to come from it. 67 seconds. Can
My
Jarvis
cloak
get
fans,
this
I'm
thing
guessing
charged
because
up?
of how fast she can
has
farm
his
ult.
part ready. Entanglement coming in the form of
Yes.
Vinny.
Yep, I
and
think
it's
that's
going to
exactly
be,
why.
oh my goodness, Amazing with the quick swap.
Cloak and Dagger's been being played like every single game, but both teams just about.
The timing from Aramori and the Eternal Bundle
Pros
just to
don't play
enable
Widow.
that play together
Yes.
with Crimzo. Now they can't get off the point.
They know that Widow
taking away. They
does
fear
not
from
compare to the
100 Thieves,
other
but 100 Thieves will be able to
characters you can play.
re-engage with Harvey and TTK having both
See,
of
why
those
can-
ultimates. It's really up to how
I
Nectar
think
and Raimazin prevent them from
Hawkeye's
trying to
shots
approach
are
that next choke.
arguably
Just
easier to
such a good
hit
job there, and an
than
important one at
Widows.
that. They get rid of Terra's ult, and now
Less
he's got
skill,
him over to
but
Bucky
then
Harvey.
they one-shot and
TTK
Widows
ready
doesn't.
to respond. Right,
Doesn't make
amazing. Can
sense.
he land it? He's gotten 2 so far. Can he make it more there with Jarvis and Frez as they push forward? Nectar once more. There's the pulse charge. It goes down, and Vinny takes a lot of hit, but it's not anything when you've got an Eternal Bomb keeping you up. Dance floor drop. Delina looking for the backline pick.
Man, what was that? 1 for 4, 1 for 5 does far
Yeah, and he
here
shoots
too. It's not
faster.
the pillar, it's the Emma Frost and the shield blocking you out. Instead, Korova finishes off with the fate of both worlds as the dance of butterflies is greenlit here. Nectar finding SJP, finally
We
trying
got
to
the
see what they can do
Sentinels.
here. As Sentinels are in trouble, Techie goes down with the Psionic Seduction and now trying to fly away, trying to get some cover. You get to the health pack,
no.
and Deleta's just trying to focus their sights on Raimazin, who
Literally
cannot get
nothing
away.
you can do there.
An impossible fight to take whenever you're Iron Man versus a not only Silent but Delina that close. But honestly, they're still keeping the jump. Nectar right now is absolutely controlling this point, slicing and dicing again. That sense execution about to come out yet again from them. Crimzo as the entanglement. Oh, it's the Nectar show.
Don't forget about Nectar. It's mango season out here. Group hug for Crimzo to find everybody. Sentinels with this long fight. Aramori had gotten an
They
Eternal
got
Bomb
it.
like twice,
Nice.
by the way. They still cannot get off this point. Look at the sliver
No one's gonna
of
play
pixels
Hawkeye or
left for that
Widow when
overtime
there's so much on
clock.
the line. Snipers have too many
Sentinel with
counters.
the
Yeah, I
mystical
agree.
coming in with Strange, get the 2-piece. We've got a Kraken impact. Obviously, that's gonna put a stop to some things here. But right now,
some hives for some
Sentinels,
reason.
They had an answer for all of this. Look at Raimazin looking calm as a dang cucumber pushing forward here. Doesn't need any ult to put the
Cool as
pressure
a
on.
dang
Does have that
cucumber.
ult now, and there's the overdrive. Vicky putting the pressure out. Can we get a 2 for 5?
Nectar trying to force out one of the ultimates here. Big
Sentinels
roll
fighting for this
coming out.
spot.
Unfortunate here. Couldn't see if the color was actually Crimson that put that up preemptively, but probably Vinny on the other side. They get off the point. Too much pressure, and that was the Techie who just activated the diamond form. Oh no, they got off when they were still alive. But
I've
it
been
wasn't a lot of
suspicious.
pressure,
I'm
but they were
allergic
just
to
trying kite
cantaloupe
away
for a
from the
while, but I'll
ultimates.
still eat it because I love
You
it.
hate to see it. You hate to see the S9, but here's the good news, all right? That was a hell of a lot better push than they thought they were going to get.
Yeah.
When it was almost stopped there at the front. So great job either way. Each
I like
team
the
very
dude's
similar in
orange
efforts to be able
shirts.
to push
Be
forward.
like him or
now
his
they just
shirt
need the
or
defensive
both.
plan to make sure they don't get sent to the lower bracket. Right now, guys, if you're just now coming in,
He is
this
Ken.
game could push down Sentinels and move 100 Thieves to the grand finale, which at this point, home court. They've been there so many
The
times. They're
damage
looking
rocket
to
is
do it again.
225. Nice. Got a
Lot
stop
on the line
500
here.
push.
Sentinels tournament lives from the winner's side at stake. 100 Thieves. One dub away
82k
from sitting in
healing
the
from
grand
Kurova
finals as
right
we take a
now.
look at these stats right now. 71,000 damage blocked for Vinny, but even
Dang,
crazier,
100.
101,000 damage blocked from Crimzo. It's honestly, I'm not surprised. These brute walls, especially
I don't know
when
if
you're
I've
dealing with
ever
Emma
seen
Frost,
6
it's
digits.
so lethal.
82k
Damage
healing
blocks.
Kurova, 52 elims for the Rye guy. I mean,
I think I want to see
so
Kurova get
bonkers. Again, this is
100K
like my
healing.
career stats across every role. I'm impressed with the performance, the grit, the willpower. They're both going to land. They both get to see each other in person to face off, but they want it right here, right now. The battle for America continues.
Let's get this started
I know,
here.
these are
Delena
good
already looking
games.
to get position in
Sentinels
the high
versus
ground,
100
looking
Thieves.
around to see where Nectar is, because Nectar has really come to life thus far. The silent but deadly killer before
This map
down.
always goes into
That's
OT.
what
This
I'm
is the map I
talking
think
about.
where I went
Wait for
into like
SJP and utilize that mental projection with
over
a damage
6 to
output.
6 OT.
Click, boom. It was two clicks, and it was over. The slice and dice to perfection. That's as good as the combos you get. Hey, let's make it another. Nectar putting on a performance.
Still, look at
crazy
this.
damage.
This is Nectar right now feeling themselves with the way that they've been able to play up on this high ground. Time bank
Sentinels
taking
is
away. You got
defending
less
right
than
now.
20 seconds now if you're 100 Thieves.
And the game just moves so slowly for him. It's crazy the effort here. Crimzo now with the big hit and the trade on Vinny. This could be the win for Sentinels. They got to clean it up here, and it's at the hands of Nectar right now. Looking cool as he pushes in. Terra getting close to the final. There it is.
Don't
Jarvis
apologize
throws
for
it down,
the
not
only
connecting, but it's
1-1.
takes
Oh
time.
no.
As now the group all comes together. Nectar is all you need. Every every dash is precision, every slice is calculated. Getting out of there, staying alive, Vicky.
It's going to be even bigger, though, if Delena could boost up this dance of butterflies here right on time after Harvey had used the Eternal Bond. It's about to run out, and it's better timing for Nectar. Techie after the group hug. Now desperately trying to get to the point as overtime is taking away from them. This
just
is
tough because his spawn is like right here.
Follow the yellow brick road, taking so much of that damage, even with the Eternal Bond at their feet.
Here comes Friday the 13th. Can they respond to the horror movie and get out of there alive? TTK, though, taking them in, and Delena deleting them out now as they're pushing forward. Overtime clicking. They're going to have
the spawn advantage got them.
Effort. They have a long way to go with the yellow going. Shotgun pushing. Nectar trying to get the trade, but no, it's going to be instead.
Come on, Sentinels. All these games have been close, and then like 100 Thieves just clutches it up at the end.
It took a little bit here. I believe
that's like the clutch factor.
Your teammate blocked out your previous ult, but the group hug now from Crimzo. Aramori with the Eternal Bond brings everybody together as Crimzo in a deadly hug finds Harvey and SJP.
I think Sentinels got this.
Coming in and
nice.
No one
Let's go.
Going the distance. They've been held back as Sentinels take us to another map.
Sentinels was not going to go down without a fight, and dang it, did they show a fight there.
It's already 9 p.m. and there's another team playing after this.
Even with things not going
like 2 more teams playing after this. Envy versus whoever.
MVP.
Is it Envy versus Shroud?
Cloak and Dagger as we look at the 2-1 effort and we go to game number 4. Look at
my amazing miss every ult but finally hit the most important one, and that's the one that matters. I wanted to see 100k healing, 93k.
Like, the 23, 26 final hits for Nectar. Nectar was so crazy, 59 and 9.
Okay, so Shroud versus
we highlight
Envy.
that Atero. Well, guess what? Make way for Nectar, who has been putting in not only so much pressure, gets the E-limbs, 35k damage on top of it all. I mean, and that's a survivability hand in hand with Aramori and Kurova, both with 62 assists.
Yeah, I mean, nearly 200k healing too from that squad over there.
63% accuracy with Luna by having godlike aim.
Different, right? Techie with those E-limbs and clutch pulls now, and Crimzo. I mean, that is so much potential behind that Groot and what he's able to do.
For Raylene, but where are you seeing an R?
Getting rid of the slasher of what has been the horror film so far. But this time, the only one laughing is Sentinels. Insane job.
You know that real quick,
he's
both these teams being
Adam
in
Warlock
person and talking
specialist.
to one another in the tournament room, I would love to hear what Rymazing had to say to Crimzo when we saw that big block before that second checkpoint.
I want to stay for the interview. Who do you guys think they'll interview? They usually always interview Aramori.
The 1-2-3 that we were calling out with Delena being so sneaky in the back line, still were able to find these picks here together with Vinny.
And just the huge glow of Vinny, right? He was the group show, and they would ban that, and there'd be some struggle. We kind of saw that.
Adam, yeah, when you get the one-shot combo on Adam, it's beautiful.
With Captain America, not just on this map, but we've seen this in
high
the past.
amount of caffeine. You think he needs crazy amount of caffeine to aim good? No, they're scrimming for hours and hours every day.
Great player. Right now, he's subbed out for Nectar. Nectar coming in and doing this kind of performance on the biggest stage with the biggest stakes on the line is insane.
All right, guys, next game.
Nectar, we
Let's
heard
go.
From Aramori actually in her
getting
interview
late.
just like what 2 days ago, that Nectar just is insane, very talented player, and it's putting that in full display.
I think the team decides who they want to have do the interview.
Amazing different pools of
some people are
that
too
Nectar
shy.
could really like lean onto depending on what we could see.
Yeah,
they said Aramori did
and
93k
all the players
healing.
on this team, they know their job. And if you look at the greatest dynasties, the greatest teams of all time,
and they keep having Aramori's game name over Adam Warlock.
Do your job, and they've been doing a great job. Both teams fighting it out, duking it out. We could get ourselves.
Yeah, it was Kurova, but it said Aramori.
I mean, they got reverse swept. There's no way, but it could. But it could happen.
Like, we're definitely going to see them still sticking to the Mantis band. That's why you don't see Nectar on the Star-Lord, because Nectar's also, by the way, like, we're seeing the Psylocke
yeah, they keep having the wrong names
If you were
up.
able to see the Star-Lord in a res comp, it's also just, like, as crazy, maybe even crazier. But I was expecting this series to go the distance. I'm really happy to see what Sentinels was able to do right there.
You have to put it onto your scroll wheel, I think.
They played bad on
or if you just do it really fast.
They had 4 minutes on the clock for the push. It was just the insane job that 100 Thieves did there. So I think both teams are pretty happy with their game plan thus far, and we're going to see if they stick to the same thing in terms of the picks, in terms of the bans. But guys, don't go anywhere. We've got another map. I've got a fly flying around here, and we're going to be back after this.
I hate that. He's so relatable. Literally just a perfect human. He looks like Adam Warlock. Maybe thanks for following. He reminds me of Ryan Reynolds. That's who played Ken, right? From Barbie. His YouTube videos were pretty useful. Oh, Ryan Gosling. I get all my Ryans mixed up. Yeah, he looks just like Ryan Gosling to me, just with not as long of a face. He doesn't look like Adam? What do you mean? If he painted himself gold and like had longer hair, he would be identical. Gosling, yes, Gosling. This series is wild, right? Really confusing all the Ryans since he did this last time. I know, me too. He got auto-modded. I can't see auto-mods. That head turn by Thor was so slay. I agree. The Thor is ugly.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way.
Automod, it doesn't send your message to chat immediately. Like AI reads it, and then we have to approve it or not. But yeah, Envy versus Shroud after this, but I'm gonna have to end my stream after 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. AI, what's that? Sounds like something AI would say. What? This is the best song ever, though. Why do we need AI to auto-mod when we have Channel? Exactly. Channel does a much better job. To me, it reminds me of the Pokemon song. That's what it reminds me of. Oh yeah, I forgot. Mods can send a warning to people. Do you guys still do that? They can like warn people, and it gives a little message, and they have to like say like I understand or something.
What's going on, guys?
Sometimes.
And welcome back. We've had an insane
Do you ever get
day
people
of
angry?
Rivals, Vicky, and we're looking to make it 2 days as
Only
we
for
enter
fun?
in the late midnight
Okay, you guys need to warn for
East
Sova.
Coast, and we headed to another match that's going to be match number 4 between these two teams.
Ain't no party like a Rivals party, I always say. We'll party throughout the entire rest of the night if we have to, because we have some great Marvel Rivals on our hands. Sentinels making the comeback, figuring out what they needed to change.
Do you not think he would make a good Adam Warlock?
Ultimates and the survivability too, and combine that with Nectar, it's just been crazy.
Yeah, and who would have thought that the answer was a magic to open things up at, you know, the first pretty much that we've seen on the scene.
No, like picture him with long hair and golden skin.
It
looks just like him.
Guys, they get to repick the game modes and the rotations, and we're going to domination for 100 Thieves. It was razor tight with Sentinels, but they look strong.
I got one when I
map
accidentally talked
in
about leaks
Wakanda.
once.
Now we head to Hell's Heaven.
Hell's Heaven. We meet again, and we
Dude,
started
you've
things
been
off. It's the
terrified ever
immediate target
since,
ban onto
traumatized.
Crimzo with the Captain America.
I do see
getting
him as
that
an
out
Adam.
of here
Thank
while they get
you.
to keep the safety on the Emma Frost again. Not so surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to deal with maybe yeah, I was gonna say that torch was just absolutely crazy here. But I mean, how often can you really rotate through everything 100 Thieves has for you? Because Terra just play it all. We've seen the same thing
Only
with Delena
perfect
and that
Adam
Psylocke
is
being
a
the
young
problem.
Brad Pitt. Let me look this
Yeah, a
up.
lot of this with these top teams too, it's not just how do, you know,
Young
what do they want to ban
Brad
against their
Pitt.
best players, it's how do they want to set up their own team as well here. Looking forward to it, we've got Magneto with the ban there for 100 Thieves.
Who does Brad Pitt play
and
as?
it's looking like the same. They're not going to let Terra get away with the Wolverine show though again.
And then the Loki ban right afterwards too. So you won't have that Luna Snow into the Loki combo of the 24 seconds of invincibility. Aramori though, hinting maybe at the opportunity if they could try to get the res comp, this would set them up for success. What are their strength compositions that they have not been allowed to use? Because we usually see that Mantis ban and yep, put that Adam Warlock away because the Mantis won't be able to come out and play.
Young Brad Pitt.
Aramori though has done such a clutch job time after time and really leads the way. Obviously we keep saying paves the path there with the Eternal Bond.
He's in Deadpool
and we're seeing it
too.
again with that cloak save as the
Don't
last
fall for the
ban
Brad
here.
Pitt scam.
Now, they've
It's
gone
the
a
Brad
couple
Pitt
ways.
scam.
Last time they
David Beckham. If I saw his face, yeah, I
think it
know
was the
them, but
torch with the
I don't know
wolf, and
names. I know
they did Luna
faces.
finally. So will they match the Luna ban? Oh, they're gonna go. Oh, I like it.
Legendary looks are following.
Okay.
Silva made fun of
Sticking
my
over
dead
there to the other
dog.
side.
That's
No,
awful.
Wolverine, Torch,
Kinda
or
funny, though.
Magneto, but they got the safety on the Emma Frost and Harvey too with the Loki.
I mean, Nectar's been going so crazy on Psylocke, but here's the thing.
That cute puppy I saw the other day has been living in the back of my head.
The
So
Wolverine
cute.
player on that team. And so
Toy poodle,
right
golden
now,
doodle mix.
I mean, you don't have the group, so you don't really need it that much, but Iron Man's going to be tough on this map. I think he's really going to have to watch where he goes, but they've got the SJP, the Harvey combo.
Scammers text
They gave
these
it to
young
him
Brad Pitt as a
confident, but with that
profile.
and the team
Oh, is that why it
of,
looks so
Emma and
familiar?
Psylocke, it can spell dangerous.
Bitch content be
Very true. I'm
crazy.
actually
Why
really
do
glad
you say
brought up
that?
for Nectar, 'cause I
It's only a
did,
few months
like,
away
say
now.
that Nectar has a pretty diverse hero pool, and we've seen before the Wolverine, the Star-Lord, obviously.
Well,
we won't see that
she's
here,
just
no res
hovering.
comp, but
She's not gonna
the
play
Torch,
Adam.
The Psylocke, obviously, that the Psylocke's been able to just do amazing work here, and now this is
Even though
the
I'd love to
even
see it.
split that I was expecting from you guys in the chat.
Little
Your
curly
team
bubbles,
Preds
so
coming
cute
through
and
51% and 49% Cozy.
Those channel points on the line. I was betting them myself whenever I was watching the last cast here, and won a pretty penny, do I say so myself, from the Shroud X game. But we head into Hell's Heaven here and the land of Hydra. And honestly, guys, here's the thing with Domination: it's anybody's game, but this first point
didn't
tells
recognize
so
the
much
map
of the
for a
story. It's
second.
so hard to come back, especially at this talent level. It's gonna come down to
Yeah,
honestly this
Sentinels
first
really
fight.
struggles on domination for some reason.
I love that skin. Love being able to hear the music, by the way, on that Luna Snow. So he encouraged me to play the character once it dropped here. But Amazing being on this Iron Man, by the way, you'd mentioned how the verticality could be a little difficult, but the reposition specifically allows you to get into a lot more cover up on the high ground.
Absolutely, here he's putting out pressure early.
Dang, crazy damage.
To open things up, that's gonna be rough. We'll see if Amazing can get the trade. He does get the lanterns out, but they're gonna have to push aggression as now Amazing going down to Lina, just having their way up top, shooting a shotgun down, and they don't even have anything to deal with this at the moment with Nectar out. I mean, Crimson's just staying alive through just the craziness that is the cloak bubble, and finally putting a little attention, but it's too little, too late.
Oh no, and Tara being able to find two, and that was off of one pick that we saw from Amazing onto
Dash got
TTK,
swelled
still
down.
holding it down with Delena, holding a split angle from the high
for him
ground.
with his
Again,
tripod friend.
the Delena show, when you have
And
Vinny
their
to follow
kitty
you up
dom.
right afterwards, and it's such a lethal combo together.
I'm a little confused by that
From
sentence,
Global
but
Gym on Dodgeball, the peekaboo, right? You got the Lina up top distracting, and then you have Tara to do the rest. Just such a hard thing to deal with. And as we move in, Amazing getting close to that. They can go in with the dance floor, but we have Delena.
We're talking
who's
about
gonna
animals,
already
right, Miss
look
Webs?
for the execution.
Nectar now wrapping around here. Oh no! Yes, SJP getting that
Whoa.
freeze onto Amazing, and in the
That's cool,
moment
the way
coming
you,
in from
like,
the back like Delena
so sneaky.
pulls the trigger on the dance of butterflies, but Aramori even faster frame one with the Eternal Bomb. That's going to be able to close in the gap for them, but then you have to
Come on,
consider here
Sentinels,
Harvey
you got
being
this.
able to get that copy, gets the dance up with SJP.
Both teams are
will be able
popping
to have
ults.
another bit of both worlds to get those 24 seconds of invincibility. But the
Nice,
maximum pulse
beautiful.
from Amazing. Jarvis, take us home. Put it on 4K as 100 Thieves are sent back to the spawn.
This battle was brought to you and sponsored by Amazing.
Tripod is a
Insane
black
job.
lab. She only has 3
I was
legs.
just about to say I would pay for a Psylocke cam. 'Cause
And that's what I
watching
assumed.
Nectar
I was more
versus
confused
Delena
by
is
the
absolute
cat
gold.
dom.
But God, just as I'm thinking, Amazing throws down and makes up for all the misconnects on the last map.
Oh man, they really, the fact that that Iron Man ult landed in the perfect time that it did, because they were gonna try to stay alive and stall for as long as possible with the
Need
dance
someone
off.
to fight. It's
that we know that
expensive,
Fatal
especially
Force
live on
coming
the
online here.
East
Sentinels
Coast.
finally being able to
Luckily,
flip
I
the
live
flip
pretty
with
close
100
to,
63%.
not close
They're
to
gonna
San
open things
Diego,
up with
but close
SJP,
enough
though,
where the
gonna
trip
guide
isn't
the
too
way with the Silent
expensive.
Seduction, and Harvey being the first to go.
Yeah, it's a big pick on Harvey. Now SJP forced to get the grand finale out, but Delena was
Vicky is the name, right? She's really good. They're both really good.
That matter, but now we've got going up, Tara throwing down the Thorns. Nectar though trading the other strategists, now staggering them.
Mori having
I love cat and dog relationships. Cats just beat up the dogs, and the dogs are so sweet. So it's a black cat energy or golden retriever energy. I think I used to think I was like black cat energy. Definitely golden retriever. Because whenever my best friend comes over, I will just stand at the door and stare at the people waiting for her.
In prison, Amazing getting close. He's poking. He's getting that spell damage out. Getting that ult up here as he almost has the final flash ready to go. Looking at the strategists, though, they have nothing in the tank Sentinels-wise. Harvey, though, does have something ready.
Do it. They're all grouped up together, ready to go, but everyone's already dead.
I used to get like the zoomies whenever a friend was coming over.
They've already lost themselves.
Like, I'd get so excited I couldn't even contain excitement, and I'd be running all over the house, like singing and.
Yeah, I always hate that whenever I'm playing.
I don't know where that energy went. I remember the feeling too. So excited.
Going up, and then they get the wipe, and I'm like, come on now, I had something cooking.
I still get the zoomies when I'm excited. Did you bark at the window?
Just as fast. By the way, look at this.
Maybe, I don't remember.
They're trying to desperately try to get to the point, and they even put a toe in line. Harvey goes out though, and no survivability.
I'm just like, I don't want anybody in my house.
To get right back in.
A Karova show going on here.
I like having people over. I just don't like cleaning.
A pressure on with the slicing, the dicing, and right now this is what he
does
best.
I've never
Captain
played
America
Pink.
surviving the best he can. Harvey getting back to the point now, getting the show on, and the show continues. We are here on the big stage.
I don't think getting the zoomies is just an autism thing, right?
And who's ticking up is Amazing.
Everybody gets zoomies.
Well, but the 1v1 that you highlighted, Nectar finding Delena's number while Delena was about to have the dance of butterflies overtime ticking away, and Crimson's also got the ultimate. The Eye of Agamotto, though, only finds Amazing, doesn't find Karova.
I have problems.
In a great position, at least has the dance.
That's fair. That's what makes you, okay?
Mori gets that one pick here too, and the Psionic Seduction now coming out from Techie as 100 Thieves only have SG.
Not limited to autism. Class week for Sova and Raylene would go crazy. Oh, for like to play oh, is that my brother was telling me about the game? That's the game where you have to like climb, isn't it?
Most important times here now. Amazing, ready to go with maximum pulse. He's flying back to the map. Jarvis, get ready to clip it. It's shifted. Let's go. And no, the death already happened.
So
the
right,
point
Sentinels.
It was all worth
they
it.
Did good.
It
they usually don't do very good on domination.
With the way that they were winning each and every stagger approach onto 100 Thieves there. They kept sending them back and back, even with the recontest.
I had the zoomies this morning getting ready for the run fair.
And it was
so
rather
excited.
expensive too if you consider it. Both teams here fighting for
I always wake up early too when I'm excited for the day.
After that first round.
And the Stark Expo out there. Just the Stark Expo. And we see ourselves with a little replay.
Oh, that was a cool layout.
I like it behind the scenes there. Shout out to the great job they've been doing. Looking at what we've got, let's first look at the ult economy here. It's a small in favor of, again, Sentinels coming off that win, which is massive.
100 Thieves is kind of falling apart. Sentinels might... Dev, you are so annoying.
Pretty fair here.
Ban that guy.
Let's not forget that map 1 on domination, we highlighted before getting into this map specifically, was really close, even with 100 Thieves winning it. So Sentinels feeling that confidence.
Talk to me in here.
Riding that momentum after that map 3 very close win, right? Amazing.
I have to deal with you over here already. I don't want to deal with you on this screen too.
But still being able to get into position to get the wombo combo alongside with Crimzo.
All right, pushing forward here.
It was hard to sleep last night. I never felt that way. The first time I went to Disneyland. It's a good feeling, but also you want to sleep, right?
I like what they've got. Aramori has got yet again. Oh, wow. This is going to be huge if Nectar can get any of these. Atlante's already out, but the team groups up. That's what makes them great here. They were ready for it, but they're pushing the aggression to the max. Turtle Bond followed by Rymazing. They get the one out. Vinny's about to follow. Oh, he's staying.
In this chat. Somebody's named Barack Obama.
Charge rallied behind me. Vinny paving the path here with some extra support as Tara now moves all the way up close to that final judgment. Harvey gets the copy, gets the dance up on the Fate of Both Worlds, and this forces Sentinels to back away just for now. Karova is slowly approaching the Fate of Both Worlds just to try to re-engage here.
Here's the combo, the wombo. You know,
I think I'm not supposed to have it on screen if I'm on YouTube. Anyway.
Amazing's the first to fall, but luckily they've got Kurova to keep him alive. Crimson throws out the entanglement. Teching out, trying to follow up on it here as Terra has the shotgun and 100 Thieves. They clean up.
Delena finishing blow, nail in the coffin. It took a lot here, and Sentinels will be able to re-engage Nectar.
Sentinels already got 33%.
Butterflies, as well as Ryan
I
Mazy
have
and
a good
Tech
feeling
Silent
about this.
Seduction
I think
into the
reverse sleeping is very possible.
Could go hard here.
Yeah, as now the team's reset 33%, a third of the way there. They've got, to your point, everything they need to get this recap back. It took a lot from 100 Thieves. They've got Vinny close to stall a little bit, but they're miles away from a strategist ult, and that's frankly what you're going to need. Not for Right Mazy, but Nectar, who's almost there.
Very Mazy kind of wasted his ult last round.
Execution. Pushing in here now, Terra.
Emma versus Emma, oh, big time. I'm shocked nobody's been banning Emma. They're just like confident in the Emma that's on their teams.
He's got the pulse. Is he going to combine it here? Oh, they don't need it.
Nope, not at all, because it's Nectar that
I cannot
ends up
focus
following up alongside the
with the
Silent Seduction
it's
with
so awful.
together. Aramori
So much screen clutter.
the Eternal Bond on the next re-engagement, and it's getting so
I'm on
close
Loki and I'm like
between both these
looking
teams,
for a
literally
Luna that I can
back and
copy and I'm
forth
like,
as they take
I
turns
can't see
taking
through
the
all of
point.
it.
Yeah, just every cut and
Oh yeah, I wish
every
it was
dash
more like
personal, as I've said before. Nectar just doing a fantastic
Captain America's
job
ult.
on just
Flat
making
on
that
the ground.
backline a graveyard, and them now flipping the script on the horror movie that was the Terror Show. Now Red Mason looking for Vinny. Has his eyes tracked on him. Gonna let him run around the point.
Persova was just in chat enjoying himself
tabs on him, letting his team
and like
know
chilling. I just come in here attacking him.
I'm a little scared though. I mean, if Vinny's on point, the deflect would go crazy if Right Mason's getting to position. But Terra is terrorizing everybody right in front of them. You find Aurora, you find
He's like a
Kurova.
chihuahua.
You try to get the maximum pulse here. Doesn't find it smart as Nectar does at least deal with Terra, dealing enough of that damage.
Oh, see lagging. It looks like he's lagging a little.
100 Thieves outnumber Sentinels as they retake the point.
Yeah, I get that Rye had that
I think
ult
Dev
waiting
needs
for
a few mod
while. Don't like
warnings.
the usage there. You already had the lot of your team go out. Yes, you could have gotten a big master play, but by that time, too late now. You got to recharge it up. You had Crimso's ult to go into this next fight. 83%. I want that one back.
Dance Butterflies online for Delena. Harvey, the God of Mischief. Looking at Sentinels over to the other side, though. They want to try to combine this together between Nectar and Crimzo with a group hug. They start opening up with it first as Delena sees the opportunity to harass the backline. Nobody else here to follow up as Right Mazy.
I love Baja Blast. This kind of tastes like a Baja Blast, I'm not gonna lie.
Everyone was so focused on their own backline that Right Mazy just moved up on 100 Thieves.
Have you guys ever gotten the slushy version of the
That's what's so
Baja?
crazy about Iron Man. Just the amount that the Gamma Beam can just pump out, or the beam can pump out with that Luna show. It's insane. I mean, you're able to not only be healed up so you don't get eliminated, but then the damage output is just
come on, Sentinels, come on, win this. I don't know if they can win a third.
They know they need to take this. They can't let Sentinels make this thing an even fight here. Crimson, though, already eliminating Delena, and at this point, Nectar is thirsty for more. Right, Mason's gonna have the pulse as well. You've got two duelists coming up. SJP with the Luna.
We could have blocked it. It wasn't close enough.
Keeps the team alive, and that's a huge miss.
Gave him a quick little haircut. If you felt like you weren't alive, that one will definitely make
What is it? It's from Zelda. It's like an energy drink.
Butterflies coming in. Vinny still finding Aramori.
I looked at the prices of Red Bull, and then I looked at the Zoa on sale. We're going with Zoa.
Are you kidding me, Kurova?
Kurova! This, why aren't we spectating the strategists?
Luna getting it done, and Nectar to follow Sentinels. They make this thing 2-2. The reverse sweep.
Like, wow, he's insane, and they don't even spectate him once.
Have we learned anything, guys? Have we learned anything? We thought this was going to be an easy matchup. Nothing but this is insane.
Dude, Luna, no.
I will type
like,
it.
Luna, Mo, like the what? I can't believe this. The way that we
Can
just saw
we
that
get
play
a
out here.
spectate
Going the
on
distance. The
Kurova,
call out too from Kurova at the
please?
very end was insane.
I can't. It's incredible.
Somebody said
that these
scripted.
teams are able to put on the
Do people
performance they did.
genuinely
Looking at
believe
the
these games
stats
are
here
scripted
quickly,
too?
I mean, really?
I don't even know how
Some
you would
fair
make
fights
these
in terms of
scripted.
damage, but where the difference was is key. It's the limbs. It's
Show
the
freeze
deaths,
replay. Yes,
and
people are asking for it.
just speechless.
13 final hits from Nectar. Again, Armory in our interview was highlighting Nectar for a reason. 27
Andy got
and
MVP,
3.
nice.
You have the follow-ups available.
You gotta use your
to
partner
Amazing,
badge.
just
No, I don't
harassing
like it.
from the
I feel like I
skies.
stand
You know,
out
even
too
if
much
not
with my
every
partner
single button
badge.
hits, we're talking about
Too much
the
of a
highest
celebrity,
level
you know?
of competition out here.
So I like
it's very
to,
hard. You saw Tara, even with a slight whiff,
like to stay
trying to move
incognito.
back, gave Tara a quick haircut, gets stunned in the middle of the Eye of Agamotto, which is a lot easier when you're point blank.
It's true though, you see somebody with a partner badge and you're like,
over on this side here, over
that's
to
the
left
first
side,
shot you
but that was
see.
insane.
Yeah,
It's so bright and like uncommon.
Okay, not only that, right before that, Nectar nailed that Dance of the Butterflies. I'm talking milliseconds.
Not even Solaris
as the
choked that
SJP,
hard.
I believe Luna Snow lost their fate of both worlds. So
Solaris.
it was precision counting on the button.
Like, you
and
wouldn't
then
even
we
know
see Kurova
Pokemon's in
can't
the
even
chat if you
pass
just
that
type without
because
any
Kurova
badges
gets
on.
the freeze of a lifetime, shutting
thing.
down the Agamotto.
And the group blocked there too, just to
Use
try to
a
block out the
guru
healing that
emote.
we saw within that first round, to then just get the right amazing follow-up on the ultimate on the Iron Man here, the maximum pulse backing away, literally like he's in the Matrix out here. And then you talk about following
Yes,
up
Steiner,
with the Dance
yes.
of Butterflies. Every single time they were just trying to stalk here was crazy. It was down to the wire once again.
Thank you, Cons. It's not even styled right now.
Perfection they're able to do there with the swap to damage from healing, keeping the team alive. We didn't get to see the freeze, did we? But either
I
way,
should get going. Good night, Architect.
we're gonna.
Thank you.
Jarvis better have clipped that, or somebody in the chat clipped that, because I got to go back and see it.
You wrote that
Such
like you
good
think
timing
he's
from
cheating.
Kurova. And listen,
Oh.
he's a GOAT Adam Warlock for a reason. His aim, precision, and awareness. Like Adam
look, they got his
Warlock,
name
one of the
right.
high skill ceiling characters in the game, right? Because of cooldown management and perfection.
Not the Adam
but
Warlock
the aiming
emote.
you have to do, and the clutch Jean's ice in the veins. He's showing all the ice there with Luna
You
Snow.
mean Shadow?
And Kurova's just understanding in general, in terms of positioning, in terms of timing these ultimates, in terms of just being aware of where everybody else is.
Yeah,
and
I played in a game with
Aramori's very good
Kurova
at
and
calling
used
that
my
out for the rest of
teammate.
the team. It's
didn't like
literally-
my
it's perfect.
positioning.
The way that you have Kurova in the backline, if
He
you
was
don't
very
have
politely
that Luna Snow
backseating me, but,
ultimate
like,
online,
if anyone
at least you can
backseats
put
me,
trust
I'm
in
okay if
Kurova
it's
to try to
Kurova.
land that phrase, which in that moment on the Eye of Agamotto was big, because they're about to get the both backliners there.
I mean, we knew this would be a heavyweight matchup, right? We knew this was going to be the fight of the night, but they're living up to every piece of it. And we've seen this with these teams before. Sometimes going back to some of the past fights, it has been sweeps and sweeps, but no, not this time, not even close. Sentinels, again, this is just, there's so much going on behind the scenes, game plan, strategy, callouts, all of it. That's what makes Rivals great, guys. I know,
MS Stone
I
is
know you're not
casting
going
again.
anywhere.
It
but
is
don't
MS
go
Stone.
anywhere.
You
We're
know
gonna be right
it's
back
MS
after this
Stone
quick
and
break.
David Beckham. Dev, stop being annoying. You can bully for Silva, but not my other chatters. Are you going to be playing any games? No. I did not expect this to go on so late. I thought this would be over by like 8. And it's 9:30. It's because Shroud and Techie went into reverse sweep and now Sentinels is reverse sweeping. I know, I'm excited. I like when it's close. It's not fun when a team just steamrolls another team. Let's see what CuteBot's up to. I love CuteBot. Wow, her hair. I haven't watched her in so long.
No, we put on the wit is shit. The best wit is in UK.
Okay, never mind. Who do we want to stalk? Let's see what Super's up to. How many pillows does she need? No, she's not the feet streamer, but she's friends with the feet streamer. Butthole Banger just subscribed for 2 months. Wait, I want to hear him say thank you.
Although I feel like this map's pretty bad for a SIG. I missed. Oh my god, I just missed.
I love
Guys,
Twitch.
I just missed. It's so embarrassing.
No, I watched Super play Mario Kart. I don't think I've laughed that hard in a long time.
Holy
That's like
shit,
the
where'd he
funniest stream
go?
I've ever seen. He's getting so angry. It takes a lot. Like usually I don't actually laugh. Oh my god. Thank you, Miko.
They have given
How much damage are we looking at?
Thanks, Miko.
877 subs in the channel.
Maybe he'll notice my stream now. 61 months, dang. Let's see what Ace is doing. I haven't talked to Ace in a while. Ace, if you guys want a good, genuine, just nice streamer to watch, go. Ace of Spades is great. Spiffer, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much, Spiffer. Was that for my birthday? Thank you. And this song, yeah. I talked to Ace more recently than you have. How do you know? Ace texted me happy birthday, so beat that. Okay. You literally can't beat that.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We are on to match 5 and possibly a reverse sweep on 100 Thieves that looks like they could not be stopped.
Pizza
the rage
and drink
filled all the way, but as soon as they tamed down the Wolverine and most importantly the rage on Terra,
did not end up doing karaoke,
to figure this thing out, Vicky. And I've got to say,
supposed to be anonymous. Do not be anonymous when you give subs. Thank you, Spiffer.
Yeah, and that was with like some. That was hard. Like that was with crazy plays, like Kurova with the freeze, the out healing from the backline in general too, like from Sentinels was just on another level. Iramori too with nearly 30k healing, same thing from Kurova, and that's like almost like a 10k difference really between what we saw from Kurova with the 33k healing and even SJP who's also on the Luna with only 22k. So the way that the support was there, you know, from the backline right there, Rymazing.
Oh shit, I thought you were talking to me.
Literally the MVP, I feel like, together with Rymazing trying to distract the opposing team from the sky, and then you have Tech.
Why you look so concerned? Because I'm trying to figure out if my viewers are actually fighting or not.
Phrase. Hopefully they keep that Wolverine band though.
I can't tell.
Yeah, 100 Thieves might have the bigger standout players, but the power of teamwork, as we like to say, because we saw how many Jarvis ults didn't connect. I mean, Iron Man, you know, final flashes did not get the E-limbs, but it didn't matter. They played so well. As one team, one unit here, and yet again, same game plan, different map, and Yggdrasil's path. It's 100 Thieves. It's their favorite to go to when things get tough.
Getting the save, both Emmas going right through. You get to see the Techie and TTK show again as hovering over the Iron. They've acknowledged that the Iron Man's
go
a
fight
problem.
over stupid things somewhere else
Torch than with the Iron Man.
Yeah, that's a lot of respect, and not only that, we've seen them not go for any of Rymazing's duelists. They've just let them have, you know, their way there. Shutting down Wolverine again, smart game plan. That does open up some other things, right?
I can't tell if you guys are being for real or not. This is a joke, right?
It opens up, obviously, not the triple res.
Literally stopped it. I said stop.
Loki ban was usually there, and that's going to give Air more Loki.
If streamer says stop, stop.
Out of the Loki jail, could finally into it the way that we've been seeing Harvey and SJP just
you too, Ronnie, both of you. You're acting like
as
2-year-olds.
They put the safety over the brute, so double safety actually utilized on 2 Vanguards.
Yeah, and you know, as I was just highlighting Vinny, who has got a lot
Stop
better
fighting children.
Getting rid of that Groot last time, that really helped because just Vinny has been so crazy.
Do you guys' classes do that
here? And looking at what
they got,
to do it back. Shut down now. Loki, no lanterns to worry about, and this is where I might want to see the Wolverine though.
I can't tell when Ray is angry.
We have Yggdrasil, and
I'm not angry. I'm just confused because I thought they were joking, but I think they're genuinely fighting. I can't tell.
Save both the Emma and the Groot on this map. This is where 100 Thieves could be really scary, man, as Terra is going to already be auto-picking
YouTube chat is more chill, true.
Amazing hovering on Iron Man there. You love to see it.
If you don't like chat, then...
You guys are seeing this correct. Your eyes do not deceive you. It's 2 to 100 Thieves, then it's 2 to Sentinels. This is the last
Someone explain what we're fighting about? I don't even know. I think they're both just trolling each other.
We're on our last match. As we're going all day on this puppy, can't wait. And there it is. We're looking
no sound alerts on there.
On the flyover, and wow, momentum.
I remember I was a history teacher, always smacks his desk with a yardstick when he weren't paying attention. Oh my gosh.
Sentinel fans at home.
Actually, same. I think we went to the same school.
The reverse 3-0. This has just fluctuated back and forth. We are going
the distance. She's finally on low-key.
I hope you guys are ready and strapped into your seats.
Is she streaming right now?
We still got another series after this. Let's get this started, though. Coming out of the gates already, shooting off. It's going to be Terra looking down the sightlines as Sentinels are holding this next corner.
Now, winner of that lower one goes to China, but for now, we've got the 100 Thieves Sentinel show here.
To be in real fight now, no.
The Titans as they're
no, we're fighting. Not even as a joke. I don't like it.
The gods here. Terra on the Punisher.
Okay, just trying to boost up into that beam, having even more damage. You get to utilize now Vinny's walls as well as having those Loki clones. Nectar looking right behind them, just trying to take some poke pressure too with that shotgun blade, but getting checked with Delena.
I can't remember that far ago. You don't remember?
Nectar's found out.
Yeah, that Pika, but you would think Hela has the invisibility there, just appearing before the eyes and getting the stun off, and it's just so crazy that Hela's got a stun like that now, as we're trying to get a little bit of pressure on Delena, stepping in right amazing there on the Bucky. He does not play a lot of Winter Soldier. I've seen him play a little bit, but not a lot of it, as they're now pushing the point up.
I know, Ronnie, you guys are okay.
Save, though, the
you just, you guys are both, like, baiting each other.
Nectar shuts down Terra, and that's just because they didn't have those ultimates available for them to try to combat that. Now, Era Morning with the dance off, Kurova slowly approaching that fate of both worlds, but it's a successful defense.
Mario Kart's a great way to break friendships.
Yeah, they're figuring out how to shut down the monster that is Terra, and what a way to do it during the final judgment of it all. Terra now gonna match Rai here on Bucky. A lot of against, guys. You're gonna hear that word a lot as we push through this map. But right now, 2 minutes, they've got a great defense going on.
I know, she's on the low key.
They've got the imprisonment, they throw it down, they follow it with the Kraken impact, and bam! Rai gets the best of Terra, but goes down with it.
TTK was looking at him straight here over on the other side, taking to try to come back. That as Delena over to
so whoever wins this is guaranteed to go to China. And then the loser of this has to face off somebody else for the China spot.
TTK on this Emma Frost has just been crazy, but the fate of both worlds was activated before the psionic seduction, allowing it to go through. Techie just
she's placing her clones. Look at, she's placing it to where it's difficult for Winter Soldier to get
has just been wiping Sentinels one
to kill them.
The rest of the help from the 100 Thieves.
Lasting forever here. Sentinels, Aramore gets to play Loki. We have not seen them on Loki in a long time. They elect not to go to China. So right now, late strange switch as they're getting in the pressure early. Crimson may not be able to make it. It's ticking any second. He can't get that portal there. Someone's got to touch. They are doing successfully, but that's going to come with a trade. Oh no, they're able to. Wow, they take the point back and force the pushback. Forced to with Aramori in the fate of both worlds. TTK trying to respond as well here. Crimson fighting through the pressure, through the seduction is Doctor Strange as he pops.
Backing away. It's Aramori. They have to remember why they wanted to ban that Loki in the first place, right? Aramori finally free as
if you know you're being spectated.
Kraken impacted with some extra help again and again, forcing the back Sentinels, knowing their lesson though, are just gonna try to back away.
Yeah, I'm curious why they choose to never spectate the supports. Like support's not that boring to watch, is it?
But then the shutdown right afterwards from Vinny to get that trade after Amazing was able to get SJP.
Everyone focused on keeping Terra up. He had 1 health, and they all focus on him. SAP finally pays the price because of it, and Crimson follows there on Vinny. And sometimes when you have a stud like that with all the attention going to him, you're able to capitalize.
She had a better angle on her Loki. They never spectated her. I know, exactly. That's why she was streaming last time. We were able to watch her POV.
They love it, but right now it's all Sentinels.
I didn't see her streaming right now. It's the easy, boring baby brain world. And I still enjoy it. Enjoy watching it.
They're on the prowl. You have to worry about the
normal jump into the high ground.
In here, the survivability is not there to help.
Wait, I actually didn't know either. It's like on the corner, right?
With overtime ticking away, they need to stall.
This is unbelievable here. This defensive effort now just trying to get some pressure on that point now. We're amazing. They'll get in the 1, get in the 2. They have no fire extinguisher. The fire department.
Let's go, Sen. Sen stepped up. Reverse sweep. We got 2 reverse sweeps tonight, but Sentinels could still lose this.
Oh my god.
We are Venom, we are Amazing, we are the Torch. The follow-up, beautiful. Then rolling out on the Venom, just a recontest, even better.
So they can maintain the majority
earlier when they recontested with Aramori on that Loki copying that strategist ult here. But that was a crazy hold.
Sentinels saw Shroud X. They're like, hold my shield. We got to reverse sweeping us too. I mean, like, this is insane. It was all 100 Thieves.
These commentators are going to be exhausted because it's going so late.
Master class. Unbelievable. Now they've got honestly, everything they need here to get this.
I know the
got so many
TP,
fights,
the
so many
TP was game
opportunities.
saving.
It comes down to this. The grand finals on the line. It's 2-2. This is all they need.
This map, I see teams hold this all the time.
Sentinels, one more
yeah, I don't know why they didn't ban Loki
from
this
getting the
time.
reverse sweep to sit in this grand finals.
Maybe because they thought they were running Bucky, so it'd be fine.
The adjustments that they needed, starting off within the pick and ban phase 2, but this has just been a masterclass of a series.
You know, when Amazing steps up there in Iron Man, he forces the ban, and that opens up the world. That's what they needed. They won this in the pick and ban phase by a mile. I mean, the Wolverine getting banned, that was a big solution to what was really wrecking them in the first couple of maps. But then they finally bent. They had that strategy, 100 Thieves, going in each and every time to ban certain heroes, but they gave up the Loki and Aramori, and everyone followed.
That's the biggest thing, I feel like, that having Loki coming out, Aramori being so strong on Loki in general. Crimzo, though, trying to pull off something cheeky over to the other side.
Must be 100 Thieves jinx every time I watch them go from winning to losing everything as I start watching. See, that's what I thought too. I was like, every time I root for a team, they freaking lose.
Good amount of pressure, but they're trying to run that triple Vanguard, triple support.
Same with Shroud.
As Nectar finds Harvey, but
we're all just the main characters, you know.
You're coming right back.
Oh, it's poetic.
It all depends on us.
And magic going off. They may not have a team up anymore, but these X-Men are shining as they slice and dice with their swords, getting instant eliminations as Rai. Look at that straight face, man. That scares me.
I don't know how he does it. Like, this is not a drill. We get to see magic for like a crumb of a second for the second time in the series, just in general.
Who do you guys think they're going to interview for whoever wins this Sentinels? And I think Sentinels is going to win this, but
on this portal, on the Doctor Strange to utilize the portal rather.
I think I've seen them interview Ryan Amazing before. I actually think they might interview Ryan Amazing this time because of the character she's playing.
Yeah, that's going to help slow things
Nectar?
down, but they
Do you
need
think
to.
so?
2 minutes and 52 seconds left. Terra just farming that ult quickly there. Vinny with the pop and the follow-up here, but Crimso's got the entanglement. Right now, Sentinels, though, they're just going to regroup. Nectar trying to just run away, and oh my gosh, Terra wants it. He's hungry, he's thirsty, rage to 100 as he's looking for the now.
I think I've seen them interview Kurova before.
Which is going to be huge. 90% to ult. They could get some crazy pressure from both sides.
Oh, the way that he was just trying to follow
the end stream is like impossible to get that many points.
The dance of butterflies have kept it in check as Crimzo with the group hug has answered together as SJP being the first.
It used to be like 2 million, but now people have 2 million points, so I'm like, maybe we make it more expensive. Where was yesterday? Oh, I missed it. Okay, so we'll probably do something else.
Standing strong.
Dang, I don't think 100 Thieves has a portal.
But there's a minute and 53. We're seeing everything come out. Terra, the Iron Fist.
They're stalling a lot of time off of them right now.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, Nectar's still spawn camping though. Looks like they were still able to find SJP on the way back. Still an opportunity here as Nectar goes out right afterwards. Terra gets
that was such a good stall from Iron Fist.
These swaps actually allow him to recontest here a minute and 30 seconds.
Amazing, trying to get that pressure on early. Terra, though, that's a great swap over to the Iron Fist. Gonna be tough to deal with all of that. Karate Kid thrown out of the blood. Who's gonna get the over and out? Amazing throwing down, exploding. Kurova going up, throwing down the beat, and the momentum is coming with it now. Crimson pushing in 75% there.
This could go either way.
But honestly, 100 Thieves have every response they need. Vic, there's a minute left.
And Harvey is the next one to try to keep everybody alive. Cheaper Town Hall coming in, but the Brute is gonna pull them back together.
If 100 Thieves wins this, that is all because of Terra.
So any opportunity to get a reset onto that Iron Fist from Terra. We are Groot.
Wait, but Sentinel's got the picks.
Sentinels, right? Amazing.
Looking down the roads.
Approaching that supernova, by the way, and they've just used up the Eternal Bond.
This is looking as close as you get here. 5 meters push back at this point. Harvey go
Nectar got the health pack.
We've got Nectar and Techie locked and loaded. It comes down to this, guys. Final 30 seconds. Who's moving to the grand finals?
My brain is having trouble keeping track of everything.
Here, Amazing throwing it down. Dance of Butterflies goes out. They survive through the cloak bubble. That's huge. Vicky Amazing throwing it down. It's coming down to this.
The patty cake just to stay alive because he had no other ults in that first pick.
Such a big ult from Amazing. He got up and started cheering early. I think the camera isn't delayed, but the stream is. It's funny.
Sentinels succeed with the flip, the reversal 3-0.
They're not in sync.
Does not crack in quality. qualifies and pushes him to the
what a good
final.
end.
And as we said to start the show, Amazing needs to change his
They
name
gotta
to
interview Amazing here.
as they get the finish and the MVP. It is
Wow,
the
Rye
reverse
game
sweep
changing.
back to back here in the playoffs for
That was a really
America.
fun watch. What a game,
Wow.
I agree.
What an ending. What an end. Crimzo with that pull in too, focusing on Terra to put the wall up.
Yeah,
Then
we
you have
got the
Raimazing,
prediction.
Despite that, through the dance of
Can you
butterflies
pay out
that
the
we saw from
prediction channel?
Nectar, the backliners here from 100 Thieves stay alive, and then Raimazing with the
2 reverse sweeps
supernova,
tonight.
man. That was
And we still have more
crazy.
teams
Everybody
playing.
just trying to take out everything when the portals
Okay,
were
I'm gonna go
used
pee
up,
really fast, so
everything
I'm
at
back
the
for
end.
the interview.
But it is
I'll be right back.
Raimazing and the rest of Sentinels that come out on top. 17k damage, making the swap when they needed 10 final hits to share that between themselves and Nectar.
I mean, I'm speechless. We talked about Crimzo and this team and the strategy behind them. And as we said before, they won that in the pick ban phase from start to finish. They been as far as you could. In a map like this, they did not break in the series, and they were able to take down in Marvel Rivals the biggest rival of teams, in my opinion, are these two right here. Both going to China. 100 Thieves already punched their ticket. But man, Sentinels with a statement.
You let Aramori get away with the Loki out here too, the 20 assists. Korova with these insane freezes, by the way. Then we got to see the follow-up with Teki going over to the Venom was beautiful. Even through, of course, the fate of both worlds, when you swap over to that Venom, just really provides you that extra damage output to forces them back into the spawn room door. And then also, of course, getting a little look at magic from Raimazing is always a treat.
Yeah, that was straight out of... If you guys have seen the Season 2 trailer at the Hellfire Gala, this might be an Asgard, but it was straight from that. The body armor, you know, it could have been perfect if they had the uniforms on because it was straight there, opening with a fire start, and they got the finish from it. I mean, if you're looking for heart, this is where you find it, right here. Not only in the playoffs, this game, back-to-back sweeps, reverse sweeps, you can't make it up.
Crimson really popped off this game too. Like, combine that with the walls to block out those entry points right before that first checkpoint. That's why it was so crucial. If 100 Thieves wanted to increase their win con, they have to get through that choke, because having those two separate chokes and then that one side-off choke by the health pack, it's typical. Good luck getting around that with a Groot. And then with Raimazing just hailing from above, having that supernova, 27 KOs, 10 final hits here. Combine that together, only going down 5 times.
And now all I know is somebody in the lower bracket, the winner of the game we're about to move on to, they're going to face 100 Thieves in a rage-filled one at that. But if you want the textbook on how to beat Thanos, well, Sentinels just showed us there as Terra and them went down. Just incredible effort across the board. And I think it just highlights it so well. It just feels like a solid team effort. I mean, there's so many times, like, at one point it was the Terra show, right? We kept talking about Terra, but the team of Sentinels coming together, poetic.
It wasn't just like a one-man army in that case, right? Like, everybody had their spotlight moments, whether it be stopping ultimates, Korova's side of things. Aramori now at the very end being able to pop off on Loki, out-healed a lot of the team together with Korova in that previous last map before that, map number 4, and just like them together with Nectar also, like, having those amazing pop-off moments, getting those crucial first picks onto SJP. Nectar,
that was a good watch.
Again, silent but deadly on that Psylocke, quite literally, while everyone is so focused on Raimazing in the sky.
Yeah, Crimso's got to start wearing an eye patch and just, you know, the Nick Fury and
I'll use Cervantes. Thank you. Thanks for winning it for Sentinels.
Only the Avengers that could live up to the stakes of that match, of that reverse sweep. And again, the beautiful thing of all this, they're in the same room celebrating way into the night. It's midnight plus over there. I think they're on the East Coast, and they are waking up all the neighbors, baby, in the boot camp. The first time this team has all been together. I mean, what a moment for them.
I know that they're celebrating. They've been having a really good time too, off stream together, not only building up that synergy, but it's all about friendship, right? Having trust in one another really allows you to lean on your teammates, and they get to do that in person.
Yeah, and again, I bet you the interview we're taking a second because it's probably just a madhouse over there, and then they're gonna come all calm, cool, collected. They're like, yep, you know, job's not finished, business as usual. But they are just a great display of it. We've seen it all, right? We had the Cinderella stories of the teams that were from couch to pros, right? And there's that belief. But then we've also seen what it looks like here at the very top level and what you can strive to try to be at.
I like that his name is Cozy. That's so
cute. Since the alpha, but one coming out on top.
And having the history that they have, I believe this is the third time, right, Cozy, that they've been able to meet in a bracket like this. So, we know having a lot of stakes on the line and the big money bags that's lingering over your head, to be able to come back and not let it be mentally daunting.
The what? Lingering over your head?
First two matches went forward. We saw the changes.
She said some sussy
things. There was
things.
Iron Man ult whiffs. There was Iron Man blocks from TTK. You've made adjustments. You have to swap over to the torch to get some supernovas out to at least create some space. Get somebody to help you out.
Yeah, just some money bags. But
there was
how
so
much healing did Iron Man finish with? I don't know, but Corella finished with 93,000 earlier.
Hey, I'm so pumped. I've not gotten to talk. He's never done an interview. I have done videos with him, but I've not gotten to see and speak to him face to face. Welcome in, guys. Jarvis, Friday, Tony Stark, call it what you want. It's Rymazing here for the interview.
I knew I'd do Rymazing.
Buddy.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. That was I'm lost for words on that one.
So cool.
I mean, whether it was the triple
you can see what he's watching in the back.
The Kurova freeze on everyone play their part to the fullest degree.
Is that copyright?
We've been talking now over a year, and I know what this team has gone through, the ups, some downs, but staying together as this team, being all together. What does this mean to you? You guys punched your ticket to China now, but tell me, let me into the room whenever you guys won that reverse sweep.
I mean, I was yelling. I jumped out of my chair. It was exciting, man. Like those matches where it's, you know, give and take, and you know, we cap with 4 minutes on Central Park, and then we choke it, but then we come back for a reverse sweep.
What website you using so you can watch?
For, man. There's nothing more exciting and exhilarating as a player and probably as a viewer than that.
Dude. You guys performed. You guys set us up. Like Cozy and I were losing.
I know, a lot of these players are so young.
The reversal, seeing the counters before our eyes. I mean, can you talk to us about how you keep your mental in check when there's moments where your ult misses or gets blocked out by TTK a few times too? Like, how do you try to come back from that just to reset and just keep yourself in these fights?
I mean, Iron Man ult is like really hard. I'd say most of the time it's against good teams like this, it's hard to even get like 50% on the ult. Like just hitting half the time is great. So, I mean, I just gotta keep my head up and just keep trying, you know. And sometimes you'll miss, and sometimes you'll hit big, you know. And just gotta keep my head in the game. I don't know. Just keep trying.
Committing crimes in the Marvel Rivals
our message history,
tournament.
Right. And one of the first things I ever asked you was like, hey, let's make a guide together. Who's like your greatest hero? And you're like, I'm a demon on Iron Man. And the fact that it's come full circle and you've gotten to display as I said yesterday, Jarvis play funeral music. I mean, dude, how does it feel? Because you guys got reverse swept. You guys got reverse swept in the group stage, and you do it again. And we saw Magic. Is it season 0, bro? What's going on?
I think Magic was really good for breaking that 3-3 hold. You just kind of jump in their back line and tear them up in the back. And I think that's good for Magic. But yeah, I mean the Iron Man, I don't know. They were scared. They started banning it last map. It was crazy. I feel like
he took it off the screen. I think somebody told him.
I think Torch is usually better, but I don't know.
He took it off the screen.
I wasn't doing much on Torch. Maybe it was me. Maybe it was what they were playing with the Hella. Or
I think he got in trouble.
I was like, all right, I'm just gonna go Iron Man. If, you know,
we're about to watch the fight.
It did. So.
He literally committed the crime on camera. Opened the Discord.
Is that Crimso over to your shoulder? There's some UFC going on over there, like just like dropping 100k damage block. I gotta ask because it seemed like obviously the Wolf was doing a lot there. At one point, we were like, it was like a horror movie for you, man. You're a Human Torch in the sky. Man. You look to the right.
Right,
boom,
we're watching the fight for free.
That's gonna be my nightmares. I don't know what was going on the map. I don't know. Terra's Wolf, like I guess we learned a lesson. You gotta ban that. You gotta ban that.
100% got in trouble.
Because I'd look around and see like, oh, I don't see the wolf. He's hiding somewhere, and then I walk up and try to ult, and boom, I'd be grabbed. Like
take the VOD down.
It was like, man, we just got to ban wolf. It was too much.
I want to see what the chat is saying about that.
Questions.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Cozy. There's so much to dig into that series alone. I mean, can you talk to us a little bit about your synergy together with Nectar? Because Nectar, they're so good. Absolute pop-off moments
took it
on
off
that
screen
sidewalk.
and all.
How do you guys combine together with your comms? How does that sound like for your team?
I think Nectar's calling a lot of the engages, and I'm trying to like link my overdrive with it. And it felt really good. Every time it'd be like a neutral fight, and he would go dive, and he would tell me overdrive now, and then I'd pop it, and it was like perfect. It was just we were just so in sync today. I think that's really what made the difference.
That's tough too, because it was you and Super Gomez for so long, and for Nectar to step in there and not only him take over that role, but you and that kind of duo-ship. It's a hard thing to do. I have to talk about this though. You and let's call it Mutants and Nightmare. No, it was 100 days. You guys have been playing each other so many times at the biggest stakes. I said, they've taken your chance of glory before, whether it was the MRI, but then you win in the MRC or the MRC for them, right? How is it going against this team? You guys didn't face each other in the group stage or in different groups, but like when you prepare for this team, you know what you're getting, but it's still there's surprises that happen.
I won't be home.
Yeah, I think it's pretty normal for 100 Thieves to play like a very standard front to back, and we can always kind of rely on that happening. And I think it's more on us to kind of throw them the curveballs, throw them the Iron Man and the magic, and kind of these weird things that they aren't ready for. And I think historically we've seen a lot of use in like doing weird things like that, like even Season 0, like Moon Knight, and I feel like we always kind of have a trick up our sleeve for their team. And yeah, today, I mean, it just worked.
Yeah, you guys did such a good job because you guys have so many different compositions too to lean on.
I bled for it, but it was worth. Yeah, there was a lot of times in here. I think he said you were gonna uninstall and stuff.
I mean, after that first map, and I feel like another player specifically that just got away with murder was TTK on that Emma Frost, man. That damage output was cool. That character's crazy. When you guys saw that the Emma Frost had gone through for them, I don't think you guys had the Emma Frost because it was banned for you guys, I think, the first map. What were the adjustments that you made around TTK? Because I feel like TTK was a pretty big playmaker on that team.
I think just initially we're kind of thinking we want to get into this with like mag ban, but
committing crimes on the Sentinel's headquarters.
We were because we were protecting Mag, actually, rather. And we were playing MR ourselves. I think that made their Emma a really big problem. And so I think we just kind of had to adjust and change our line a little bit, and we saw a lot more success when we also had the Emma to kind of match and contest TTK. I think that was the big change there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually want to give a shout out to Techie, because Techie played a lot of mag over the last, like, what, 5-6 days now, and then they matched you with the cat ban, which we've seen before. But then the mag ban to follow, and it's like, all right, Techie, I wanted to see what they could do, to put up a fight, and wow, just it feels like you guys have rehearsed that a million times. I mean, again, we've talked about you guys, and there's teams that have these huge standout players. Rai, you know what I think about you already, but it just feels like Sentinels, you guys are just
get in trouble. You're staring at the screen after, and it wasn't moving. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be okay.
On stream when you're doing each other's makeup, when you're just hanging out, when you're getting
I partied yesterday with friends.
I know it's like almost
I'm exhausted
2 a.m. or 1 a.m. over there. It's late, buddy, but celebrate with the team. Enjoy it. Job's not done though, and 100 Thieves, they always find a way back.
I'm picking up some people from the airport tonight.
Oh yeah, I'll be ready.
I'm gonna get some Taco Bell.
All right, buddy. Well, whether it's
go for a little drive,
Magic,
sip
we know
on
you put
my
on the show. It was great meeting you and seeing you face to face finally after all of our good talks, buddy. Enjoy this show, buddy. It was a good one, and thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
All right, peace out, buddy. All right, guys, that was Rai Amazing making his first ever appearance, Vicky, on camera. We saw him in the players cam, and I've talked to this guy for a year, but I've never had a face-to-face conversation. Cool stuff.
That must feel real cool for you too, right? Like you guys had that conversation, you get to see it like play out a whole year later. It's like you were looking at just the future.
Why are you saying sorry?
Right through the glass.
Sorry for having a busy
hearing
life.
His thoughts too, just talking about his team, what to expect in case they do have to ever face off against 100 Thieves again. They have their answers. Like they already learned their lesson. Like that Wolverine, that will not go through ever again in that matchup.
Yeah, they always get more and more from each team as they face off with them. And yeah, my first ever video guide.
True, we still have 2 more teams to play, and it's 10 p.m.
all the way back with the game launch. So it was cool. Full circle moment, see what he could do. Hey guys, that was crazy. That reverse sweep. We just came off another one, and it was Shroud X punching their ticket to go against Envy, and the stakes for this one. All right, 100 Thieves
if I had faces like that,
down to the loser bracket.
Stream all the time, man.
Vicky, this one's for land. This is for history, legacy, everything. The winner of this goes to China.
It's gonna be crazy. There's so much on the line right now, and after Shroudax had just have to wait to see another reversal 3-0, their hands may be just a little bit cold before diving into this next series, because it's gonna be a big one, Cozy.
Brew the coffee, guys. Get the pizza, the late night pizza ready. We have a big one
Good
coming
night,
up.
Cassie.
We'll be back right after this break.
Christ, in East Coast, it's really late for East Coast, huh? It's keeping these players up late. Okay, I was not fishing for compliments, okay? I was trying to make a joke. Stop being shrimp.
Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Alright, now we have Envy versus Shroud. Team Shroud. Bait was successful. Yes, it was, unfortunately. Alright guys, I would love to stay for the last game, but I gotta pick people up from the airport, so... And I'm gonna show up a little early, so they're not waiting. I will end so fast in 1 day, I won't even say goodnight. I mean, I can just leave it up and I'll just go and then come back. It's gonna be like 2 hours though. Until the playlist circle. Just got here. I have emotes. Yes, there's emotes on YouTube now. I got memberships now. Alright, guys. Let's see who I would like to raid. Also, I am loving the new phone. It is night and day difference.
Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me.
Let's raid. Is anybody co-streaming this? Okay, I see a couple people. Oh, Slaystar is streaming it. Alright, let's raid Slaystar. She is currently also doing a watch party if you guys want to go give her some love. I was trying to find somebody who's watching it. So guys, enjoy it. K-Star, have a good night. W fake stream? What do you mean fake? There's another game left. Yeah, I gotta pick people up. Hello, cat lady. Hello. The cat lady without the cats. Good night, guys. Thanks for watching. Sunshine. Hello. Thank you for the birthday video. Everybody who submitted it something with a birthday video, but you were like one of 3 people that actually showed their face. Thank you. Vlog the car red. Good night, guys. Happy Saturday. Oh, sneeze for the road. You're welcome.